Chapter 2949. A man's ambition is everywhere, live as a hero and die as a hero. For this girl, you've neglected your cultivation for 100 years, you should have entered the inner mansion long ago, but you've even suppressed your chance to enter the venerable realm. Do you know how many people dream of this chance but you don't know how to cherish it? For a girl who doesn't like you, is it really worth it? I've watched you grow. You're invincible in the outer sect now. If it wasn't for you suppressing your strength, you would have entered the inner mansion long ago. Plus, once you enter the half-step venerable realm, you'll definitely become a venerable. Thousands of years later, you'll become a teacher of Tongshan Mansion. Your talent is something I've never seen in my life, but you've wasted it. Hayes, I'm really heartbroken. Elder Danshin had a feeling of hating iron for not becoming steel. But Yu Chenglong was bewitched by that vixen and had long lost his initial heart of an expert. This was a huge taboo in cultivation. Elder Danshin was concerned about Chenglong, but this fellow was still thick-headed and thick-head. Elder Wan Wangdan, you must help Chenglong. Yu Chenglong said while clenching his teeth. His heart was already restless. How could he not know what Elder Danshin had said? But for the sake of his love, he felt that everything was worth it. Since you insist, I won't say anything else. You should know what I'm thinking. It's not impossible to save her, but you need at least a divine emperor to do it. How many divine emperor experts are there in Tongshan Mansion or even the entire northern cold divine region? Even if there are, who would be willing to help you? That kind of expert is not someone we can look up to. Even though our mansion lord is a divine emperor expert, he's very secretive. Only the second and third mansion lords are half-step divine emperor experts. But even if they help, they would be heavily injured and suffer a backlash. If it's not someone close to them, no matter how great the temptation is, it might not be able to move the second and third mansion lords. Not to mention you, even I might not be able to take out something that could move the two mansion lords. Elder Danshin said in a deep voice. To Yu Chenglong, these words were like a bolt from the blue. Divine Emperor Realm. What a powerful existence that was. Such an expert was destined to be looked up to. Since ancient times, there were only a few divine emperors from Tongshan Mansion. As for the two manor heads, Yu Chenglong could only smile bitterly in his heart. He was merely an outer palace disciple. How could he be compared to the manor heads? Is there really no other way? Yu Chenglong's complexion was deathly pale as he said dejectedly. Danshin looked at his face that looked like he had nothing left to live for. She was even angrier in her heart. But trapped by love, who could explain it clearly? It's not like there's no way at all. What is it? Yu Chenglong's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope was reignited in his heart. Back then, when I asked you to find the three-tailed fox spirit, you might have been able to save her life. However, it was a drop in the bucket. There's only one way left, and that's Soul Fairy. Elder Danshin said. What Soul Fairy? Yu Chenglong asked. Using one's own soul to ferry another's soul. The result would be a light injury, a heavy injury would result in the soul dissipating. Moreover, it might not be able to save her. Elder Danshin said in a deep voice. His eyes stared at Yu Chenglong, but he didn't care at all. Alright, I'll use this method to help her soul fairy. Yu Chenglong smiled as if he was relieved of a huge burden. Having a method was always better than having no method. Elder Danshin said that although the chances were slim, it wasn't that there was no chance at all. You. You're really infuriating me. Scram. Elder Danshin sent out a palm wind, and Yu Chenglong was blasted out of his cave. However, the latter's face was filled with joy as he turned around and left. In the Heaven Dragon prison, Jiang Qin cultivated silently. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart, and he had nothing to worry about. During this period of time, his dragon transformation skill circulated countless times, and his strength improved tremendously. Moreover, during this period of time, the heavenly fire seemed to have no effect on Jiang Qin at all. Therefore, ordinary people would have to leave after cultivating here for a year and a half. But for him, once he cultivated, time passed silently. In his dream, Jiang Qin saw a man whose entire body was tied up with steel chains. His bones were all broken and he was chained to a pipa. As for who that man was, Jiang Qin couldn't see clearly. Because it was too blurry, he seemed to hear that man calling out to him, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Jiang Qin didn't know if it was a dream or reality. If it was real, who was that man? Unexpectedly, his heart also ached dully along with it. Gu Malu had been guarding this place for 100 years. In this 100 years, Jiang Qin had completely emptied Gu Malu, and he had even borrowed all his friends to gamble on Jiang Qin's empty cultivation space in the Heaven Dragon prison. 20,000 heavenly fire crystals was only enough for 5 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation had cost him more than 300,000 heavenly fire crystals. If Gu Malu hadn't used his wealth to exchange for and borrow a lot, Jiang Chen would have been thrown out of the Heaven Dragon prison long ago. At this time, what he feared the most was that someone would disturb him. If that happened, all his previous cultivation would be in vain. Brat, it's time to pay this year's tribute, right? Ah yeah. Do you really need our big brother Qin to collect it personally for such a small matter? I let you off last year, but there won't be such a good thing this year. More than 10 people looked at the person in front of them mockingly and arrogantly. Brother Qin, this is this year's heavenly fire crystals. Mo Qihan said with a smile. His expression was somewhat unnatural, but he had no choice but to lower his head. For the past 100 years they had been bullied by Qin Feng. Now that Tan County was getting stronger and stronger, and Qin Feng had the support of someone else, even Chiling County and Fengdu County did not dare to fight against Qin Feng. They paid their tributes and could only let Qin Feng do whatever he wanted. In the Profound Connection Divine Palace, there were also different factions. Fengdu County and Chiling County were not weak. With Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao there, Qin Feng did not go overboard. However, the person behind Qin Feng was very powerful and was also from the Tan County. He was a great help to Qin Feng. This also allowed Qin Feng to have a good time among the new students. He had the aura of a new overlord. Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao had also fought with Qin Feng before, but they could only admit defeat. Yan Qingqing did not care about worldly affairs, as if she did not come from the Lone Dragon County. She cultivated alone. Lu Dong and Dong Huangtai were the strongest in the Lone Dragon County. However, both of them had fought against Qin Feng before and lost. Since then, the Lone Dragon County had lost its leader and was being bullied. It's different this year. 50 is not enough, you have to pay 80 heavenly fire crystals. Chapter 2950. What? 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystal? Why don't you rob us? Qin Feng, don't go overboard. Lu Dong said. I'm going overboard? I'm not the one who asked for it. Why don't you go and argue with the Jiang brothers? These heavenly flame crystals are not for me to take. They are for the Jiang brothers, the eldest brother of Tan County. Qin Feng sneered. We can only refine 100 pieces of heavenly flame crystal in a year. These guys are too greedy. Yeah, even the fastest among us could only refine 200 pieces of heavenly flame crystal. How are we going to cultivate now that they're asking for half of it? They're robbers. Luo Ping and the others were indignant, but they could only swallow their anger. Previously they were still able to sit still and accept 50 pieces of heavenly flame crystals. But this time they were asking for 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystals. They had painstakingly condensed the heavenly flame crystals in the Heavenly Dragon Tower, but in the end, it was all given to them. Qin Feng, don't go overboard. Mo Qihan also felt greatly insulted. Previously, Lone Dragon County was declining, but he still gave enough face to the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng's offerings were already much more than the other two counties, but now he suddenly had so much more. He was like a vampire. If you're not convinced, then come. Isn't Jiang Chen very powerful? Now that you've become a coward, you bunch of motley crew, do you still want to rebel? I've already done my best for you. 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystal for each of you. Qin Feng will not let you go. Of course, what you have to face is not me but the wrath of the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng's words made Mo Qihan relax his clenched fists. They knew how strong the Jiang brothers were. The fourth brother of the Jiang family had once defeated Lu Dong with a single palm because Lu Dong had taken the lead to protest. But in the end he was suppressed by Qin Feng alone. The eldest brother, the second brother and the third brother of the Jiang family had yet to make a move. It should be known that these two brothers were the top experts of the Outer Mansion, second only to the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Mansion. They had cultivated for more than 100,000 years more than them. In the Tongshan Mansion, they were well known and had even entered the top 100 experts of the Heaven Ascension list. The people of the Lone Dragon County could only choose to submit in the end. It's all that damn Jiang Chen's fault. Otherwise we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. That's right. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen offending Qin Feng, how could we be implicated by him? Where was the awe-inspiring presence of the new students? Now, I don't know where he is hiding to cultivate. He doesn't even dare to fart. What a coward. That's really bad luck. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. Some of the people of the Lone Dragon County who were not familiar with Jiang Chen started to complain about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Qin Feng. Obviously, Qin Feng was vengeful. He vented his anger towards Jiang Chen on them, making them scapegoats. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. Even if they were the chosen ones among the geniuses, there was no exception. Qin Feng's face was full of arrogance, but no one dared to offend him. Especially after he put out the name of the Jiang brothers, there was no one who dared to oppose him. Jiangqin, oh Jiangqin, don't come out if you have the guts. I will make you a sinner for eternity. If you dare to go against me, I will kill all the people of the Lone Dragon County. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. He had not seen Jiangqin for 100 years. He did not know where that fellow was hiding to cultivate. Other than Gu Maolu and Baiying, no one else knew about it. Dong Huangtai's face was gloomy. Qin Feng had forced them to pay the tribute time and time again. Now they were forced into a dead end. Although they were filled with hatred and fear, if they did not fight back they would be completely crushed by Qin Feng. Moreover, the gap between them and the others would become bigger and bigger. Others could enter the Heavenly Dragon Prison with the help of the Heavenly Flame Crystals, but they could only be treated like cattle, ordered around by Qin Feng and the people behind Qin Feng. This kind of humiliation was slowly distorting their hearts. I, Dong Huangtai, will never pay 80 Heavenly Flame Crystals. Dong Huangtai has said. I, Lu Dong, will not either. Dong Huangtai and Lu Dong looked at each other. After all, they were friends from the Lone Dragon County and they were familiar with Jiangqin. Their relationship was definitely better than Qin Feng's. Oh, are the two of you really thinking of rebelling? You want to go against me with just the likes of you? What wishful thinking. Not to mention the Jiang brothers, you can't even get past me. You want to fight against me? You're not even qualified. Qin Feng said, Lung Lung. How would I know if I don't try? I, Dong Huangde, have never seen eye to eye with you. I would rather die in battle than to be your slave. Dong Huangtai stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered. Seems like they're going to rebel if I don't kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Brother Dong Huang is right. We entered the Tongshan mansion to become the strongest of our generation, not to be your slave. I will fight until the end. Lu Dong said fiercely. He was not afraid of Qin Feng at all. All right. The two of you can come together. I, Qin Feng, will take both of your heads to show my might. Let's see who can stop me. Qin Feng said domineeringly. Brother Qin, if we don't teach them a lesson, they will never know how powerful you are. Yeah. A bunch of reckless fools. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will think that they're geniuses. Geniuses, do you think you're worthy? Ah. Geniuses, we have to step on the heads of geniuses to become strong. The people behind Qin Feng laughed and said. They completely ignored the 50 people from the Lone Dragon County. Although these 50 people were filled with anger and unwillingness, they could only cultivate for 5 to 7 days in the Heavenly Dragon Prison every year. They would never forget that kind of humiliation. Although Qin Feng was despicable and arrogant, his strength was extremely strong. Even Wang Cheng from Fengdu County and Feng Yidao from Chiling County had to admit defeat to him. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Lu Dong coldly harumphed. His expression was grave and stern as he instinctively rushed forward, directly towards Qin Feng. Dong Huangtai was also overbearing. Both of them were at the peak mid-Divine King realm. Qin Feng had already reached the late Divine King realm. The battle between the three of them attracted everyone's attention. The Heavenly Dragon Prison instantly turned into a battlefield. Chapter 2951. Undeniably, Qin Feng's strength was much stronger than Dong Huangtai and Lu Dong. The two's frenzied attacks posed no threat to Qin Feng at all. Terrifying chi waves forced the surrounding people to retreat, but they could not move Qin Feng at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, lightning flashed, and its imposing manner soared into the heavens. It was unstoppable. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Dong Huangtai's strength was much stronger than before, but Qin Feng was even stronger than him. Like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, Lu Dong's sword chi swept across the void, shocking countless people. Except for Qin Feng, everyone's expression changed drastically. This fella's strength is so terrifying. Lu Dong and Dong Huangtai's strength is on par, but it's still unknown if they can defeat Qin Feng. You're right. Even Feng Yidao of Chiling County and Wang Cheng of Fengdu County were defeated by Qin Feng. It won't be easy for them to turn this around. Lu Dong's sword was like a meteor shower, rays of cold light shot up like a rain of swords. Qin Feng was calm and composed, he easily shattered Lu Dong's sword rain with a single strike. Lu Dong also retreated. Dong Huangtai and Lu Dong joined hands, but they could not even shake Qin Feng. At this moment, their expressions were extremely solemn. Both of you are not my match. As disciples of Tongshan Mansion, I do not want to kill you. Of course, you need to understand your own situation first. Qin Feng said faintly. Lu Dong and Dong Huangtai couldn't gain any advantage from him. Qin Feng did not want to fight to the death. Otherwise, he would be heavily injured even if he managed to defeat the two of them. Qin Feng would not do something like that. He liked to look down on others. But I'm a stubborn person. I won't give up until I see my coffin. Lu Dong sneered. This was their last chance. He also knew that Qin Feng wanted to preserve his strength and prestige. However, at this time, they had already been forced into a desperate situation. If they didn't fight back, they might be crushed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Since things had come to this, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If they surrendered so easily, then they would be even more miserable than before. Under Qin Feng's oppression, they would find it hard to breathe. Stubborn fool. Don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Feng harumphed. His expression turned cold. His eyes were as cold as ice. Again. Dong Huangtai and Lu Dong looked at each other. Their battle was not only about their own glory, it was also about the survival of the entire Lone Dragon County's genius disciples. Otherwise, they would forever be trampled by others, forever at the bottom of the pyramid. The determination of the two moved the people of the Lone Dragon County. However, since it had come to this, they had to fight to the death. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Qin Feng grasped the ice-silver spear in his hand and pierced through the void. The spear pierced through the air, flickering with a cold light. Dong Huangtai retreated for the sake of advancing. His expression was solemn as he circulated the Eastern Emperor limitless art to its limit. His strength was the most solid and profound. God-sealing prohibition. A ray of green light descended from the sky. Qin Feng swept his silver spear and forced Dong Huangtai to retreat. Lu Dong seized the chance and chased after Dong Huangtai. Sword and spear intertwined, light and shadow intertwined. Qin Feng remained calm, fighting 1 against 2 without showing any signs of losing. The two of you are still not my match. Qin Feng roared. His silver spear turned into rays of silver light, sealing Dong Huangtai's path of retreat. The silver light pierced through Tai's body and sent him flying. Lu Dong's sword rained down. The two of them fought with their lives on the line. Qin Feng sneered, displaying the might of a late divine king. A cold light pierced through the sky. The two of them were shaken by the impact. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He looked down on everyone. In this battle, he had practically cut through the Gordian knot, but he had also consumed a lot of energy. Although he was not injured, he did not want to fight the two of them to the death. His aim was not to kill them, he would suffer great losses if he killed them as a warning. He wanted the heavenly fire crystals so that he could teach them a lesson in the future. These people were his treasures. If they died, no one would be able to give him the heavenly fire crystals anymore. Forget it. Epicadventure pulled Lu Dong's shoulder and said. Qin Feng had the upper hand in this battle. Although the two of them still had the strength to fight, the outcome was not optimistic. Epicadventure and the others knew this very well. Qin Feng did not kill them, he had his own plans. However, Dong Huangtai and Lu Dong were furious. However, they calmed down after being stopped by Epicadventure. Qin Feng did not kill them not because he pitied them, but because he was worried that they would not be able to serve him in the future. Lu Dong harumphed as he clenched the heavenly fire crystals in his hand. He had spent a lot of effort to condense them. He could only condense 200 heavenly fire crystals in a year. He could only cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for 20 days. Yet he still had to give Qin Feng 80 heavenly fire crystals. What's the difference between him and a vampire? Dong Huangtai felt the same. Although they were unwilling, Epicadventure stopped them for their own good. If this battle was a choice of life and death, they would definitely lose miserably. He and Dong Huangtai had to choose life and death. The people of the Lone Dragon County could only silently endure the humiliation. No one was willing to hand over their hard-earned money as it was equivalent to asking for their lives. Some of them could only condense 120 to 130 heavenly fire crystals in a year. They gave 60 to 70% of their earnings to Qin Feng. However, they were from the Lone Dragon County. Chiling County and Fengdu County gave each of them 30 heavenly fire crystals. They did not have any conflict with Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng did not treat the people of the Lone Dragon County as human beings. If they resisted, he would kill them without mercy. I will take my revenge sooner or later. Lu Dong gritted his teeth. He wanted to eat Qin Feng's flesh. Wasn't this the reason why their cultivation realm could not keep up with Qin Feng's for 100 years? Under such circumstances, the genius disciples of the Lone Dragon County who entered the Tongshan mansion were greatly restricted. They could only cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for less than 1/10 of the time of the others. How could they fight against Qin Feng? Chapter 2952. Everyone was unhappy. They had placed their hopes on Donghuang Taiye and Lu Dong, but the result was the same. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qin Feng seemed to enjoy their furious expressions. That arrogant attitude, that feeling of trampling on others' dignity made him stand above everyone else. "I like it when you guys hate me but can't get rid of me," Qin Feng said with a cold smile. His attitude towards everyone was the same as disdain. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand it over." "What are you talking about? Hurry up, I want to cultivate as soon as possible." "A bunch of cowards, you guys deserve to be bullied. Cultivate if you're not strong enough, trash." Not only Qin Feng, even the people behind Qin Feng sneered at the people from Lone Dragon County. However, they were now in the outer palace of Profound Connection Divine Palace. They were the lowest existences among the freshmen. The glory of the past had long left them. You must endure great humiliation if you want to be above everyone else. I've never heard that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torture his will and exhaust his muscles and bones. One day when you have the strength to surpass me, I, Qin Feng, am willing to be your stepping stone. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and smiled leisurely. At this moment, more than 50 people from the Lone Dragon County took out their heavenly fire crystals reluctantly. This was their year's worth of hard work. This was their motivation. But now they had to give it away. You said it yourself. From today onwards, you guys are my Jiangchen slaves. Only when I'm satisfied will you be able to raise your head and talk to me. Jiang Chen's cold voice sounded beside Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. The guy who used to step on Qin Feng to get to the top had finally appeared. "Jiang Chen? It's really him. Jiang Chen, where have you been for the past 100 years? Brother Jiang has finally appeared. With him here, our Lone Dragon County will not be bullied anymore," Lu Dong said while gritting his teeth. Fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with a fearless aura. "Jiangchen, you still dare to appear in my eyes? Aha, it seems like you really don't know what's good for you. For the past 100 years, I thought you had become a coward." Qin Feng laughed as he stared fixedly at Jiangchen. Not too long ago, 100 years ago, his brilliance could be said to be #1 among the freshmen. No one could compete with him. However, he had disappeared for 100 years, and his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. At this time, how could Qin Feng let go of Jiang Chen? Unfortunately, Jiang Chen did not show up, which made him extremely annoyed. He could only vent his anger on the people from the Lone Dragon County. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen appeared. The anger in his heart gathered again and was directed at Jiang Chen. "I didn't want to kill you, but you have gone too far. I'm afraid the people of the Lone Dragon County have been bullied by you." Jiang Chen looked at Mo Qihan. Mo Qihan and the others nodded silently. Although it was embarrassing, it was an undeniable fact. "You kid, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Back then at the top of the thunder-gathering peak, it was only because of your good luck that you lasted until the end. But what does that mean? Now, I will use you as an example to show you who's the #1 freshman. Right now, both Feng Yidao and Wang Qing have already been defeated by me. If you choose to submit to me, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times. If you refuse, I will let you off." "Ah," Qin Feng said with a smile, but his words were filled with mockery towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. "People like you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. You always think that you're invincible in the world. You don't know that you're a frog in a well. #1 freshman? Is it really that important to you?" Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light as his aura surged. His goal had never been to be #1 among the new students. His goal was to dominate the universe, to surpass the people of the God world and to surpass them all. "Those who stand in my way shall die." Qin Feng's countenance slightly changed. This fella's aura made him feel solemn. It's useless to say more. Strength is everything. Only the strong have the right to speak. Otherwise the loser will only be a dog. Qin Feng pointed his spear at Jiang Chen. He was full of arrogance and fearlessness. "As you wish," Jiang Chen Lung said. At this moment, his strength had reached the late Divine King realm. He was many times stronger than before. After 100 years of cultivation, the aura within Jiang Chen's body was extremely terrifying. When he woke up from his dream, Gu Malu was shocked. They were both at the late Divine King realm and Jiang Chen had just broken through. But in his eyes, Jiang Chen was like an ancient ferocious beast, unstoppable and overbearing. After killing Jiang Chen, he would no longer have any resentment or obsession in his heart. For the past 100 years, whenever he cultivated to his peak state, there would always be a demon in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Qin Feng knew that it was Jiang Chen. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen, there would be no more hesitation, and he would be the #1 freshman. Senior Brother Gu, do you think that Jiang Chen is confident? Luo Ping asked in a low voice. Many people from the Lone Dragon County looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Although he had obtained the first place in the Lightning Gathering Peak and was able to condense the Heavenly Fire Crystal, it did not mean that he was the strongest. Compared to Qin Feng, Jiang Chen's strength seemed to be just a title. It was just a title. I only want to know how many rounds this new student will last in Jiang Chen's hands. Gu Malu said with a smile. When Jiang Chen was a mid-divine king, he could defeat his enemies, kill Lu Zhi and fight against the Jiang brothers. The current Jiang Chen would only be stronger than before. Although it was just a title, Gu Malu believed that Jiang Chen could defeat Qin Feng. 100 years. That's 100 years. In the history of Tongshan Mansion, how many people could cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for 100 years? None, at least not in Gu Malu's knowledge. Everyone else was working hard to condense the Heavenly Fire Crystal, but Jiang Chen managed to break through to the late Divine King realm in just 100 years. Go to hell. Deep Freeze Silver Dragon. Qin Feng roared in rage. The silver spear in his hand flickered and a thunderous roar resounded. Chapter 2953. It was truly incomparably terrifying. At least in their understanding, it was not easy to receive this spear. If it were to hit them, they would most likely die. There were even people who thought that Jiang Chen would give up resisting because Jiang Chen did not move at all. Like a huge dragon crashing into him, the silver dragon roared, swallowing thousands of miles. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly hooked up into an undetectable arc at this moment. Nobody would have thought that he would actually want to receive the spear with just a single hand. The silver spear transformed into a dragon. Its aura was unparalleled. Jiang Chen's hands moved, grabbing onto the silver spear. It was as if that arrogant dragon's head was twisted by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and smashed it. The aura of the silver dragon was instantly shattered. The origin divine tool, the silver spear, was directly bent by Jiang Chen. It was completely twisted, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Everyone's breathing froze at this moment. Jiang Chen's methods were truly unbelievable, shocking to them. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded. His strongest attack was like a child's toy in Jiang Chen's hands. The origin divine tool was instantly destroyed, turning into scrap metal. And Jiang Chen's sudden punch had already pierced through the air. There were no fancy methods, just a punch. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the wind was blown away. Run! Jiang Chen's aura was truly too strong. When he used his hand to destroy the silver spear, Qin Feng's complexion had already changed. However, it was already too late to escape. Jiang Chen's fist had already arrived. It seemed ordinary, but it directly caused Qin Feng's complexion to become extremely pale. Qin Feng used all of his strength to defend. Qin Feng was sent flying backwards, his chest had completely caved in. The bones in his body were already broken to the point where they couldn't be broken anymore. His meridians were all broken, he was no different from a cripple. Qin Feng's 7 apertures were bleeding, his face was pale white as he knelt on the ground, silently staring at Jiang Chen. The fear in his heart rose involuntarily. Why did I offend this malefic star? Mo Qihan was speechless. They were both at the late Divine King realm and were both regarded as peerless prodigies. However, the arrogant Qin Feng was defeated by Jiang Chen in a single move and was almost killed. The people behind Qin Feng were dumbfounded. Donghuang Ta and the others were also shocked. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. But now it seemed like it was a one-sided battle. Qin Feng could not even retaliate. This is Jiang Chen, he's worthy of being called a genius. Lu Dong and the others were excited. Their faces were flushed red. Jiang Chen's return was like the heaven and earth to them. None of them needed to look at Qin Feng's face anymore. Jiang Chen was like a god when he attacked. Qin Feng was no match for him. Everyone in the Lone Dragon County was incomparably happy. For more than 100 years, they had been oppressed by Qin Feng to the point that they did not even dare to raise their heads. Now Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Feng with a single strike and turned the tables around. They had had enough of that humiliation and oppression. Jiang Chen had regained their dignity with his own strength. This was more worth celebrating than anything else. Piff 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 piff. Qin Feng coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. This time he almost lost his life on the spot. At the last moment he knew that Jiang Chen had held back his strength. Otherwise he would have died for sure. This battle was as easy as crushing dry weeds. There was no hesitation, no sloppiness. It was as if Mao Tai was pressing down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not even have the chance to catch his breath. He's stronger than I have imagined. Gu Malu's eyes flashed. Even he was shocked. If he were to fight with Jiang Chen, his chances of winning would not be high. Brother Jiang is still Brother Jiang. Although Luo Ping was used to Jiang Chen's strength, it was unbelievable that Jiang Chen was able to suppress Qin Feng in a battle of the same level. Our Lone Dragon County will never be bullied like this again. Mo Qihan finally let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Qin Feng all had ugly expressions on their faces. They subconsciously took a few steps back, afraid that Jiang Chen would use them as targets and beat them up. Now, do you have anything else to say? Trash. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng and said. The people behind him were dumbfounded and did not dare to take a step forward. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with fear. He kept shaking his head because he couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. Just a single strike was enough to make him lose his will to fight. He had already become a cripple. He wouldn't be able to recover even after 100 years. Now he finally tasted the taste of pain. Hand over all the heavenly fire crystals. Even if you hide one, I will send you all to Avicii hell. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Qin Feng's people were shocked. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword. They did not dare to look at him directly. How would they dare to hide it? This is mine, it's all here. Mine? That's all I have. It's all with Qin Feng. The people handed over 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. Qin Feng was no exception. He alone had 40,000 heavenly fire crystals. He did not have the time to give the Jiang brothers the majority of the heavenly fire crystals. A total of 60,000 heavenly fire crystals. Jiang Chen handed them over to Mo Qihan. Distribute them. These were all looted by them. Jiang Chen said. As soon as his words fell, the 50 people of Lone Dragon County were shocked and overjoyed. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would give them all 60,000 heavenly fire crystals. It was a windfall from the sky. Not only was Jiang Chen not tempted by it, he even gave them the crystals out of mercy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your generosity. Brother Jiang is a role model for us. We swear to follow Brother Jiang until death. Those who complained about Jiang Chen were now grateful to Jiang Chen. Mo Qihan wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop him. He understood what they were trying to say, but he did not want to argue with them. A total of 60,000 heavenly fire crystals were distributed to everyone. Jiang Chen's generosity made them feel a sense of shame. Those who were filled with hatred towards Jiang Chen were completely speechless. Xianxiao shook his head with an ugly expression. He said in a deep voice, Brother Jiang's benevolence is something that I, Xianxiao, cannot compare to. I thought that Brother Jiang would take revenge on us, your former enemies. However, you repaid evil with kindness. I, Xianxiao, am ashamed. If Brother Jiang needs anything, I will do it. Chapter 2954. I won't kill you, but you'll have to hand over half of the heavenly fire crystals in the Tan County for 100 years. After 100 years, we'll have nothing to do with each other and cultivate properly. Despicable means are not the way to go. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng silently. Qin Feng could only nod while gritting his teeth. However, he would not let this matter go. All right. I understand. Qin Feng nodded silently. He no longer had the elegance he had in the past. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not dare to say anything. However, the people behind him would never let this matter go. Qin Feng was able to reach where he was today without the support of the Jiang brothers. If the Jiang brothers knew about this, they would definitely look for Jiang Chen. All right, get lost now. Do you want me to treat you to a cup of tea? Jiang Chen said coldly. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. He was humiliated by Jiang Chen, but he could only swallow his anger. His skill was not as good as Jiang Chen's, he had nothing to say. But if you don't kill me, the Jiang brothers might not let you go. After Qin Feng and the others left, Dong Huangtai looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was unbridgeable. At least for now, he felt inferior to Jiang Chen. It was not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen could never catch up to him. You've given me all the heavenly fire crystals. Do you know that you still owe me 300,000? Ah. Gumalu pointed at Jiang Chen and laughed. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Jiang Chen owes Gumalu 300,000 heavenly fire crystals? How the hell did he owe Gu Malu 300,000 heavenly fire crystals? I know. Look at how stingy you are. TSK. I'll give it to you now. Jiang Qin said jokingly. If it wasn't for Gu Malu's protection, Jiang Qin might have been disturbed and woken up from his cultivation for the past 100 years. After 100 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the late Divine King realm. Jiang Qin's combat strength was no longer the same as before. Gu Malu's contribution was great. Moreover, even he might not be able to take out those heavenly fire crystals. He must have borrowed them from various sources, but Gu Malu didn't mention it. With a flip of his hand, Jiang Qin gave 400,000 heavenly fire crystals to Gu Malu. Gu Malu was slightly stunned and his heart was in turmoil. Mo Qihan, Lu Dong and the others were dumbfounded. They could only condense hundreds of heavenly fire crystals in a year. How did Jiang Qin do it? How did he condense so many heavenly fire crystals in 100 years? These were all condensed while you were cultivating? Gu Malu stuttered. Not much, about 3.5 million left. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Gu Malu. Gu Malu was completely dumbfounded. He knew that Jiang Qin wasn't lying because he didn't want to deal a blow to these so-called geniuses. Little did he know, the instant he revealed 400,000 heavenly flame crystals, they were already shocked to the extreme. Bastard, pervert, devil? Gu Malu didn't know how to describe Jiang Qin anymore. He immediately kept Jiang Qin's heavenly flame crystals. Dong Huang tied aside in his heart. No wonder you're not moved by those 60,000 heavenly flame crystals. Compared to those 400,000 heavenly flame crystals, 60,000 heavenly flame crystals are nothing. Jiang Qin Feng is easy to deal with, but you must be wary of the person behind him. Mo Qihan said with a serious expression. That's right. The Jiang brothers are ranked in the top 100 of the Celestial Ascension ranking. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, you've also seen the methods of the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng has done countless atrocities with them. Not only was the Lone Dragon County bullied, even the Qiling County and Fengdu County were not spared. But because you're in the Lone Dragon County, Qin Feng's oppression towards the Lone Dragon County was the most severe. Gu Malu nodded and said, The Jiang brothers? I hope they don't provoke me. Jiang Qin said, but his battle intent was unparalleled. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. So what if they're the 4 Jiang brothers? Those who haven't broken through to the hierarch realm are trash in Jiang Qin's eyes. It's time to go to the 2nd floor. Jiang Qin said. Alright, I'll go with you. However, the 2nd floor requires 20 heavenly fire crystals, and the 3rd floor requires 30 heavenly fire crystals, and so on. The 10th floor requires almost the same amount of heavenly fire crystals as the thundercloud space, but it should be a drop in the bucket for you. Gu Malu said. Jiang Qin and Gu Malu looked at each other and smiled, then walked towards the 2nd floor. Jiang Qin cultivated for a year on the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor. I can't go on anymore. I can't go to the 6th floor anymore. I can't endure the terrifying pressure from the heavenly flame space. Gu Malu waved his hand at Jiang Qin, indicating that he wouldn't be able to go to the 6th floor anymore. You really don't want to go with me? Jiang Qin said with a smile. You're actually immune to the pressure from the heavenly flame. I really don't know what you're made of. I can't take it anymore, please spare my life. But let me tell you, if you go beyond the 10th floor, you'll find people from the inner mansion. Remember, don't cause any trouble and keep a low profile. Gu Malu warned. I'm not a troublemaker. Don't you know that? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Yes, you're not a troublemaker. If someone dares to provoke you, you'll have to fight them to the death. Gu Malu understood Jiang Qin too well. This fellow was definitely capable of doing something like that. Even when he was facing the Lihuan sect's young sect master, Han Xiaoqin, Jiang Qin still refused to let go of the treasure and would rather die than let it go. However, Jiang Qin was really lucky to have survived Han Xiaoqin's attack. Jiang Qin entered the 6th floor all the way to the 10th floor alone. He cultivated for a year on each floor. There were only 3 people on the 10th floor, so Jiang Qin didn't stay for long. After a year, Jiang Qin headed towards the 11th floor once again. To Jiang Qin, the Heaven Dragon prison didn't pose much of an obstacle. Jiang Qin could completely ignore the terrifying heavenly flame, but he couldn't ignore the figure that would appear every time he entered a state of cultivation. He wanted to get to the bottom of it and see who exactly that figure was. Every time he went down a floor, Jiang Qin's feeling became stronger. The cries of the person in his dream became clearer and clearer. There was no one on the 12th floor and the 13th floor. On the 14th floor there were 2 people with extraordinary strength. They were half-step hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen was deeply touched. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, the person in front of him was a hierarch expert. Their strength was much stronger than Zi Qingtian. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to fight against the two of them. I know. Why are you still here? This is not a place you can come to. It's already a great fortune to be able to enter the 16th floor. If you're still stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Humph. The other skinny old man harumphed coldly. Obviously, he was not in the mood to talk to Jiang Chen. There's someone guarding the 17th floor. Is there a secret in the 17th floor? Jiang Chen thought. However, it was impossible for him to force his way in with two middle hierarch experts guarding the place. The person in his dream seemed to be getting closer, but Jiang Chen was stopped at the 16th floor. I see. Sorry to disturb you two seniors. Jiang Chen smiled and turned to leave. However, the person in his dream had become a knot in his heart. Sigh. I can only go back first. This Heaven Dragon prison is really a place full of dangers and secrets. Jiang Chen shook his head. When he walked out of the 16th floor, the young lady was shocked and in disbelief. You're able to walk out alive? The young lady looked at Jiang Chen in shock. It's not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. What's there to be surprised about? Jiang Chen said disapprovingly. You. Don't you know that you're too arrogant? The young lady suddenly stood up and said with her hands on her waist. Her big round eyes stared at Jiang Chen. She was quite angry. Even she could not enter the 16th floor. How could he be so dismissive? Wasn't this a blow to her confidence? I told you there's danger out of goodwill, but you're so dismissive. Kid, I'm angry. Apologize to me. The young lady said fiercely, pretending to be fierce. However, she did not look like a bad person at all. On the contrary, she looked cute with her pair of canine teeth. Jiang Chen could not help but laugh. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Jiang Chen was not stupid. Could this young lady be an ordinary person since she could cultivate on the 15th floor? Obviously, it was impossible. What's there to apologize for? I didn't do anything to you. Why should I apologize? Could it be that you're interested in me? Ah. Jiang Chen said with a smile. A half-step ultimate god. The young lady was not someone to be trifled with. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid of a half-step ultimate god expert. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I'm trying to persuade you out of goodwill, but you don't know what's good for you. The young lady said angrily. I'll beat you up, but I won't beat you to death. The young lady said in a domineering manner and glanced at Jiang Chen. You want to beat me to death? Do you think you can do that? Chapter 2956. The more you talk, the harder I'll beat you up. The girl waved her fist and said with disdain. Why don't we have a fight? Whoever loses will be my little brother. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm not afraid of you. You're also a peerless genius, to be able to enter the 16th floor with your strength as a late divine king. I'd like to see what you're capable of. But if you lose, you'll have to be my little brother. By then you'll have to tell me how you managed to enter the 16th floor. The young girl said with a stern face. She seemed to be acting like an elder. All right, I'll have you as my little brother for sure. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. After breaking through to the late divine king realm, he'd like to see how strong he was. That Qin Feng was definitely not a match for him. This girl was more like it, a half-step hierarch. She shouldn't disappoint me, right? You're pretty good at bragging. Aren't you afraid that you'll cut your tongue? The girl waved her fist and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression froze. He would not be fooled by her innocent expression. This girl was definitely an expert. The girl's fist landed on Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen's body trembled as he was struck by the girl. He was forced to take a dozen steps back. Although the fist was small, it was earth-shattering. Motherfucker, this fist is too hard. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. This girl's fist was like a primal origin treasure. Even though he had broken through to the late divine king realm, he still couldn't withstand her fist. After suffering a setback, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation without any hesitation. Little girl, looks like I've underestimated you. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Under the dragon transformation, the girl was slightly stunned. The half-human, half-dragon body had given her quite a shock. Interesting. You're from the dragon clan? What do you mean? Jiang Chen frowned. Dragons are the most resistant to beatings. The little girl giggled. However, she did not show any mercy at all. Her aura was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and an explosive sound rang out in the air. With a single punch, the entire 15th level seemed to shake the earth and mountains. After unleashing the draconification transformation, Jiang Chen was no longer afraid of the young woman's frenzied attacks. The toughness of his body once again shocked the young woman. When her fists landed on Jiang Chen's body, they were actually cancelled out by more than half. Even so, it was still terrifying. However, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. The two of them fought to their heart's content, neither able to do anything to the other. Pa pa pa. Jiang Chen found an opportunity and ruthlessly slapped the girl's buttocks 3 times. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she quickly pulled away. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, and she stared at Jiang Chen with tears in her eyes. You bastard. The girl fiercely stomped her foot. If I'm really a bastard, your buttocks would have bloomed just now. Jiang Chen said faintly. The girl's expression changed slightly. Indeed, those 3 palms of his earlier did not contain any strength, and could only be considered as slaps. You're shameless. The girl's tears fell as she spoke. Jiang Chen was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandaunt, you can't cry even if you can't win, right? Fine, fine, fine. I'm shameless, you win. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Yeah, I lied to you. Ah, you've lost. From now on you're my little brother. The girl instantly wiped her tears and stared at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen secretly shook his head. The emotions of a girl really made one speechless. Crying when she couldn't win. What was this? You brat, crying when you can't win. What kind of ability is that? Jiang Chen frowned. A loss is a loss. Do you really think that I can't win against you? I'm just afraid that you won't be able to withstand my attacks. It's not easy to find someone who can withstand my attacks. I'm very happy to have you as my little brother. Not bad, not bad. The girl was not shy at all. She actually reached out her hand and patted Jiang Chen's head. From now on you're my boss. Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. This little fellow is quite interesting. He couldn't help but think of Yu Er. But where is she in this vast world? She thought that he was already dead. That was why she left the earthly fire heavenly lightning sect. That's right. Tiny one, do you know why the 17th floor doesn't allow anyone to enter? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Who are you calling Tiny One? I know, but I'm not going to tell you. The girl had a proud look on her face as she stuck her hands into her hands. Are you going to tell me or not? If you continue to pretend, I'm going to beat you up. Jiang Chen said. Come on, you think I'm afraid of you? 2 hours later, you're an adult but you only know how to bully kids. You adults are all good people. The girl said pitifully. Her eyes were filled with grievance, but she didn't cry this time. Hurry up and tell me, Tiny One. Jiang Chen smiled. The 17th floor seems to be imprisoning someone, but I'm not too sure. More than 100 years ago, the second mansion master suppressed someone and trapped him on the 17th floor. Since no one could enter the 17th floor, the matter was left unsettled. Not many people know about this. You've asked the right person. The girl said thoughtfully. What does that person look like? Have you seen him before? I don't know. Anyway, he's not very handsome. He's not my type. The girl curled her lips. A black line flashed across Jiang Chen's forehead. Why are you so fierce? He's not my type. Why should I pay attention to him? You don't know anything else. Jiang Chen felt helpless, but he couldn't lose his temper. After all, he still needed her to explain to him. However, he seems to have suffered an extremely heavy injury. That's why he's been imprisoned on the 17th floor. As for the rest, I don't know. However, he seems to be unwilling to submit. Every 10 years, the second mansion master will come to visit him. The girl told Jiang Chen everything she knew in full detail. Jiang Chen frowned. He still didn't know what kind of existence was under the Heaven Dragon prison. Why did he feel heartache? Since he couldn't find anything, Jiang Chen had no choice but to leave the Heaven Dragon prison. Hey little brother, what's your name? I'm Bai Yun. The girl yelled as she looked at Jiang Chen's back. Under the great river, the earth returns to dust. Jiang Chen said to himself as he strode away in a carefree and unrestrained manner. What's that? Black soil? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He staggered and almost tripped. A dignified divine king realm powerhouse almost tripped while walking. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? At black soil. What a lame name. Chapter 2957. Donghuang Ta. Hey, where is Jiang Chen? Ask him to come out right now, otherwise don't blame our boss Jiang for being impolite. You guys are going to suffer. Qin Feng said with a cold smile as he looked at Donghuang Ta and the others with disdain. His injuries had healed a little, but he still rushed here to defend himself. Jiang Chen was merciful and spared his life, but in Qin Feng's eyes, Jiang Chen just didn't dare to kill him because he was afraid that things would get out of hand. How could Jiang Chen fight the Jiang brothers with his strength? Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. He was careless just now, and that was why Jiang Chen was able to take advantage of him. But now he would never do anything. No matter how strong he was, he would still have to submit to the Jiang brothers. After all, there weren't many people in the outer palace who could suppress the Jiang brothers. Excluding the 3 dragon heads, the number of people who could do so could be counted on one hand. Qin Feng, you shameless bastard. Why didn't you dare to speak like this when Jiang Chen was here? Now you're just a fox pretending to be a tiger. What do you want? Lu Dong shouted in a deep voice. What do I want? Those are Boss Jiang's heavenly flame crystals, but they were divided equally by you guys. What do you think we should do? Isn't Jiang Chen very capable? Now that Boss Jiang is here, why is he acting like a coward? Qin Feng smiled. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to come out and be killed by the Jiang brothers. That way he would be able to vent his anger. Where is Jiang Chen? Those who dare to look down on the Jiang brothers will never have a good ending. Jiang Qing shouted. Dong Huangte and the others held their breaths as they could not resist him. The 4th brother of the Jiang brothers was already so ruthless. What about the other 3? No wonder the Jiang brothers could do whatever they wanted in the outer prefecture of the Tongshan mansion. Strength reigns supreme, that's the truth. You're quite arrogant. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, looks like you don't know what to do when I saved your life. Not only are you not grateful, you even want to attack me. Looks like I can't let you live. Jiang Chen took a step forward and walked out of the heavenly dragon prison. Since you dare to come out, don't even think about going back alive today. Qin Feng said. He had to act like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Otherwise, the others would think that he was really afraid of Jiang Chen. After all, he was not the same as before, he had nothing to be afraid of now. Haha, it's really a small world. I didn't expect us to meet again. Jiang Qing stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have failed to attack Yu Chenglong and the others. They even almost failed. He was still thinking about how to settle this score, but he didn't expect to meet Jiang Chen here. 4th brother, looks like it's time for us to take our revenge. Jiang Dan sneered. After returning to the Tongshan mansion, Yu Chenglong and the others did not dare to provoke them. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu had a complicated relationship in the outer prefecture. It was not easy to deal with them. But now that Jiang Chen took the initiative to come to them, they couldn't blame anyone. I still like the saying enemies are bound to meet. Looks like you guys are jackals of the same tribe. Jiang Chen shook his head. Since Qin Feng relied on the Jiang brothers, it seemed like this battle was going to be tough. However, the moment he reached the late Divine King realm, he didn't put the Jiang brothers in his eyes. Compared to Qin Feng, they were just slightly stronger targets. They were not qualified to show off in front of him. That's good. If you kneel on the ground and kowtow now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. Jiang Qing curled his lips and smiled. Chapter 2958. Jiang Qing's face instantly turned pale. Not only did Jiang Chen destroy the silver serpent's soft sword in his hand, his palm had also pierced through his chest. Jiang Qing couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the distance between them was too close and too fast. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had defeated his enemy with a single strike. It was a battle of life and death. As fast as a swan, but as swift as the rain. Jiang Qing was not killed by Jiang Chen without hesitation. His soul was destroyed and he was sucked into the great soul-forming light by Jiang Chen. Those who were killed by Jiang Chen would not have a second chance to be reborn. Damn it, Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Jiang Tian and the other 2 were filled with anger. Qin Feng was also stunned. Jiang Chen was pretending to be weak. His last palm had pierced through Jiang Qing's body with absolute strength, catching him off guard. Jiang Qing had killed a late Divine King in a split second, shocking the people of the Lone Dragon County. Qin Feng could not help but swallow his saliva. The scene of Jiang Chen defeating him with a single move appeared in his mind again. It was like a miracle. Jiang Chen, give me back my 4th brother's life. Jiang Dan charged forward and was determined to kill Jiang Chen. I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to comfort my 4th brother's soul in heaven. Jiang Di's anger soared to the sky. The 3 of them were enraged. Jiang Qing's death had made them hate Jiang Chen to the core. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so cruel and merciless. Before they could even react, Jiang Chen had killed their 4th brother. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Today none of you will be able to escape. Jiang Qin said indifferently. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Jiang Tian ignored Jiang Qin. The strength of a peak divine king was obviously more powerful. The three of them advanced and retreated at the same time. The people of the Lone Dragon County were shocked. Could Jiang Qin really withstand such an attack? Alas, Jiang Qin is in danger. Some people sighed and had already begun to mourn for Jiang Qin. After all, the three people in front of them were the Jiang brothers, who were extremely famous in the Outer Palace. Although they were all very strong, they always advanced and retreated together, which led to no one daring to provoke them. However, who would have thought that a new student like Jiang Qin would actually dare to challenge the supreme power of the Jiang brothers? Jiang Qin was fighting 1 against 3, but his expression did not change. At this time it was time to see his true strength. Jiang Qin did not even use dragon transformation because it was enough to deal with these 3 conceited fellows. Jiang Qin's punches were ferocious and he did not fear the attacks of the 3 at all. As the weapons clashed, the shockwaves surged. Under the powerful attacks of the 3, Jiang Qin did not retreat at all. Instead he faced them head-on. Interlocking prison formation. Jiang Tian shouted out angrily. Jiang Qin didn't fear the 3 of them at all, and this made him even angrier. He thought Jiang Qin had only killed his 4th brother with a sneak attack, but after fighting him for real he finally felt a huge pressure. Jiang Qin was like a peerless devil king, and every attack he made was extremely ferocious. He never retreated and his attacking style was completely different from before. Formation. Jiang Di and Jiang Dan looked at each other and did not dare to be negligent. After all, their big brother had already said that they must pay for their 4th brother's death with blood. Insignificant skill. Jiang Qin sneered. His terrifying strength had already crushed the 3 of them. Any formation was useless in front of him. Jiang Qin flew up to the sky with lightning speed, suppressing the 3 of them with his strength. He shattered the interlocking prison formation that the 3 of them were so proud of with a single punch. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. 3,000 burning sky seal. The divine fire of 5 elements filled the void. The 3 of them were shocked. Even the people of the Lone Dragon County looked pale. The divine fire of 5 elements gathered and the 3,000 burning sky seal was transformed. The dragon shadow was unparalleled and covered the sky and earth. The black flame turned into a giant fire dragon and turned into a seal. It was unstoppable. Retreat. Jiang Tian shouted in a low voice. However, Jiang Di and Jiang Dan weren't able to avoid it in time. In practically an instant, they were completely devoured by the 3,000 flame seal and transformed into ash. Even Jiang Tian was affected by it, and he was heavily injured and fell to the ground. Puff! Jiang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on one knee and slowly raised his head. Everyone was shocked. No one dared to look at Jiang Qin's cold eyes. He defeated the Jiang brothers with one move. This power was frightening. The name of Jiang Qin was bound to spread quickly among the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion. His power was unstoppable. His aura was unstoppable. Qin Feng was so scared that his entire body trembled. Of the 4 Jiang brothers, 3 had already died, leaving only Jiang Tian who was struggling at death's door. At this moment, Qin Feng's reliance had completely disappeared. Qin Feng knew that his time of death had come. Plop. Qin Feng knelt down in front of Jiang Qin. No one would have thought that the once high-spirited genius would be so weak in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Tian's face turned pale. He and his brother were defeated in a pitiful way. They did not even have the strength to fight back. A late divine king fellow was so terrifying. Lu Dong, Dong Huang Tai A and the others looked at each other. They could not believe what they saw. One should know that the Jiang brothers were famous. No one dared to offend them. However, they were killed by Jiang Qin in an instant. They could not imagine that a freshman like Jiang Qin could be so terrifying. Jiang Qin is too powerful. A freshman like him could probably challenge the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. Although I can't believe it, it's the truth. So, when will we be able to reach such a realm? The gap between geniuses is that we will never know where the limit of a genius is. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Tian and said faintly. Your brothers are dead. Do you want to live alone? Jiang Qin. You can't kill me. My master is an inner palace elder. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Jiang Tian's face turned pale as he said in fear. 3 of his brothers were killed by Jiang Qin. He must not die. He must take revenge for his brothers. The Jade Emperor doesn't believe that no one can save the person that I, Jiang Qin, want to kill? Jiang Qin showed no hesitation. He turned around and struck out with his palm. Jiang Tian's expression instantly changed, but he no longer had the strength to fight back. He was instantly turned into a blood mist by Jiang Chen's attack, dispersing between the heavens and earth. "No, don't kill me. Brother Jiang, we're the same kind of person. We're all freshmen. I was blinded by greed. I beg you, please give me a chance. I will change for the better." Chapter 2959. I've given you a chance but you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me, you've brought this upon yourself. Jiang Chen's cold eyes glanced at Qin Feng. He turned his palm and struck out a palm wind. Qin Feng did not have the strength to fight back. The current Qin Feng was still far from his peak state. "Jiang Chen, you'll regret this. You're a madman killing the innocent." Before Qin Feng could finish his words, he was already killed by Jiang Chen. The whole place became silent, no one dared to utter a word. The faces of the new and old disciples of the Jiang brothers turned pale, not daring to utter a single word. They stood there silently, unable to advance or retreat. From now on, if anyone dares to bully the people of Lone Dragon County, I, Jiang Chen, will not show mercy. I'll kill every single one of them. Jiang Chen's voice was like a morning bell, striking deep into everyone's heart. No one dared to oppose him. Long live Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is invincible. In the future, we'll be invincible in Tongxian Mansion with Brother Jiang around. Brother Jiang's strength is peerless, you're our role model. The people of Lone Dragon County bowed down to Jiang Chen. Dong Huang Tai-A's battle intent had already vanished. He and Jiang Chen were no longer on the same level. He was also strong, but it's a pity that Jiang Chen was stronger than him. "How dare you kill the innocent in Tongxian Mansion?" A loud voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen frowned. Suddenly, a silhouette broke through the sky and arrived at him. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He turned around and struck out a palm strike, colliding with the incoming young man's palm strike. Both of them took 3 steps back. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. "You're the first one who dares to meddle in my business," Jiang Chen said coldly. Although this fella's strength was only at the peak of the Divine King realm, he was afraid that even a half-step venerable might not be able to compete with him. "What a shameless braggart. I didn't expect that you would actually kill the Jiang brothers. Even so, you can still be so arrogant. What a joke. In Tongxian Mansion, it's not your turn to behave atrociously," the green-robed man said coldly. "What kind of hero is bullying a freshman? Xiao Qinglong, it seems like you're not growing up." Behind Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong stepped through the air and landed beside Jiang Chen. Lung Lung stared at him. "Are you okay?" Yu Chenglong shot a glance at Jiang Chen, only for Jiang Chen to shake his head. Yu Chenglong's appearance caused quite a few people to relax. After all, he was one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace, and there weren't many who could contend against him. "So what? If I don't grow up, can I still be compared to you? For a woman, you've even delayed your cultivation for so many years. I even feel that it's a disgrace to be in the same group as you." Xiao Qinglong shook his head and said. At this moment, someone among the crowd finally recognized his existence. "Xiao Qinglong. I know who he is. Just like Yu Chenglong, he's also one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. It's really shocking to see 2 top-notch experts of the Outer Palace appear at the same time. Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong. 2 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. TSK, it's really an eye-opener for us today. They are not much stronger than us, but I feel a strong pressure. Even the half-step hierarch old ancestor in the clan did not feel this way." "That's right. You're right. You're right." Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Qinglong silently. Since he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Chenglong, he was afraid that this bastard wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Both of them didn't exert their full strength in that palm strike just now, but they were still quite surprised. Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong were shocked. "I, Yu Chenglong, do not allow you to make irresponsible remarks. You can insult me, but you can't insult Sister Zhu," Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice. "Such an infatuated man. You and I have not fought for 100 years. I'd like to see how much you've improved in the past 100 years." Xiao Qinglong held his blade horizontally and raised his green robe. He smiled coldly and went straight for Yu Chenglong. "As you wish." Yu Chenglong did not show any weakness and snorted coldly. Both of their strengths were at the peak of Divine King realm and had been there for more than 100,000 years. They were waiting for an opportunity to directly step into the hierarch realm. Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong's strengths were the best among the Divine King realm. They could even fight against a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, they had not broken through to the half-step hierarch realm in 100,000 years because they were accumulating their strength and waiting for an excellent opportunity. Only with that slight understanding could they skip the half-step hierarch realm and directly step into the hierarch realm. However, almost no one dared to cross over to the hierarch realm. Once they failed, it would be a waste of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of effort. Not to mention the delay of tens of thousands of years of cultivation, there would also be a huge obstacle in their future cultivation. However, Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong were both peerless geniuses. They did not take the ordinary path, which was why they could stand out among the geniuses. The battle between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong attracted everyone's attention. It was even more intense than the battle between Jiang Chen and the Jiang brothers. Both of their attacks were fatal, merciless and ruthless. There was not even a little bit of leeway. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked to see such a life-and-death battle. They were indeed the three dragon heads of the outer palace. It would be extremely difficult for him to deal with these two guys. It was not without reason that Yu Chenglong could still force the Jiang brothers to retreat when he was seriously injured. However, the initiative of the battle was taken by Xiao Qinglong after 100 moves. Perhaps it was not too obvious to others, but Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Yu Chenglong's strength was not as strong as his will. If the two of them continued to be entangled, then Yu Chenglong would undoubtedly be defeated. The battle between the two seemed terrifying and extraordinary. However, it was only a superficial battle, like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Gradually, Yu Chenglong's might fell into a disadvantage. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the two were still evenly matched. Looks like Yu Chenglong, one of the three dragon heads of the outer palace, will be ranked last. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. In an instant, the two of them took 2 steps back with calm expressions. Unfortunately, Yu Chenglong was not as calm as Xiao Qinglong and appeared extremely grave. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. Although the injuries were not obvious, it was enough for Yu Chenglong to recuperate for a period of time. Your strength is still at the same place. You have really disappointed me in these 100 years. Xiao Qinglong said with a beaming smile. You don't have to worry about that. It will depend on our luck as to who can step into the inner palace first. Yu Chenglong said coldly. Brat, I will spare you today. Don't let me see you again. You will definitely pay the price for the Jiang brothers' death. Xiao Qinglong looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with killing intent. Anytime. It would take at least 8 to 10 years. That's a few million heavenly fire crystals. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Gu Malu said with a pained expression. My heavenly fire crystals are only enough for me to cultivate for 10 years. I will cultivate until the ranking battle 3 years later. Let's see if I can comprehend something. Jiang Chen said. That's right, in the ranking tournament 3 years later, you will definitely have some gains. Aha, even the Jiang brothers died in your hands, I now concede defeat. Entering the top 500 of the heaven roll, you should ask about entering the top 100. But you have to be more careful in the ranking battle this time. That Xiao Qinglong has already said that he will definitely make you pay with your blood. Xiao Qinglong? If he really provoked me, I think I will not be lenient. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The only pity is brother Yu Chenglong. He should have shown his skills in the ranking battle this time. Moreover, it is said that the rewards of the ranking battle this time are very generous. But he still resolutely gave it up. Gu Malu said with a sigh. Even he felt sorry for Yu Chenglong. Could it be that he has some difficulties that he cannot speak of? Jiang Chen frowned. That's not it. But 100 years ago, brother Yu saved a lady in the mountains outside of Tongshan Mansion. This lady was born with an exceptional beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. But there were very few people who have seen her. Some people said that Yu Chenglong kept a mistress in a golden house. But the bitterness of this cannot be told to outsiders. After brother Yu saved her, he was infatuated with her. For 100 years he did not concentrate on cultivating. This is also one of the reasons why he did not step into the inner mansion and did not succeed in his cultivation. That lady was said to be an exceptional talent. But unfortunately her fate was full of misfortune. In order to save her, Yu Chenglong could be said to have put in a lot of effort. But that lady's heart belongs to someone. Everyone knows that. But only brother Yu refused to give up. I have seen that lady before. Her name is jianghu. She is really an exceptional beauty. In this lifetime, I am afraid that I will not be able to see such a devastatingly beautiful lady anymore. I also do not know who is the man that could make this lady fall in love with him. Gu Malu said with a serious face. Jianghu, Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes revealed a hint of seriousness, but his heart was filled with thoughts. I hope so. In this world there are lovers who can be together. A melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. I hope that Yu Chenglong can understand this. Jiang Qin shook his head and threw away his previous thoughts. He did not think too much about it. Some people are just stubborn. Yu Chenglong's talent in cultivation is unparalleled. Chapter 2961. The Ghost Valley was one of the 4 cultivation treasures of Tongshan Mansion. Even the mentors were extremely fond of it. However, not many of them were willing to spend a lot of money to cultivate there for a year. Gu Maolu and Jiang Qin only cultivated for 10 days in the Ghost Valley before leaving with great heartache. The Spirit Valley was huge. Within 100 miles, the divine origin energy in the air was abnormally dense. It was even stronger than the heavenly fire-tempering body. It was not an exaggeration to say that one's cultivation progress was 1,000 miles in a day. The low cries of countless divine birds and the breaths of tens of thousands of beasts caused the Ghost Valley to become a blessed place for cultivation. The Ghost Valley was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, making one feel relaxed and happy. Cultivating there for a year was indeed much longer than cultivating outside for 100 years. Moreover, it was different from cultivating in the Zulong Tower where time flowed faster. It was a true transformation of one's realm. Cultivating in such a situation was what many people dreamed of. The secluded valley was ethereal and had a lingering charm. It was quiet and distant, and spiritual thoughts fluttered about. In the Ghost Valley, Jiang Qin only saw a total of 5 people. All of them were far stronger than him. Even if they were not Hierarch Realm experts, they were at least half-step Hierarch Realm experts. Moreover, Jiang Qin also saw one person, the female mentor whom he had only met twice. After finding a wonderful place, Jiang Qin once again entered into cultivation. During this period of time, Jiang Qin could take the opportunity to cultivate the soul-stealing divine technique. However, he could not let others know about the soul-stealing divine technique. If others knew about it, they would confess to killing Hun Xiaoqian. Therefore, Jiang Qin would not use it unless he had no other choice. The soul-stealing divine technique was a soul attack technique. Jiang Qin had seen how terrifying it was. An expert who could seize the soul of an Emperor Realm expert in 3 moves was very powerful. It was not by luck that the Lihuan sect could rely on the soul-stealing divine technique to stand firm between Blissful City and Tongshan Mansion. It's time to cultivate this soul-stealing divine technique. Jiang Qin thought to himself as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. The cultivation in Spectre Valley was very beneficial to Jiang Qin. Although it would be extremely difficult for him to improve his soul realm, the constant nourishment and strengthening of his Emperor Realm soul was very beneficial to Jiang Qin. His previous Emperor Realm soul was too weak and he would be severely injured if he were to use any life or death techniques. This was all due to the fact that Jiang Qin's soul realm was unstable due to his lack of strength. Cultivating peacefully in Spectre Valley without any external disturbances was indeed very comfortable. Jiang Qin gradually entered into a meditative state. His body became ethereal and his Emperor Realm soul was constantly deducing the soul-stealing divine technique. Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill all experts below the divine Emperor Realm at the critical moment, but the price he had to pay was extremely huge. Jiang Qin's spiritual realm had already reached the sovereign realm. He could cultivate the soul-snatching divine art with half the effort and twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the first 2 styles of the soul-snatching divine art and the departed soul-extermination divine art were mastered by Jiang Qin in no time. However, the 3rd style of the soul-snatching divine art wasn't that easy to master. Jiang Qin had been cultivating it for a long time but he still couldn't understand the profound theory behind it. Now that he had mastered the first 2 styles, they were absolutely terrifying. 2 years passed by quietly. Jiang Qin had never stopped cultivating in Spectre Valley. His biggest gain was the stability of his soul realm. Rumble, Jiang Qin suddenly felt a great tremor in his mind. The terrifying tremor did not come from Spectre Valley but from his soul. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. But his Emperor Realm soul was incomparably sharp. In the Ghost Valley, a monstrous spiritual storm was stirred up. Invisible giant waves were stirred up one after another, as if it was the end of the world. The spiritual storm made Jiang Qin's heart palpitate. But he still woke up from his cultivation as soon as possible. If he was one step slower, he would have been crushed by the spiritual storm. But with his Emperor Realm soul, he was confident that he could protect himself, but he would certainly suffer a heavy injury. How could this be? How could such a terrifying soul storm blow up silently in my mind? No, there must be something fishy. Jiang Qin's face was solemn. However, the entire Ghost Valley remained calm and tranquil. with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, Jiangchen was bold. After all, he was an emperor realm soul. Therefore, he decided to meditate again to find out the reason. When Jiangchen once again entered into a state of cultivation, the terrifying soul storm had completely crushed half of Spectre Valley. Jiangchen saw that the 5 figures who were meditating were like trapped beasts in a swamp. The female mentor who was closest to him was also pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Although Jiangchen could not see what she had experienced, he guessed that she must have been crushed by the terrifying soul storm just like him. Moreover, their soul realm was far from his. The female mentor spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her expression became even uglier. Jiangchen took a deep breath and withdrew the chaotic soul storm. He jumped out of it calmly. However, those who were meditating were not so lucky. When Jiangchen's Emperor Realm soul swept past the 5, they were all trapped and could not extricate themselves. If this continued, they would definitely be devoured by the soul storm. As for where the soul storm came from, even Jiangchen did not know. Wake up! Jiangchen's soul voice roared, and all 5 of them woke up from their cultivation. The female mentor was the first to wake up. Looking at Jiangchen, her expression became increasingly solemn and her heart was filled with lingering fear. Are you the one who woke me up from my cultivation? The female mentor looked at Jiangchen and asked in a low voice. You can say that. Thank you very much. The female mentor nodded and expressed her gratitude. If it was not for Jiangchen, she would not have been able to wake up. That terrifying soul storm seemed to have endless magical power. Anyone who was sucked in and crushed by it would not be able to escape. However, Jiangchen had used his terrifying soul power to wake all 5 of them up. Needless to say, he had completely saved their lives. Just now, she felt an extremely terrifying soul storm sweeping through her mind. She could not resist the soul storm at all. Even her hierarch realm strength could not withstand the soul storm. It was as if death had come. At that moment, she really felt that she was going to die under the soul storm. Xianxia, do you know what happened just now? The soul storm devours the world. Wherever it goes, there will be nothing left. That's right. That was really dangerous. Could it be that there is some existence in the Ghost Valley that cannot be resisted? The Ghost Valley is still calm and peaceful. However, once we enter the cultivation area, it's like hell on earth. It's really terrifying. The 4 of them looked solemn and did not even know what had happened just now. If it was not for him, we would have been devoured by the soul storm. Chapter 2962. It can't be? Could it be that he was the one who saved us? One of the hierarch realm experts said in disbelief. That's right. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. He saved your life. Xianxia said, Lung Lung. Looking at your strength, you should be an outer palace disciple. It's not easy for you to have such skills. The 5 of us almost failed miserably at such an easy task, but you actually saved us, hee hee. Interesting. If anyone dares to bully you in the outer palace in the future, just tell them my name, Chi Haifei. I will make them tremble in fear. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, you can look for me in the inner palace. I am the inner palace elder Yang Xiquan. Inner palace disciple Shengkuan. Inner palace disciple Shengbing. Although the 4 of them didn't say much, the kindness of saving one's life was greater than the heavens. Their words were undoubtedly a great comfort to Jiangchen. Outer palace disciple Jiangchen. Jiangchen said calmly. Facing the inner palace elders and half-step hierarch disciples, he was not afraid at all. It was admirable. They quickly left the Spectre Valley as it was not wise to stay in such a dangerous place. They had to report this matter to the palace lord first. You're Xianxia? Jiangchen looked at Xianxia in surprise. You know me? Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiangchen curiously. I've heard about you before. Xianxia trembled as she looked deeply at Jiangchen. Oh, Xianxia. He asked me to send you his regards. Jiangchen said. Thousands of years have passed, you can't escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? You'll definitely be condemned by your conscience. Xianxia said with a cold smile. However, Jiangchen could see the desolation and loneliness on her face. Xianxia and Xianxia might not be just a simple teacher-student relationship. You should leave this place quickly. If I'm not wrong, the 2 palace lords will be here soon. Xianxia did not continue to pester him as she had lost her lover. What was that soul storm just now? Jiangchen frowned and asked in a deep voice. I shouldn't have told you this, but since you saved my life and are his friend, I won't hide it from you. The Spectre Valley was transformed from an ancient divine beast. Its name was the Nine Nether Void Beast. It was said that it could go anywhere and ignore the void. It was suppressed by the Emperor Realm Expert of the Tangshan Mansion and turned into a valley. Unfortunately, although the Nine Nether Void Beast has been sealed, it would wreak havoc every once in a while. Once, more than 10 people had died under such a spiritual storm. However, the cultivation in the Spectre Valley was too tempting. Even so, the Tangshan Mansion did not completely close this place. Void Beast of the Netherworld, Jianghu mused. From this, one could see how powerful this Nine Nether Void Beast was. Only immortal emperors could seal it, and they had no way to kill it. Is the Void Beast of the Netherworld dead or alive? Countless years have passed. Even if it's still alive, it's just a lingering spirit. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. We almost died here. After all, no matter how weak an Emperor Realm Expert is, it's not something that we can fight against. Xianxia shook her head and said with a dignified look in her eyes. At this moment, several figures broke through the air and entered the Spectre Valley. Master Ji, you're here too? This place needs to be sealed again. You should leave quickly. A tall figure stood above the void and said in a deep voice. His terrifying aura made Jianghu feel extremely pressured. With just a glance he felt that he could not resist. A monarch realm expert? This supreme emperor realm aura is really domineering. Jianghu's heart trembled. He also saw two figures. One was Lord Lin when he first entered the Tangshan Mansion, and the other was a white-haired old man who he did not recognize. His strength was on par with Lord Lin. Although he gave Jianghu a lot of pressure, he was obviously not as strong as the green-robed man in front of him. Yes, Second Mansion Master. Xianxia said softly and nodded. Second Mansion Master? I wonder what he's suppressing in the 18th level of the Earth Fire Purgatory. Jianghu glanced at the Second Mansion Master. The Second Mansion Master also looked at Jianghu coldly. Get out of here quickly. The Second Mansion Master showed his cold and domineering side. However, Jianghu frowned and his face turned ugly. An Emperor Realm Expert's aura was inviolable. When Jianghu looked at him fearlessly, the anger in the Second Mansion Master's heart surged. With just a single glance, Jianghu felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. This guy was just too strong. Second Mansion Master, please calm down. I'll bring him out of here. Xianxia pulled Jianghu and quickly left the Spectre Valley. Second Mansion Master, it's rare for you to be so emotional. He's just a Divine King Realm disciple, why are you so angry? Lord Lin laughed. I don't like the look in his eyes. Such a person is definitely rebellious. If it wasn't for Master Ji, I might have already killed him. The Second Mansion Master said coldly. The aura of an Emperor Realm Expert, controlling the universe, wielding great power, wanting to kill. In front of the Valley of Spirits, Jianghu looked back, and it was as if he had traveled back in time. What he saw was the Second Lord's murderous gaze. One day I'll make you submit to me. Jianghu said lung lung. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense. The Second Mansion Master is a powerful Emperor Realm Expert. Even among the peerless geniuses of the Tangshan Mansion, how many of them could surpass the Mansion Master? Don't talk nonsense, you'll get yourself into trouble. Jianghu understood that Xianxia's warning was a kind one. However, he couldn't ignore the Second Master's eyes that were filled with killing intent. This kind of person was always jealous of others, he couldn't even look into their eyes. Oh right, Master Ji, do you know what the reward for this ranking battle is? If there's nothing good, I won't fight for it. Jianghu looked at Xianxia. You're smart, you know how to ask me. Xianxia said with a smile. She was graceful and elegant. It's a medicinal herb, an extremely powerful one. Even us teachers are envious of it. However, it's Lord Lin's decision. What kind of herb? Purple magical taro. It can be used to increase one's soul realm. Xianxia said. Jianghu took a deep breath. To think that he was able to obtain the purple devil taro in the Profound Connection Divine Palace, it was truly a great fortune. Jianghu was confident that he could concoct the 9 supreme divine bone elixir after obtaining the purple magical taro. However, he dared not say that the success rate was 100%. After all, although the 9 supreme divine bone elixir was a peak immortal grade elixir, it was extremely close to a divine grade elixir. Chapter 2963. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Teacher Ji. Jianghu was overjoyed. Even Xianxia could see that this guy was really happy. Don't be arrogant and conceited. There are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the outer palace. Although I know that it's impossible for you to only have this little ability on the surface, It's precisely because of this that you need to be more cautious. There's always someone stronger than you. You're a genius, but others aren't cowards either. The battle between monstrous geniuses is often just a difference of a single thought. None of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace are easy to deal with, Xianxia said in a low voice, pouring a bucket of cold water on Jianghu. She also wanted him to concentrate on cultivation and avoid arrogance and rashness. I've learned a lot, Teacher Ji. Jianghu bid farewell to Xianxia and started to prepare for the ranking tournament. He was determined to get the purple fragrance konjac. This time Jianghu directly entered the Zulong Tower and started to forge frantically. The corpse of the fire mastiff beast came in handy at this moment. This time Jianghu wanted to forge 108 heavenly god tools. If these 108 heavenly god tools were forged into primordial divine tools, Jianghu couldn't imagine how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation would be. But how could it be that easy to forge a primordial divine tool? Even with the primordial divine tool as a supplement, adding the corpse of the fire mastiff beast, wanting to forge 108 primordial divine tools as soon as possible was harder than reaching the sky. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll forge as many as I can. Jianghu didn't plan to forge all 108 heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools. It would take tens or even hundreds of years. Even if the Zulong Tower slowed down the flow of time by tens of times, it was still not something that could be completed in a day. Jianghu was neither arrogant nor rash. He was extremely serious about each heavenly god tool. With the addition of the corpse of the fire mastiff beast, forging heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools was difficult, but it wasn't too difficult for Jianghu. It was just that it would take a lot more time because the heavenly god tools had reached their peak in Jianghu's hands. Without the addition of any other rare ores and metals, it would be difficult to improve. Otherwise, if he forcefully increased the rank of the heavenly god tools, those heavenly god tools that had reached perfection would be completely useless. Jianghu was careful. Under the refinement of the karmic fire of the red lotus, the corpse of the fire mastiff beast gradually melted and was refined into a heavenly god tool. For more than half a year, Jianghu spent all of his time in the Zulong Tower. In this half a year he had completely transformed 36 heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools. They were extremely terrifying. Even so, 36 primordial divine tools and 72 heavenly god tools, once they were gathered together to form the ghost prison Ashura sword formation, it would be extremely terrifying. In the ranking battle, Jianghu's eyes were sharp and dazzling. His domineering aura was frightening. First in the outer mansion, if not me then who else? Purple fragrant konjac, I must get it. The martial arts field of the outer mansion of Tongshan Mansion was already filled with humans at this moment. There were more than 4,000 people. More than 4,000 Divine King experts. That kind of formation could be seen. No matter which force it was, they would feel their scalp tingling when they saw these Divine King geniuses. This was also the power of a true great force. Although the Lihuan sect was powerful and they could stand around the blissful city, it was already extremely terrifying to have dozens of Divine King experts. However, compared to Tongshan Mansion, it was still like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Ranking battle. I heard that the top 100 will be rewarded. This time's ranking battle is the biggest competition in the past 10,000 years. Now many experts are ready to make a move. Those who have been cultivating in the dark are waiting for this moment to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion are obviously the most popular to win this time. However, I heard that one of the 3 dragon heads, Yu Chenglong, has withdrawn from this ranking battle. It's such a pity. That's right. However, I think those dark horses who have been accumulating their strength will not disappoint us. Although the entire martial arts practice square was filled with people, not everyone was participating in the ranking tournament this time. There were a total of over 2,000 people who had signed up, more than half of them. Some of them felt that their strength was not enough or they were still in the midst of training, accumulating strength. There were also quite a few of them. Among the freshmen, there were many who had signed up for this ranking battle. Feng Yidao, Wang Qing, Dong Huang Ta, Lu Dong, all of them had joined this ranking battle. Even Yan Qingqing was there. When Jianghu saw Yan Qingqing again, he could not calm himself down. However, Jianghu had another thought in his mind. His soul detachment technique might be able to wake Yan Qingqing up. Jianghu was extremely excited when he thought about this. However, it was impossible for her to listen to him obediently. He hoped that she could meet him in this ranking battle. At that time, Jianghu hoped that he could use the soul detachment technique to wake her up. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu appeared beside Jianghu. Bai Ying's strength had improved again. It's been a long time. To think that you've killed the Jiang brothers. Looks like I'm not your match now. Bai Ying said with a smile. I was just lucky. Brother Bai, I hope that we won't meet too soon. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Brother Bai's target is the top 50 this time. My target is the top 100. Jiang Qin, what's your target? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. First, Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu exchanged a glance with each other. Both of them were slightly startled. Although they knew that Jiang Qin's strength was extraordinary, and he was able to kill the Jiang brothers, he definitely had the strength to be in the top 50 of the outer prefecture. Even if it wasn't the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, there were still some dark horses that wanted to show off their strength. The first place in the outer palace was not that easy to obtain. Brother Yu has given up on this ranking battle. The people you need to be careful of are Xiao Qinglong and Qianlong, Bai Ying said with a serious expression. Who said that I'm not participating? A hearty laughter was heard. It was Yu Qinglong who appeared beside Jiang Qin and the others. Brother Yu, have you changed your mind? Bai Ying said with surprise. Yu Qinglong nodded and glanced at Jiang Qin. He knew that Jiang Qin's target was also the first place. However, no matter how strong Jiang Qin was, he might not be a match for the 3 dragon heads. However, his courage was commendable. The prize for the first place is the purple aromatic konjac. It will be extremely beneficial to Sister Zhu's body. That's my target. Looks like we're going to be opponents, Brother Yu? Jiang Qin said with a smile. You want the purple aromatic konjac too? Do your best. I hope you can enter the top 10 in the final battle. Yu Qinglong did not say much. He nodded and said to Jiang Qin. Aha, that's beautiful. My target is the top 100. 10,000 heavenly fire crystals is also a great fortune. Brother Bai, if you can enter the top 50, 30,000 heavenly fire crystals will be a piece of cake. Chapter 2964. I hope I don't bump into you, Brother Jiang. Wang Qing looked at Jiang Qin and the others with a bitter smile. None of them were easy to deal with. He felt lucky that he didn't bump into them in the first round, or else he would have been eliminated. We're just trying our luck. Do you think that the freshmen can enter the top 100? Do you think 10,000 heavenly fire crystals is that easy to obtain? Feng Yidao curled his lips. Wang Qing's ambition wasn't small. He only wanted to treat this as a form of training. After all, it wasn't easy to stand out amongst thousands of geniuses. The others had cultivated for over 100,000 years. How many days had he cultivated? They were already at a disadvantage in terms of foundation. To him, the most important thing was to participate in the tournament. Lu Dong, Dong Huang Taie and Zishi were the same. The most important thing was to participate in the tournament. Whether they could get a good name or not would depend on their luck. Lord Lin is here. A voice resounded through the sky. Lord Lin stepped through the air and floated in the void. His expression was calm and kind as he said with a faint smile, I'm not afraid of you all. Every Outer Palace disciple has the chance to participate in the tournament. The reward for first place is the purple fragrance konjac. It's a supreme grade spiritual herb that can help in raising one's soul realm. Second place received 200,000 skyfire crystals. Third place 150,000 skyfire crystals. Fourth place 120,000 skyfire crystals. Fifth place 120,000 skyfire crystals. Sixth place 80,000 skyfire crystals. Seventh place 70,000 skyfire crystals. Eighth place 60,000 skyfire crystals. Ninth place 50,000 skyfire crystals. And 10th place 40,000 skyfire crystals. Everyone knows that the heavenly fire crystals are the best currency in our Tongshan mansion. The longer one cultivates in the 4 great cultivation grounds, the more insights one could gain, and the faster one could improve. The ranking tournament that happens once every 10,000 years is upon us. I hope that you guys won't disappoint me. Lord Lin's words made the thousands of disciples extremely excited. Purple fragrance konjac, 200,000 heavenly fire crystals. This was a huge amount of wealth. Heavens! It's actually 200,000 heaven flame crystals. This is crazy. Mo Kihan and the others shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. They did not want to participate in the ranking battle as they were new students. Feng Yidao, Wang Qing, Dong Huang Tai, Lu Dong and the others were just trying their luck. Although they were confident in their strength, it was not easy to stand out among the thousands of monstrous geniuses. The only thing they could do now was to cultivate quietly. I must get the purple fragrance konjac. Yu Qinglong said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Hehe, Yu Qinglong, you finally come. However, if you want the purple aromatic konjac, perhaps you'll have to go through me first. Xiao Qinglong held a folding fan in his hand as he slowly walked over with light steps. His calm demeanor was extremely annoying. However, aside from Jiang Qin and Yu Qinglong, everyone else's expressions remained unchanged. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. One of the three heads of the outer palace definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. "I hope you won't be eliminated early," Yu Qinglong said in a deep voice. "You don't have to worry about this. Boy, don't ever meet me. Otherwise, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun." Xiao Qinglong's gaze was like an arrow as he looked at Jiang Qin. He must take revenge for the Jiang brothers with his own hands. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in Tongxian Mansion in the future? "If you're lucky enough to meet me, I hope you'll still be this happy," Jiang Qin said faintly. "Haha, arrogant and conceited. I like this kind of person. Trampling on geniuses, I like it the most." Xiao Qinglong was extremely confident. He flicked his sleeves and left. The ranking battle was just around the corner. There are a total of 2,348 people participating in the ranking battle. 10 people to a group. A total of 235 people will advance. 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 10 people will advance. These 10 people will advance to the top 10. Remember, in a life and death battle, death and injuries are unavoidable. Those who surrender will be spared from death. Those who break the rules will be severely punished. Lord Lin smiled as he spoke. His eyes were filled with hope. There would always be geniuses appearing in every generation. What he felt most gratified about was that he had witnessed geniuses fighting for supremacy, heroes rising up together. Finally, there would be someone who could step into the clouds and soar into the sky. "Teacher Ji, arrange for them to draw lots," Lord Lin said with a smile as he hid above the clouds. Qian Renji held 1,000 bamboo lots and scattered them in the air. 235 people, each marked on the martial arts field. "I hope you won't let Lord Lin down." As soon as Qian Renji's voice faded, 2,000 people took their bamboo lots. 10 people to a group. It would definitely be a terrifying elimination competition. 90% of the participants would be eliminated in an instant. This was the cruelty of the battle between geniuses. Jiang Qin held the bamboo lot and walked to the martial arts field. 172 people. Jiang Qin didn't know any of the 10 people. However, they were all late Divine King experts. 2 of them were even on the verge of breaking through. "Step down now. You still have a chance to cultivate," a tall and mighty man said coldly. He looked at Jiang Qin and the others with disdain. "You're too arrogant and conceited. You want the 9 of us to kneel and beg for mercy by yourself? You're daydreaming." 10 people to a group was the cruelest elimination competition. It was 1 against 9. It was not only a test of strength but also a test of meticulousness. Jiang Qin's expression was calm. He did not show any mercy when the other 9 people attacked him. Each of his attacks was ruthless and ruthless. Each of his punches was able to send one of them flying. The 9 late Divine King experts were sent out of the arena by Jiang Qin in a split second. This scene attracted many people's attention. Jiang Qin's strength was undeniable. It was difficult for the 9 of them to deal with a single person. Jiang Qin is still Jiang Qin. He's the pride of our Lone Dragon County, Luo Ping said with a deep voice. His face was filled with joy. Although there was a huge gap between him and Jiang Qin's rise had made them feel proud. After all, it was good to have a strong backing. Otherwise, they would be bullied miserably by Qin Feng without daring to resist. Nobody in the Lone Dragon County wanted to live like that anymore. Among the freshmen, Wang Qing, Feng Yidao, Dong Huangte, Lu Dong and Zishi were defeated. Nobody advanced to the next round. Only Jiang Qin advanced to the next round. He's indeed the pride of us freshmen. Brother Jiang is indeed powerful. Isn't that obvious? Brother Jiang could kill the Jiang brothers, that's enough to prove his strength. The Jiang brothers are existences who are able to enter the top 50 in the outer palace. They are not ordinary people. Now that Jiang Qin's strength has become more and more stable, and he has a deep foundation, at least if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to secure the top 50 and fight for the top 10. It's amazing to be able to reach this realm among the freshmen. Who said that freshmen can't get a good ranking in the ranking competition? Those who have cultivated for 100,000 years, 200,000 years or even 300,000 years might not be better than Jiang Qin. What's a genius? That's a genius. Chapter 2965. As expected, Yu Chenglong advanced and Gu Maolu made it into the top 200. However, the most surprising thing was that Bai Ying was defeated. It's my bad luck to meet a strong opponent from the past. Bai Ying shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only blame the poor grouping. Bai Ying, who originally had the chance to make it into the top 50, was eliminated in the first round. In the second round, Jiang Qin did not feel any pressure at all. Gu Maolu followed closely behind him and both of them made it into the top 100. In the third round, Gu Maolu was defeated, but he still had the chance to make it into the top 100. He just needed to fight another battle. In the fourth round, Jiang Qin's opponent became stronger. He was a peak late divine king, not any weaker than the Jiang brothers. You're a freshman? The man who was fighting Jiang Qin frowned and said in a deep voice. You know me? Jiang Qin was slightly surprised. You're actually indifferent to me, the thunderbolt hand Chui Yan. In other words, you don't even know of my existence. There's only one explanation. You're a freshman. Chui Yan sneered. I'm ranked 66th on the heaven ranking. I'm the thunderbolt hand Chui Yan. I don't know you. Jiang Qin shook his head. Chui Yan's expression became uglier and uglier. This guy doesn't give me any face at all. Being ranked 66th on the heaven ranking, that's a powerful existence. Even Yu Chenglong is only 20 to 30 places behind him. You're just a freshman. Do you think you can do whatever you want after winning a few rounds? I'll teach you a lesson today. I hope you won't say the word, surrender, in front of me. Chui Yan said with a deep voice. How many of the top 100 on the heaven ranking were easy to deal with? If he didn't teach Bai Ying a lesson today, what would happen to his reputation as the thunderbolt hand? I'm afraid Jiang Qin's next round won't be easy, Bai Ying said. That's right, the thunderbolt hand Chui Yan. This person is even more ruthless than the Jiang brothers. I hope that Jiang Qin can hold on. If he really can't hold on, then he can only settle for the next best thing. As long as there's life, there's hope. Gu Maolu also had a grave expression on his face. Although Jiang Qin had killed the Jiang brothers, there were many people more powerful than the Jiang brothers. In the outer sect, there were many people who liked to cultivate in seclusion, and although some of them might not be able to enter the heaven ascension rankings, their strength wasn't weak at all. Given Chui Yan's strength, I will need to defeat him within 50 moves at the very least. Yu Chenglong said indifferently. Obviously, he had an extremely high evaluation of Chui Yan. How could he be an ordinary person if he could make Yu Chenglong treat him like this? It's not that easy to enter the top 10. Many experts chose to avoid it, hoping to shock the world with a single feat. Among the people I faced before, there were a few whose strength was inferior to Jiang Tian. Yu Chenglong shook his head. With so many experts gathered, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but they would shock the world with a single feat. Many geniuses understood the Tao of forbearance, and unless they had no other choice they would not make a move. The rewards this time around were extremely generous, and it had also attracted many geniuses to come out of seclusion. Make your move. Jiang Qin calmly said, completely not putting Chui Yan in his eyes. Arrogant and conceited junior. In today's battle, I, the thunderbolt hand Chui Yan, will definitely take your dog life. Chui Yan roared in rage. He was already used to the feeling of being high and mighty. Now that he was being slighted by a freshman, one could very well imagine the rage in his heart. Noisy. Jiang Qin's brows were tightly furrowed. He took a step forward and lightning coiled around him. The wind and clouds rose and his aura was like that of a dragon. As Jiang Qin's fists and palms moved about, the wind howled and the waves of qi surged, giving Chui Yan an extremely great pressure. Come at me. Chui Yan's eyes lit up, and he shouted with a deep voice. Wielding the 9-qi mountain-splitting blade, his long beard swayed like the wind, and his long blade was like a rainbow, cutting off Jiang Qin's path of retreat. Jiang Qin's methods were extraordinary. At this moment, no one had thought that he would fight Chui Yan bare-handed without even taking out a god artifact. Isn't Jiang Qin a little too arrogant? Yu Chenglong frowned. Chui Yan was not some nobody. For Jiang Qin to treat him like this, did he really have the ability? Or was he too full of himself? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qin advanced by retreating. The wind from his palms swept out, and the force of his fist forced Chui Yan back. An inch shorter meant an inch of danger, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, Chui Yan's fist was even more terrifying than any treasured weapon. Neon seizing the moon. Chui Yan brandished his long blade in an imposing manner. Chi waves rolled out from the place where his long blade was pointing. The momentum of his blade was ferocious, not giving Jiang Qin any chance to retreat at all. With this breath, Cui Yan's blade light disappeared without a trace. Many people were looking at this scene. After all, Cui Yan's reputation was quite high. Although he might not be able to enter the top 10 in the outer sect, he could easily enter the top 20. Jiang Qin has lost. Yu Qinglong shook his head, because Cui Yan's force of his blade had already appeared. It was as violent as a dragon, and its momentum could devour the mountains and rivers. It was invincible. Once this blade slashed out, the world would change color. Cui Yan's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, the name of the thunderclap hand is not for nothing. If this guy takes this blade head-on, he might be heavily injured or even die. Some people could not help but worry for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Gumalu gritted his teeth. Was this guy really going to lose? If he really lost, it would not be a shameful thing, but if he died, it would be too much of a waste. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. He stretched out his hand, and the blade light in his hand pierced through the wood. Jiang Qin clenched his fist, and the golden blade light almost instantly distorted. The 9 feet sharp blade shattered inch by inch and splashed everywhere, causing a burst of exclamations. Jiang Qin's expression was dark and calm. He turned his palm into a fist and directly pierced through the void. Cui Yan was completely dumbfounded. His strongest blade was easily neutralized by Jiang Qin. Even his 9 feet sharp blade, a primordial spirit weapon, was completely shattered by Jiang Qin. How hard was his fist? How strong was it? Cui Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Qin's fist landed 0.01 centimeters in front of him and instantly stopped. However, Cui Yan's expression had already changed completely. Sweat poured down like rain, and the god of death flashed in front of him in an instant. I've lost. Cui Yan found it hard to believe, but he was very clear that this fist of Jiang Qin could definitely take his life. However, Jiang Qin actually stopped and retracted it freely. Other than being strong and fierce, his control over his strength was also shocking. Thank you. Cui Yan's face was flushed, but it was not because of anger but because of rejoicing. It was a fear that lingered in his heart. Jiang Qin's strength was too terrifying, and he was definitely not his opponent. Moreover, it was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and he had no strength to resist. This time it could be said that he had suffered a double loss, and even his primordial spirit weapon was destroyed by Jiang Qin. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Jiang Qin showed mercy and let him go, and his little life was saved. Cultivation is not easy. Take care. Chapter 2966. Jiang Qin had defeated the thunderbolt hand Cui Yan with lightning speed. At this moment, he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Although he had only entered the top 30, he had defeated the thunderbolt hand Cui Yan. His strength had been recognized by everyone. It wasn't easy for a freshman to reach such a level. I have misjudged. He will definitely be in the top 10. Yu Qinglong said quietly. It seemed that he could not underestimate Jiang Qin. This guy already had the strength to challenge the older students. The defeat of Cui Yan had caused many people to notice Jiang Qin's existence. Interesting. But this will be more exciting. Jiang Qin, I hope you will not disappoint me. Xiao Qinglong said with a smile. You seem to be quite excited. If Jiang Qin's strength was too weak, he would not be so interested. Bai Ying and Gu Malu also inhaled a breath of cold air. A moment ago they were still worried about Jiang Qin. In the next second he had turned defeat into victory. The thrilling battle made them incomparably excited. Good job, Jiang Qin. Gu Malu could only cheer for Jiang Qin now. After all, he had already been eliminated. The elimination of the top 30 was the cruelest. The battle between the three of them was a psychological battle, but it was also a battle of strength. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was because one of the people he had met in the elimination battle was Yan Qingqing. Qingqing, let's fight together. How about it? Between you and me we can decide. Jiang Qin looked at Yan Qingqing and said. Yan Qingqing's expression was calm. She glanced at Jiang Qin and silently nodded, agreeing to Jiang Qin's suggestion. I am not your match. The other person glanced at Jiang Qin, shook his head and took the initiative to give up. His strength was not as good as Cui Yan's. He was lucky enough to enter the top 30. If this battle continued and the opponent did not hold back, he would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Although Jiang Qin was only a freshman, The battle just now had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire crowd. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled kindly and turned his gaze to Yan Qingqing. Do you want to leave on your own or do you want me to send you off? Yan Qingqing Lung said. The one who should be saying this should be me, right? I don't know who you are, but Yan Qingqing is my woman. Since you dared to treat her like this, I already wanted to take action. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to do so. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and said, Old lover, you are truly loyal. However, I've already fused together with her. If you have the ability, kill me. If that's the case, your Qingqing is destined to vanish into thin air. Yan Qingqing smiled devilishly. Her eyes were filled with contempt. You asked for it. The smile on Jiang Chen's face grew brighter. Life and death, possession all depended on this moment. It was time for the soul-snatching divine art to be put to use. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me if you have the ability. Yan Qingqing's smile became more charming and feminine. The devilishly glint in her eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. He didn't know what would happen under the soul-snatching divine art. However, he would protect Qingqing at all costs. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Soul-snatching divine art, soul-snatching soul. Jiang Chen's soul penetrated through the soul-snatching divine art. The soul-snatching divine art made Yan Qingqing defenseless. In an instant, Jiang Chen's soul-snatching soul invaded her soul. The dreadful might of the soul-snatching soul instantly exposed the guy that had invaded Yan Qingqing's soul. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the guy revealed his true form. Why? This is impossible. Yan Qingqing's eyes were still filled with disbelief. However, her soul was already under Jiang Chen's control. How could the soul-snatching soul appear in a late divine king's body? This was simply unheard of. All his hard work was going to go down the drain at this moment. The two of them stared at each other silently. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the two of them were playing some new tricks? Nothing is impossible. Tell me, who are you? Jiang Chen entered Yan Qingqing's soul. He was holding a ball of dense black qi in his hand. That was the intruder's soul remembrance. Initially, I thought that Princess Du-Wan had eliminated you. I didn't expect you to make a comeback. You caused me and Qingqing to meet, but I couldn't recognize each other. Who are you? What's your motive? If you don't tell me, I will make your soul scatter. Jiang Chen hated that ball of black soul remembrance to the bone. He had eliminated Yan Qingqing's soul completely. So what? I admit defeat today. Brat, don't let me find you in the future. Otherwise, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Jiang Chen, I will remember you. The ball of black soul remembrance sneered and ignored Jiang Chen's threat. Really? This is your true soul remembrance. Even if I can't kill you, I can still severely injure your soul. Brat, how dare you? The black soul remembrance roared furiously. Great, you soul-forming light. I don't know if you have heard of it. I will refine your soul remembrance completely. If that happens, your body will suffer great damage. Jiang Chen said word by word. Great, you soul-forming light? That thing is still here? Let me go. Otherwise you will regret it. No, don't. The black soul remembrance begged. Jiang Chen could feel its fear. However, it had tortured Yan Qingqing for so long. They could not recognize each other. How could Jiang Chen let it go? Begging now. It's useless. Great, you soul-forming light, ignite his soul. Jiang Chen shouted furiously. The great you soul-forming light shrouded the black soul remembrance. The black soul remembrance begged for mercy. Under Jiang Chen's refinement, the soul remembrance finally turned into ashes. Central Region Divine Land. In a dark hall with a swastika symbol, a black-robed man with a pale face spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was weak and his breathing was rapid. Jiang Chen. Damn you, Jiang Chen. One day I will crush your bones and scatter them into ashes. Great, you soul-forming light, I must get it. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were as bright as obsidian, as sharp as a blade. The man's anger made the two Hierarch Realm Guards shiver in fear. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Both of them still stood there without moving an inch. Yan Qingqing's eyes were tightly closed. Jiang Chen looked at her. She was as pure as jade. Her eyes were as beautiful as flowers. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple a city. When Yan Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes blinked. Yan Qingqing's expression had completely changed. She was like a completely different person from before. The original coldness was replaced by gentleness. She could no longer hold back her tears as they rolled down her cheeks. Yan Qingqing threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She was sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I made you suffer. Chapter 2967. This. Is this a fucking ranking tournament or a public display of affection? This guy has actually conquered the goddess in his mind. He is indeed not simple. No wonder. This newborn goddess is not only powerful, she is also beautiful. God knows how many people are yearning for her. This time, this guy will definitely become the public enemy of all the geniuses in Tongshan Mansion. Many people were blaming Jiang Chen. No one had expected that Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing would actually hug each other at this moment. Only those who had gone through trials and tribulations with Jiang Chen knew that the two of them had already pledged their hearts to each other. If it wasn't because of various reasons that prevented them from getting together, the two of them would have already become a couple. Little Qinzi, I'm so scared. I'm so scared that I won't be able to see you again. Yan Qingqing's beautiful face was covered in tears. She bit her red lips tightly and was emotionally moved. Silly girl, how can that be? I won't allow anyone to snatch you away from me. Jiang Chen hugged Yan Qingqing tightly. The guilt he felt towards Yan Qingqing made Jiang Chen swear to treat her well in the future. When my soul was suppressed in the dark corner, I thought I was going to die. I thought I won't be able to see you again. Little Qinzi, promise me from now on, no matter what happens, don't ever leave me, okay? Yan Qingqing had been unwilling to let go of Jiang Chen, because she was afraid that this was just a dream. The moment she let go of him, Jiang Chen would disappear from her eyes and vanish into thin air. Jiang Chen nodded silently and agreed. Let go of me first. So many people are watching us. Yan Qingqing's face turned scarlet and said awkwardly. At this moment, the two of them had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. They originally thought that it would be a battle of swords and blades, but who would have thought that it would be a romantic affair? In the end, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. This ending had caught them unprepared. What is love in the world? It's called living and dying together. Some people silently sighed. Jiang Chen was really a great fortune. He was so blessed that he was able to gain the favor of the goddess. Moreover, in the process of advancing from 30 to 10, Jiang Chen actually entered the top 10 in such a dramatic manner. It had to be said that in the eyes of those who were observant, Jiang Chen entering the top 10 was indeed too lucky. In the battle between the three of them, one of them took the initiative to withdraw, and the remaining one actually threw herself into his arms. Wasn't his luck a little too off the charts? Both on the battlefield and in love, Jiang Chen was envious. At the very least, Jiang Chen had entered the top 10. There was no doubt that he would get tens of thousands of heavenly flame crystals. However, what Jiang Chen really cared about wasn't the heavenly flame crystal. It might be important to others, but it wasn't of much use to him. After all, the speed at which he condensed the heavenly flame crystal was unparalleled. TSK, this guy must be lucky, right? He actually entered the top 10. That's too ridiculous. Anyway, I don't believe that he can advance further. This guy's luck is really too good. How could such a beautiful woman fall for him? Alas, it's a pity that I didn't meet her earlier. Many people sneered at Jiang Chen. They thought that Jiang Chen didn't have the qualifications to enter the top 10 and that he was completely lucky in the last round. However, not everyone in the top 10 could laugh proudly at the masses. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the top 10, it was impossible to do so without absolute strength. However, there were naturally people who believed it. The people of the Lone Dragon County were incomparably convinced of Jiang Chen. Now, among the freshmen, Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao also gradually understood that Jiang Chen would undoubtedly be the leader of the freshmen. The two of them had good strength, but it was difficult for them to take on great responsibilities. This time, Jiang Chen had entered the top 10 of the outer residence ranking battle. His fame was naturally shocking, but how far he could go would depend on his luck. What's there to be unconvinced about? Luck is also a kind of strength. If you are capable, you should also rely on luck to enter the top 10. That's right. Jiang Chen relied on his own strength to enter the top 10. What right do you guys have to make irresponsible remarks? Saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat it. What kind of genius are you? Really a group of arrogant guys. If you are unconvinced about the top 10 of the ranking battle, you can go and challenge Jiang Chen. Among the freshmen there were many who stood up for Jiang Chen. After all, he was the pride of the freshmen and the only one who had entered the top 10. Now that the top 10 experts were all ready, they would definitely witness the rise of more people in this battle. Little Qinzi, this time's ranking battle, what rank can you get? Yan Qingqing smiled like a flower. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She opened her red lips and said while covering her mouth. First. Jiang Qin said without any trace of politeness. I still like your confident look. The first rank will definitely belong to you. Yan Qingqing gave a trusting look to Jiang Qin. Other than Yan Qingqing, almost no one believed that Jiang Qin would be able to get the first rank. However, Yan Qingqing's unconditional trust towards Jiang Qin also made people envious and jealous. Such a beautiful and obedient girl, how did Jiang Qin find such a beautiful girl? Xiao Qinglong sneered at Jiang Qin and said sarcastically, stumbling into the top 10. Stumbling into the top 10 looks like your dog shit luck is pretty good. Looks like I really have to teach you a good lesson. It's still too early to say these words. It's not too late to say it after you've crushed my body. However, I'm afraid you won't have this chance because you'll definitely be beaten into a pig's head by me. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and stood there confidently. Now that Yan Qingqing had regained her freedom and that nameless soul had been expelled from her body, Jiang Qin was in a good mood. This battle was going smoothly and smoothly. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect that I've misjudged you. There are no ordinary people in the top 10. Don't be careless. However, if I meet you, I won't show any mercy. Yu Chenglong said. Jiang Qin dismissed it with a smile. The 10 of them were now in position. This battle was the battle of the strongest in the outer palace. The one who could become the number one in the outer palace depended on today. When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. Yu Chenglong, Xiao Qinglong, have the two of you forgotten my existence? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in everyone's ears. A long-haired young man in black armor laughed boorishly. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. He had a loose stubble and an unruly smile. He didn't care about his appearance, but his aura was like that of a dragon. Chenlong. Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong clenched their teeth and said at the same time. Although this guy was one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, Chenlong's strength was obviously stronger than Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong. This also made Chenlong to be the dragon head of the outer palace. If one wanted to enter the inner sect, they would first have to pass through Chenlong. Chenlong? I don't care what kind of dragon you are. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Even the 9 Heavens Dragon Emperor is no exception. Chapter 2968. The top 10 of the ranking battle has already been decided. Now it's time for the final battle. 2 against 1. The loser will be eliminated. Don't complain about the unfairness of the world. Luck is also a part of strength. Qianrenji Lung Lung said. Her voice could be heard from 1,000 li away. She was as cold as frost, looking down at the sky. Most people were afraid of this cold and arrogant female mentor. After all, Qianrenji's strength made them feel extremely pressured. I hope you won't draw me. Xiao Qinglong Lung Lung looked at Jiang Qin. In the final battle, he would definitely give this guy a head-on blow. As for the word, surrender, he would never let him say it. Your good days are coming to an end, Jiang Qin said faintly. This guy seemed to want to kill him. However, Jiang Qin had already made up his mind to kill Xiao Qinglong. This battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. Jiang Qin, Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong and Chenlong did not draw the same group. All 4 of them advanced to the next round. There was another person who could not be underestimated. He was a senior student who entered Tongshan Mansion earlier than Yu Chenglong. He was also at the peak of Divine King Realm. This guy is not simple. If you meet him, you must be careful. Back then, I had exchanged blows with him and we were evenly matched. However, that person disappeared without a trace and I never heard anything about him again. After so many years, it is likely that he has been quietly training. From the looks of it now, it is indeed true. Yu Chenglong said to Jiang Qin. Thank you for reminding me. Jiang Qin looked at the skinny white-clothed young man. His strength was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him. He was also the most dazzling star in the ranking battle, even more dazzling than Jiang Qin. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and this was vividly displayed by him. Among the 5 of you, 1 of you will be selected to participate in the final battle. Qianrenji's words startled everyone. Indeed, luck was also a part of strength. If they could get the qualification to enter the finals, wouldn't it mean that they would get 200,000 Heavenfire crystals? No one objected because everyone wanted to be the one to enter the finals. In the end, Chenlong obtained the lot, but no one objected. The people of the outer palace also understood that with Chenlong's strength, he indeed had the qualifications to contend for first place. Although the 3 heads of the outer palace had not fought for many years, there was no doubt that Chenlong had obtained first place. With regards to Chenlong obtaining the opportunity to enter the finals, All four of them chose to tacitly accept it. In the end, only the four of them were left to fight. Jiang Qin drew the dark horse that had overcome all the obstacles along the way, while Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong drew the same opponent. Yu Chenglong, it looks like we'll have to decide who's stronger this time around. Xiao Qinglong sneered. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. I'm determined to get the purple fragrance konjac. Yu Chenglong said proudly. It's easy for you to say. I'm afraid you'll suffer in this battle. You still want to enter the finals? You're dreaming. Xiao Qinglong's face was filled with gentleness. Since he had encountered Yu Chenglong first, he would kill him first before dealing with Jiang Qin. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Yu Chenglong said faintly. The crowd cheered. The battle between the three heads of the outer palace was a rare sight. The battle between the top geniuses would definitely be intense. Haha, I've long wanted to see who's stronger among the three heads of the outer palace. Yeah, the last time I saw the three heads of the outer palace fight was more than 30,000 years ago. Many people missed it. I only have one goal, the purple fragrant konjac. Qin Qinglang said confidently. Blind confidence, you're not bad either. Even if I relied on luck to get here, there should be a chance to challenge you, right? Chapter 2969. I'm giving you a chance now. Surrender. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. The three dragon heads of the outer palace are not easy to deal with. You might not have such a chance in their hands. Qin Qinglang snorted. I've been in seclusion for more than 180,000 years. My divine origin energy has reached its peak. Although I'm only at the peak of divine king realm, I have the power of a half-step hierarch realm expert. I want that purple aromatic konjac to help me break through to the hierarch realm. To break through the shackles of the half-step hierarch realm. Qin Qinglang did not hide his strength at all. At this moment, Jiang Qin was quite shocked. This fella has great perseverance. He cultivated for 180,000 years. He wanted to make a name for himself. Moreover, he wanted to get the purple aromatic konjac to help him break through to the hierarch realm. This was what shocked Jiang Qin the most. This fella's strength seemed to have reached its peak. What he lacked was a breakthrough in his soul realm. As for the purple aromatic konjac, a spiritual herb that could greatly benefit the cultivation of one's soul, it naturally became the target of the three dragon heads and Qin Qinglang. As long as they get the purple aromatic konjac, the four of them would have the confidence to break through to the hierarch realm. Your chance is hard to come by. However, you should keep it for yourself. My goal is the same as yours. Whoever stops me from getting the purple aromatic konjac, I'll fight to my death. Jiang Qin said faintly. This Qin Qinglong's strength was not bad, but his tone was not small either. His target was the purple aromatic konjac. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin must defeat him in this battle. He hoped that Yu Chenglong could also defeat Xiao Qinglong. Yan Qingqing silently looked at Jiang Qin, who was standing on the square. She felt extremely happy in her heart. So what if you guys don't like little Qinzi? In the end he would have the last laugh. In her heart, Jiang Qin was the strongest existence, no one could compare to him. I've already said everything I need to say, but you're still so thick-headed. Looks like I can only widen your horizons. Swords and sabers are heartless, while fists and kicks are heartless. If I really kill you with a single move, don't beg for mercy. Qin Qinglang sneered. The curtains to the battle for the top three had begun. Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong had already begun their life and death battle. As one of the three dragon heads of the outer mansion, their battle could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. Lord Lin looked at this scene and smiled. It's hard to say who will win between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong. However, this new student is a little interesting. That Qin Qinglang is also very patient. He is well prepared and can take on great responsibilities. Master Ji, who do you think is better? Qianrenji's countenance slightly changed. She frowned. Of course, she hoped that Jiang Qin would be more powerful and stand out from the rest. However, Qin Qinglong's strength was not weaker than Yu Chenglong and the others. She was afraid that Qin Qinglang would be in danger in this battle. It would be enough if Jiang Qin could stay alive. It's hard to say, but I'm afraid Jiang Qin will stop here. Qianrenji said. I feel that this little guy might have something different. Not just anyone could enter the top 5. Chunlong and the others were within expectations, and Qin Qinglong's sudden rise as a dark horse was also within reason. Only this fellow was able to stand side by side with the outer palace's 3 dragon heads. I was looking forward to it. He even dares to look straight at the second mansion master. This kid has an unruly arrogance in his bones. He is willing to be cut into pieces and dare to pull down the emperor. Xianxia did not expect Lord Lin to have such a high opinion of him. No matter what the result is, bring him along for the trip to the hidden treasure. It's also a training for him. This kid is not someone to be trifled with, Lord Lin said. Xianxia was slightly shocked. However, his strength was only at the late Divine King realm. The weakest person in the trip to the hidden treasure was a half-step hierarch realm expert. They were all peerless experts of the inner mansion. It seemed that Lord Lin had a high opinion of him. Alright. Oh right, Lord Lin, is that 9 you nether void beast suppressed? Xianxia asked in a low voice. It's barely suppressed. However, Tongshan Mansion is in troubled times recently. Sigh, the thundercloud space and the heaven dragon prison were shaken. I don't know when the mansion master will return. Lord Lin sighed and shook his head. His face was filled with helplessness. His strength had reached the late hierarch realm, but his face was still filled with helplessness. One could see that the profound connection Divine Palace was facing a dire situation. I only hope that the second mansion master can refine that beast to solve the current crisis of Tongshan Mansion. The seal is getting looser and looser, but the mansion master has not returned yet. It's really a troubled time. However, it won't be a problem for the time being. Although it's impossible for the second mansion master, third mansion master, and us old fellows to completely seal it, suppressing the seal shouldn't be a problem. However, this isn't a long-term solution. What kind of beast is that? How could it be so terrifying? Xianxia asked curiously. I can't say. Lord Lin's face suddenly became solemn. Xianxia knew that she should not ask too many questions, so she kept her mouth shut. At this moment, the battle between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong was getting more and more eye-catching. After all, it was the Battle of the Dragon's Head. Such a scene was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Every outer mansion disciple was thinking of watching carefully to see what would happen in the future. Yu Chenglong's strength was definitely not any weaker than Xiao Qinglong. Moreover, his obsession for the purple fragrance konjac was extremely strong. He was determined to get it. A person's obsession was very strong. A trace of it could move mountains and fill the sea. It could even destroy the world. Sometimes, obsession was more terrifying than strength. Yu Chenglong had completely demonstrated this point. In this battle, he was not suppressed by Xiao Qinglong at all. Instead, every move he made was ruthless, and he did not hold back when it came to taking Xiao Qinglong's life. Xiao Qinglong was also quite depressed. The strength of the two of them was almost the same. Moreover, he could see that Xiao Qinglong had not made any progress in the past 100 years. However, the gap between them was not big. Yu Chenglong's obsession was too deep. He must get the purple fragrance konjac. You forced me to do this, Yu Chenglong. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Qinglong roared angrily. He was continuously suppressed by Yu Chenglong. The intensity of the battle was dazzling, but it was indeed exciting enough. Chapter 2970. Such great perseverance was one in a million. Moreover, it must be a talented person who had cultivated for a long time to achieve such an opportunity. It was not easy to break through to the hierarch realm. So what? Bring it on. I am determined to win today's battle. Yu Chenglong's domineering manner made everyone cheer. The prestige of the dragon head made the new and old disciples gasp in amazement. It was originally prepared for Chen Tianlong, but since you're so persistent, I'll send you off first. Xiao Qinglong formed a seal with both of his hands. His aura was unparalleled. Azure Dragon Flipping Sky Seal. Xiao Qinglong was like a storm as he madly attacked. The Azure Dragon Flipping Sky Seal was his specialty. However, his Azure Dragon Flipping Sky Seal had been improved by him this time. His strength was much more terrifying than before. Xiao Qinglong's seal caused the sky to change color. Yu Chenglong's expression became solemn. Is the winner finally going to be decided? The battle between the two dragon heads is so exciting. Ah, this feels great. When will I be able to have this kind of strength? This scene shocked everyone in the outer palace, and even the inner court disciples that were watching from the shadows sighed with emotion and felt that they were inferior. The Azure Dragon Sky Flipping imprint covered the sky. The imprint was heaven-defying. Yu Chenglong's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Xiao Qinglong to be able to modify his life skill, the Azure Dragon Sky Flipping imprint, to such a terrifying level. Soaring Dragon in the Abyss. Yu Chenglong's palm whistled as he faced the attack. He had to face it head-on. If he took a step back, it would mean that he would be completely suppressed by Xiao Qinglong. Fight head-on? You're not qualified. Xiao Qinglong sneered. One seal and one palm, one gray and one green, two dragon shadows flew in the sky and collided with each other. Xiao Qinglong took a step back with a solemn expression. However, he was not pushed back by the palm. On the other hand, Yu Chenglong was heavily injured by Xiao Qinglong. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his aura fluctuated. It was already quite difficult for him to support himself in this battle. Let's see how you're qualified to stop my path to the hierarch realm. Xiao Qinglong bellowed and his aura surged once again. His hand seals rotated and his aura was like a rainbow. Yu Chenglong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he continued to fight, his life would be hanging by a thread. However, there was another person in his heart. That person was Sister Zhu, whom he missed dearly. However, when Xiao Qinglong's attack came again, he felt the danger of death. In his heart, another figure appeared. It was his mother, the one who had no strength to truss a chicken but climbed a mountain tens of thousands of feet high to send him to the sect. However, she died of exhaustion and fell off a cliff. Although he was only 3 or 4 years old, he still remembered his mother's eyes that were filled with hope and smile. She told him to live well and that life was more important than anything else. I admit defeat. Yu Chenglong finally said those words. Although he was unwilling, he would only die in the hands of his opponent if he continued to fight. Xiao Qinglong's strength had surpassed him. Chen Renji took action in time to stop Xiao Qinglong's fatal blow. Xiao Qinglong sneered. At that moment he had finally defeated Yu Chenglong. The next person he would challenge was Qinlong. As for Jiang Chen and Qin Qinglang, he did not care about them at all. I'm sorry, Sister Zhu. I still can't get the purple aromatic konjac for you. I can't forget my mother's hopeful eyes. I'm not afraid of death, but I can't die. Yu Chenglong murmured. At this moment, Yu Chenglong had been defeated. The entire martial arts practice ground became incomparably shocked. The battle between the two dragon heads had ultimately ended with Yu Chenglong's defeat. Xiao Qinglong's reputation was well deserved. After defeating Yu Chenglong, he had stepped onto his own path of being an expert. At this moment, the ranking battle had truly entered a white-hot stage. On the other hand, the battle between Jiang Chen and Qin Qinglang seemed a little boring. Both of them were equally matched. Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Qinglang with the strength of a late divine king. He had received a lot of support from the crowd. Even if he lost, no one would think that he was weak. After all, he was just a freshman who had just entered Tongshan Mansion for more than 100 years. Even if he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. Qin Qinglong's every step was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen also used his full strength. He did not dare to be careless. However, he did not use his dragon transformation because he wanted to see how powerful his real body was. Qin Qinglang could be said to have the upper hand. The battle was very intense. Jiang Chen was more than capable of defending, but his offense was not strong enough. It was a little frustrating to watch. Looks like this freshman won't last long. Yeah, he's still a freshman after all. He has only cultivated in Tongshan Mansion for more than 100 years, but he has already reached such a level. He's not someone that we can compare with. His future is limitless. That's right. This time, I reckon that he only wants to test the waters. It's not so easy to surpass the older students in one go. Since the ancient times, there has never been a new student who was able to enter the top 10, let alone the top 5. This freshman is in the limelight. Even if he loses, it's still honorable. At this moment, everyone was optimistic about Qin Qinglang. After all, he had endured for 180,000 years and attacked with great force. He was like a dark horse, galloping unhindered. He did not even put the 3 dragon heads in his eyes. After the battle between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong, they finally realized how terrifying Qin Qinglang was. No wonder he was called a dark horse. If you continue to persist, I won't be so merciful to you. Qin Qinglang looked at Jiang Chen and said with a cold smile. The momentum of the fist in his hand did not change. He charged forward with a force that could shake the heavens. I also don't have the mood to continue playing with you. Let's end this quickly. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Under the dragon transformation, no one could stop him. Roar, Jiang Chen roared. Under the dragon transformation, even Lord Lin's expression did not change. He did not expect this guy to have such a terrifying side. This was not the beast transformation, but in his bloodline, there was actually a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. I said that this kid's strength should not be underestimated. Lord Lin was obviously very confident. Qianrenji was a little solemn as she looked at this scene silently. It might not be easy for Qin Qinglang to defeat Jiang Chen. Thousands of people exclaimed. Jiang Chen fought Qin Qinglang in the form of a half-human half-dragon. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength had increased immeasurably. His strength and speed were more than 100 times. You are indeed surprising, but I, Qin Qinglang, am not someone to be trifled with. Qin Qinglang held the 8-zhang long soaring cloud spear in his hand. The spear light was sharp and buzzed endlessly. Qin Qinglang has started to get serious. His 8-zhang long soaring cloud spear seems to be a middle-grade origin god tool. Not simple. But it's indeed unprecedented for someone like him to achieve such a result. Jiang Chen's talent had already become the expectation of the freshmen and seniors. If he could defeat Xiao Qinglong, then Jiang Chen's name would definitely spread throughout the outer mansion of Tongshan Mansion. Even the inner mansion would probably be in an uproar. After all, he was only a freshman who entered Tongshan Mansion for 100 years. This honor had already surpassed his current result. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Yu Chenglong silently looked at Jiang Chen. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, the young man who was just a freshman in his eyes had surpassed him in 100 years. In this battle, if he were to fight against Qin Qinglang, the result would be unknown. However, if he were to fight against Jiang Chen, he would definitely lose. It's up to you whether you can defeat Xiao Qinglong or not. Yu Chenglong sighed in his heart. He did not lose unjustly in this ranking battle. The strong would always improve. There was no reason for him to lose. It was just that his skills were not as good as others. Boy, you have some skills. I just don't know if you can withstand my Azure Dragon Sky Flipping Seal. Xiao Qinglong sneered. The battle between him and Jiang Chen was very close. Currently, Jiang Chen had already risen to the point that even he had to face him. It seemed that this freshman could no longer be judged by common sense. Your dream has finally come true. Today's battle is also the time to put an end to it. Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong looked at each other. The sharpness between the two of them did not give way to each other. It was still unknown who would be able to dominate the divine mansion. Qianlong also silently looked at Jiang Chen. He was even more eager to fight against Jiang Chen because he felt that Jiang Chen's strength did not seem to stop there. I hope that you can defeat Xiao Qinglong. Otherwise, I really don't have much hope in defeating him. Qianlong said faintly as he stared at Jiang Chen from afar. After the fierce battle, the battle between Xiao Qinglong and Jiang Chen was about to begin. The Tanhua of the ranking battle would also be born at this time. This kid is unpredictable. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Xiao Qinglong to win this battle. Lord Lin said with a smile. Xiao Qinglong is easy to win, but it's impossible for Qianlong to win. I heard that this guy could withstand more than 50 attacks from an Hierarch Realm Inner Mansion disciple. He can easily trample on a half-step Hierarch Realm Inner Mansion disciple. Qianrenji said with a serious expression. Qianlong should have entered the Inner Mansion long ago. However, he had been waiting for the opportunity to break through. Once he broke through to the Hierarch Realm, there would not be more than a handful of people in the Inner Mansion who could be his opponent. This guy was a natural overlord. It's not easy to be in the top 3. It will be difficult to win against Qianlong. Lord Lin smiled and shook his head. Obviously, he and Qianrenji were very confident in Qianlong. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was still too weak. When his strength reached the peak Divine King Realm or the half-step Hierarch Realm, he might be able to fight against Qianlong. However, Qianlong might have already entered the Hierarch Realm by then. Now you have 2 choices. Rest for 10 days to recuperate or fight now. The choice is in your hands. Qianrenji looked at Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong and said, this battle is not a waste of energy. If you want to fight, then fight. Why wait for 10 days? Xiao Qinglong shook his head and said, as you wish. Jiang Chen said, alright, since both of you have agreed, then let the battle begin. Chapter 2972. Jiang Chen, the glory of us new students will depend on you. Among the new students, he is the first one since ancient times. To be able to squeeze into the top 3 in the Outer Palace ranking tournament, he is really too proud. The current Jiang Chen has already achieved an unprecedented glory. If he can become the champion of the ranking tournament, then his name will definitely become history in the future. He will forever be remembered in the long river of history of Tongshan Mansion. Protect the second and fight for the first. Anyway, I am optimistic about Jiang Chen. In this battle, if the 3 leaders of the Outer Palace are all defeated by Jiang Chen, then Tongxian Mansion will be shocked. Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. There was no doubt about how strong Jiang Chen was. Now, it all depended on whether he could defeat Xiao Qinglong. This threshold was not that easy to cross. After all, Xiao Qinglong was strong and was even stronger than Yu Chenglong. Nowadays, there were more and more people who wanted to see the rise of Jiang Chen. This was the case for the new students and the old students. After all, Xiao Qinglong had been strong for too long. If someone suddenly defeated him, then it would definitely be quite interesting. However, the arrogance of the old students was undoubtedly suppressed by the new students at this time. However, it was only because of Jiang Chen alone. After all, there were only 200 new students and their cultivation time was short. Even if they were arrogant, it was impossible for them to threaten the position of the old students in Tongxian Mansion. Therefore, there were so many people who hoped to see a fierce battle between Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong. You have a lot of supporters. However, I don't know if you can laugh until the end. Xiao Qinglong said with a smile. This battle would definitely be recorded in history. Currently, the support for Jiang Chen was getting higher and higher. The hearts of the people. It seems that you will definitely lose today. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At least in terms of aura, the current Xiao Qinglong was completely inferior to him. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability, Xiao Qinglong said in a deep voice. He squinted his eyes and the battle started. As Xiao Qinglong turned around, a 9-foot-long silver blade appeared in his hand. It was extremely imposing and even surpassed the soaring cloud spear in Qin Qinglong's hand. Azure Dragon Bright Moon Saber. This is my life divine weapon. This is my respect for you, Xiao Qinglong Lung said. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. This fellow gave him a rather strong feeling. Especially after his battle with Qin Qinglang, he felt that this freshman was different from the rest. However, it would not be easy for him to obtain first place. At the very least, he would have to pass through him first. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and the golden light was extremely dazzling. Heavenly Dragon Sword, forged from the Dragon Soul, unparalleled in the world, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. At this moment, even Lord Lin's gaze fell onto Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword. His face suddenly changed and a storm was set off in his heart. This is a primal origin treasure? Lord Lin's expression became extremely solemn. However, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword did not have the splendor that a primal origin treasure should have. Every primal origin treasure must have its own soul, which was the spirit of the divine weapon. However, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword did not seem to have a sword soul, but it gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. However, could a sword without a sword soul really become a primal origin treasure? Lin Yukong did not know. At least when he saw the Heavenly Dragon Sword in Jiang Chen's hand, he did not know whether it was a primal origin treasure or not. If it was, then he was very curious about Jiang Chen's identity. A primal origin treasure. Even he only had a damaged primal origin treasure. Even so, many Hierarch Realm experts were envious of it. An ordinary Hierarch Realm expert would at most have a high-grade primal origin treasure, and it was already considered a great fortune. As for a peak-grade primal origin treasure, it would depend on one's fortune. Lin Yukong's expression became solemn. At this moment even he became short of breath. There was even a hint of covetousness in his eyes. However, it was Jiang Chen's item after all. As the boss of Tongxian Mansion, he naturally would not lower himself to snatch Jiang Chen's item. However, if Jiang Chen had a primal origin treasure in his hand, it would be quite difficult for Xiao Qinglong to win. Primal origin treasure? It's impossible. He's only at the late Divine King realm. How could he have a primal origin treasure? Qian Renji knitted her eyebrows in disbelief. She naturally knew what a primal origin treasure was. The reason why the second Mansion Master and third Mansion Master could meet their match in the half-step Divine Emperor realm and control the Tongxian Mansion was because they each had a primal origin treasure. Although the grade of the primal origin treasure was not high, it was still not to be underestimated. With a primal origin treasure in their hands, ordinary Hierarch experts would not be able to get close to them. This was the power of a primal origin treasure. Jiang Chen was just a student. How could he have a primal origin treasure? Even the prodigies from the big clans might not be given a primal origin treasure at this level. Moreover, a primal origin treasure was not something that could be obtained by anyone. It seems like it, but I'm not sure, Lin Yukong said in a deep voice. I hope it's not the case. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a gentleman is innocent, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. His situation would become extremely dangerous. Even if he was not tempted in the profound connection divine palace, there's no guarantee that others would not be tempted to snatch Jiang Chen's divine weapons or treasures. Not bad. Looks like you're quite confident. In this battle, I will let you know that the dignity of a senior is inviolable. Also, you have to pay with your life if you kill someone. Without the Jiang brothers working for me, I will lose a lot of heavenly fire crystals. You're the first person who dares to stand in my way. Xiao Qinglong's long saber swept across like a mountain-splitting blade. The 9-chi green dragon saber changed its shape and slashed the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as usual. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His draconic aura was rippling. Little guy, don't appear in this battle. I'm afraid that someone will recognize you. You have a primal origin treasure. I'm really afraid of getting into trouble. Jiang Chen murmured in his mind. He flicked his finger and the heavenly dragon sword let out a strong buzzing sound, as if to show his dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen smiled. He did not expect this sword spirit to be so human-like. Green Dragon Absolute Shadow. Xiao Qinglong roared. The saber light swept across the sky. Jiang Chen's sword shadow was illusory as he fought and retreated at the same time. Although Jiang Chen was not afraid of Xiao Qinglong's horrifying oppression, he did not need to fight with Xiao Qinglong with force. Instead he fought with force. Under the saber light and sword shadow, the chi shook the universe. Jiang Chen's sword was like a shadow following the body while Xiao Qinglong's saber was wide open. The heavy saber shadow was like a green dragon tearing through the void. The green dragon flickered and pounced forward. Chapter 2973. Roar. Jiang Chen roared angrily. His aura was like a divine soldier descending from the sky, unstoppable. Xiao Qinglong's dragon shadows might actually turned into a wave of air under his roar, repelling it. Xiao Qinglong's attack also vanished like smoke. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's might could even easily repel the might of the Azure Dragon. Xiao Qinglong originally wanted to use the dragon's might to suppress Jiang Chen, but he did not expect Jiang Chen's might to be even stronger than his. Xiao Qinglong did not dare to underestimate Jiang Chen at all. Good move. Xiao Qinglong's eyes turned cold. Jiang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. One man and one sword completely merged into one, blocking almost all of his attacks. Violent prison lock saber. Xiao Qinglong closed in on Jiang Chen once again. Both of their attacks became more and more dreadful. Even the spectators could feel the dreadful vibration. It was not something that an ordinary person could create. Seventh sword. Jiang Chen swept his sword horizontally. The sword will was awe-inspiring. The unrivaled limitless sword was displayed at this moment. The seventh sword had already passed. The sword shadow was leisurely. The 100 zhang long saber was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. The powerful pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiao Qinglong's attack was blocked once again, causing the crowd to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen's sword was too terrifying. No one had expected that his seemingly light sword could shake the heavens and earth, causing the gods and ghosts to weep. No one could fathom what Jiang Chen was doing. Jiang Chen's sword was like a silver snake dancing on the mountain. It swept horizontally, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Xiao Qinglong gradually felt a sense of pressure. Jiang Chen's sword was really too terrifying. Not only was it fast, but it also had the artistic conception of piercing through the void. It made people tremble in fear. Wherever the sword pointed, it was invincible. To be able to force me to use this move, you should be proud of yourself. I really want to see how you are going to block my path to ascension. Xiao Qinglong roared and the saber fell down from the sky. The wind whistled and the sun and moon dimmed. No one could have imagined that there would be such a terrifying saber technique in this world. The 9-foot-long saber covered the sky like a dragon swallowing the sun and moon, cutting down the mortal world. Green dragon beheading the moon. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention as they inwardly exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Qinglong was able to defeat Yu Chenglong not only because of luck. Each of the 3 dragon heads had their own strengths and none of them could be underestimated. That's terrifying. Even a half-step ultimate god might not be able to withstand that attack. Isn't that right? It's too terrifying. This Xiao Qinglong really lives up to his name. If I was struck by this blade, I'm afraid that I would instantly turn into ashes. After all, Xiao Qinglong is a senior who has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. He is definitely not someone that a new student can compare to. Let's see if Jiang Chen can withstand this blade. The sky and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost their luster. The azure dragon appeared and cut off the moon's brilliance. Domineering, really domineering. The entire martial arts square was filled with different opinions. However, most of the people had already begun to mourn for Jiang Chen. After all, that blade was too terrifying. From the moment Xiao Qinglong made his move, Jiang Chen should have already lost. This guy, why hasn't he admitted defeat? Qian Renji's expression slightly changed. No one could be sure if Jiang Chen could still be standing there alive after that strike. The entire square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one had expected that the battle between Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong would end like this. Jiang Chen ended the battle with one slash. Even Lin Yukong couldn't save Xiao Qinglong. Lin Yukong's sigh made Qian Renji realize how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He killed someone in front of Lord Lin, and even he couldn't save Xiao Qinglong? If Xiao Qinglong could be saved, Lord Lin would definitely save him. After all, he was one of the top experts in the outer mansion. Moreover, Jiang Chen's attack speed was too fast. The eighth sword was a merciless killing move. No one could survive once the blade passed by. Furthermore, it was Xiao Qinglong's soul that was destroyed. Even his soul was destroyed. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Chapter 2974. Hiss. Even Qian Renji gasped. The speed of Jiang Chen's attack was too fast and it was hard for anyone to react. Even if it was her, it would be extremely difficult for her to completely block the sword. Although her strength was much stronger and she could suppress Jiang Chen with her strength, even she was greatly shocked by this sword. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Chen was not a senior but a new student. A new student who had just entered Tongshan Mansion for less than 100 years was actually so terrifying. Who would dare to believe it? Although Lin Yukong's evaluation of Jiang Chen was already very high, at this moment he still found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen could actually easily kill Xiao Qinglong. This was also a great loss to the outer palace. However, it was already too late even if he wanted to take action against Jiang Chen's sword. After 3 seconds of silence, the entire martial arts practice square was completely boiling. They continuously cheered and roared for Jiang Chen. This was something that had never happened before in the ranking battle. The new student faced difficulties and broke through layers upon layers of obstacles. Now he was only one step away from standing on the peak. Jiang Chen had changed from being looked down upon in the beginning to being able to kill gods and Buddhas in his way. His aura had become stronger and stronger, even to the point of showing off his ability, and no one could compete with him. Too fucking strong. This is what a ranking battle is, this is what it means to be hot-blooded. Jiang Chen is really too terrifying. It seems like there is no one in the entire outer palace who can suppress him. This sword is really too amazing. There is no one in the past and no one in the future who can surpass him. Ha ha ha, to be able to see such an exciting battle, it is really worth it for me to come out of seclusion for 100 years. Jiang Chen's name instantly spread throughout the outer sect. The man standing in the middle of the square with a long sword in his hand was like a god, standing there without any wind or waves, his aura was like a rainbow. Not many people discussed Xiao Qinglong's death. The winner was king and the loser was always in the wrong. With so many experts gathering, there would inevitably be people who would rise up and replace him. Jiang Chen was the best proof. The era of the 3 heads of the outer palace had passed. Now, besides Qinlong, no one could stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. Everyone's gazes were focused on Qinlong. Only he was the last dignity of the outer palace ranking tournament. Not long ago, the 3 heads of the outer palace were all powerful for tens of thousands of years and no one could surpass them. Now, it seemed that Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong had been defeated by Jiang Chen. 2 of the 3 heads had been killed and only Qinlong was left. At this moment, Yu Chenglong was completely convinced by Jiang Chen. He was not even Xiao Qinglong's opponent, but Jiang Chen was able to kill Xiao Qinglong silently. It was obvious that he was in Jiang Chen's hands. He was glad that the person he met was not Jiang Chen. This guy is really so strong that it makes people's hair stand on end. Gu Malu exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement because Jiang Chen had overcome all the difficulties along the way. Now only Qinlong was left. Once he broke through Qinlong, he would be the number 1 in the outer palace and the leader. Yes, Jiang Chen's current achievements should not be limited to the results of his cultivation in Tongshan Mansion. Bai Ying said in a deep voice. That's right. When he fought with us against the Jiang brothers, he did not show his full strength. Perhaps he already had the strength to fight with me at that time. Yu Chenglong said with a solemn expression. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu looked at each other with astonishment on their faces, and they spoke almost at the same time. It can't be. There's a kind of person who is more dazzling than geniuses. His existence is destined to put countless monstrous geniuses to shame. He's that kind of person. I saw a terrifying domineering intent in his eyes. Without unparalleled skills, it's impossible to have that kind of gaze. With just a wave of his hand, the ores would be turned into ashes. If I don't enter the hierarch realm, I'll never be his opponent. Yu Chenglong's words made Bai Ying and Gu Maolu even more shocked. His talent, achievements, hard work and perseverance had already made countless people gasp in amazement. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes he was still weak. That was the gap between them. Now the only person who can defeat Jiang Chen is Qianlong, Yu Chenglong said faintly. He was relieved now. However, his biggest hope was to break through to the hierarch realm. In that case it would be reasonable for him to surpass Jiang Chen. However, defeating Xiao Qinglong might not be too terrifying because he's only a peak late divine king. However, I heard that Qianlong seems to have reached the threshold of the hierarch realm. Not long ago he challenged 3 half-step hierarch inner mansion disciples in order to break through to the hierarch realm. The outcome of that battle was still undecided. You can see how strong Qianlong is now. Bai Ying said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Although the battle between Jiang Chen and Qianlong was full of glory, it was still full of danger. How can it be as easy as you think to be the outer mansion's #1? In the past, I only managed to withstand more than 20 attacks from Qianlong. However, I didn't expect the gap between us to become bigger and bigger. Yu Chenglong shook his head and sighed. The weak were destined to be eliminated by the times. Only the strong could stand at the top of the 9 heavens and look down on all living beings. Qianlong silently stared at Jiang Chen. His eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through Jiang Chen's body and mind. You've really surprised me. Xiao Qinglong is just a piece of trash. If you can really break through me, then you'll be the outer mansion's #1. Qianlong seemed to be very interested in Jiang Chen, because the moment their eyes met, an inexhaustible battle intent burst out. This brave and unflinching new student made Qianlong see a strong battle intent. Then I'll win against you, Jiang Chen said casually with a faint smile. He was confident and calm without the slightest fear, as if the person in front of him was not a threat at all. You're arrogant, but your arrogance can only go so far. Although I don't like Xiao Qinglong, I dislike you even more. I hate people like you who ignore everything. So I'll crush you, Qianlong said calmly. As the emperor of the outer sect, Qianlong naturally had his own pride. At this time, if Jiang Chen wanted to be the champion, then he must step on his own glory. He would never let Jiang Chen get what he wanted. As long as he could get the purple aromatic konjac, his breakthrough to the hierarch realm would basically be a done deal. Although Jiang Chen is unstoppable, Qianlong isn't as strong as the others. Even the other 2 dragon heads of the outer prefecture are not as strong as him. Yeah, let's see if Qianlong can successfully counterattack. Aha, I really didn't expect this battle to be the most anticipated. Jiang Chen's strength has exceeded all of our expectations. This final battle will be the most classic. No matter who wins or loses, it will surely become a legend in the outer prefecture of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. The new student is invincible, aiming for the crown. If he can defeat the Willow, he will definitely become a legend. Chapter 2975. Jiang Chen, you can choose to stop fighting and rest for 10 days before fighting again. You can also choose to continue fighting, Qianrenji said in a deep voice. She wanted Jiang Chen to cultivate and recover to his peak condition before fighting Qianlong again. After all, Qianlong was not like Xiao Qinglong. Rumor had it that he had touched the threshold of the hierarch realm. No one knew how terrifying he was. Qianlong's power should not be underestimated. Take care. Qianrenji transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen. Thank you for the reminder, Master Ji. Jiang Chen glanced at Qianrenji. After defeating him, I still need to cultivate. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused Qianrenji's advice. His words shocked the audience. The former #1 of the outer sect, the head of the 3 dragon heads, dared to say such words? Qianlong's face slightly twitched. This guy is really arrogant. Since you like to be in the limelight so much, then I will make you lose face in front of everyone. Alright, then don't blame me for bullying you. Let's begin. You will pay for your arrogance. Qianlong and Jiang Chen's eyes met. Both of them were not willing to give in. Their gazes were locked in a deadly battle. I don't care about being number one in the outer sect, but I must get the purple fragrance konjac. Jiang Qin shook his head and said. What he wanted was the purple fragrance konjac. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was refined, his strength would increase a lot. However, the current Jiang Qin could not guarantee that he would be able to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. The chance was less than 30%. However, Jiang Qin must get the purple fragrance konjac. You're dreaming. You don't have the qualification to get the purple fragrance konjac. Do you think it's so easy to be number one in the outer sect? Jiang Qin and Qinlong instantly turned into 2 streams of light and soared into the sky. The heavenly dragon sword did not hold back and slashed horizontally. The sword momentum was astonishing. Qinlong fought and retreated at the same time, avoiding the sharp edge. The two of them fought back and forth. Even those who were watching the battle were enjoying it. With the advantage of the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Qin's attacks were swift and fierce. He did not hesitate and every move was fatal. However, Qinlong was not in a hurry. He sneered as his fist and palm collided with the heavenly dragon sword. However, he was constantly pushed back by the might of the sword, making him feel a little troubled. Suddenly, Qinlong clenched his hands and a huge blood-colored sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. It was incomparably huge and brimming with blood aura. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down. The heavy sword does not have a sharp edge. A divine weapon forged from the peak-grade blood essence stone is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qin's expression was grave. This heavy sword had already reached the level of a superior grade origin god tool. Moreover, the peak-grade blood essence stone within it had not been completely refined to its essence. This was because the power of the blood essence in the heavy sword could burst out. It went without saying that this heavy sword had already reached the level of a peak-grade origin god tool. You have a good eye. This blood shadow sword has tasted countless blood. Today I'll use you as a sacrifice. Qinlong shouted angrily. The sword rose and fell and the wind whistled. He wielded the heavy sword as if it was light. The huge sword was unstoppable. Although the heavenly dragon sword was strong, under the huge pressure of the blood shadow sword, it also became a little stretched. After all, Jiang Qin did not let the heavenly dragon sword spirit out of its scabbard. Otherwise, it would not be suppressed by the blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. When it clashed with the heavenly dragon sword, it gained the upper hand. Qinlong also started to counterattack under Jiang Qin's attack. The two swords kept clashing with each other. The sword light was extremely sharp. The sword shadows rotated and descended from the sky. Under his control, Qinlong's blood shadow sword became more and more powerful. Although the heavenly dragon sword was suppressed, it did not show any signs of losing. It retreated in order to advance. The heavenly dragon sword hummed and its sword chi was awe-inspiring. It seemed to be a little unhappy being suppressed by the blood shadow sword. The heavenly dragon sword broke through its shackles and clashed with the blood shadow sword. It did not lose at all. Instead, it became more and more powerful. Jiang Qin suppressed the might of the heavenly dragon sword because he was afraid that experts like Lord Lin or the Second Mansion Master would notice the extraordinariness of the heavenly dragon sword and want to kill him. Right now, it was difficult for him to fight against such super existences. Qinlong is indeed stronger. It seems that this guy is going to lose. That's hard to say. I think that Jiang Qin is just testing Qinlong. The battle between them has just begun. Jiang Qin could easily kill Xiao Qinglong. How could he only have this little ability? That's not necessarily true. You also have to look at who he is facing. I think no one dares to say a word about Qinlong's reputation. Even in the inner mansion his name is known. He often enters the inner mansion to spar with those half-step hierarch realm experts. This battle is really exciting. Haha, I hope it won't end so early. Facing Qinlong's strength, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry to make a move. Qinlong was also waiting for Jiang Qin to make the first move. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Qin's sword swept across and the 1,000 Li freeze froze. The blood shadow sword in Qinlong's hand became heavier and a strong freezing power swept out. Even his blood shadow sword was covered with a thick layer of frost. Streams of ice swords shot across the sky. Qinlong was not afraid at all. He slapped with his sword and the ice sword shattered. However, neither of them gained the upper hand. Blood essence as the guide, blood shadow monstrous. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. This guy finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Using his blood essence as a guide, the blood essence within the blood shadow sword surged. The sword aura was terrifying, as if blood had filled the skies, leaving behind afterimages. Above the blood shadow, the giant sword was the guide, and the peak of the sky curtain turned into a heavy sword. Jiang Qin soared into the sky, but he was suppressed by the blood curtain. A terrifying sword aura was condensed in the sky along with a gigantic blood sword. Qianlong sneered. With blood essence as the guide, the sky curtain turned into a sword. This sword did not show the sharpness that could split the sky and the earth, but an unstoppable sword aura. Under the sword aura, Jiang Qin, who was holding the heavenly dragon sword, was suppressed step by step. Jiang Qin's face was extremely solemn. The endless sky curtain was full of blood-colored sword shadows, overlapping. Even Qianrenji's face was solemn. Qianlong's power was unparalleled. Whether Jiang Qin could withstand it or not, it really affected many people's hearts. This is too terrifying. I think Jiang Qin may not be able to withstand it. Qianlong is indeed Qianlong. Even a hierarch realm expert would have to take this sword seriously. Jiang Qin is still too inexperienced. Everyone stared at this scene. The blood-colored sword blade in the sky curtain was too terrifying. It had no sharpness, but it was breathtaking. It was as if the world would collapse if the sword pressed down. Let's see how you can escape from my blood shadow sky curtain. Qianlong shouted, and the heavy sword fiercely struck the void. Jiang Qin suddenly raised his head, and the sword aura filled with blood shadows pressed down from all directions. The fifth sword, Starlight. Chapter 2976. Jiang Qin and Zhou Long were evenly matched. No one had the upper hand. However, Zhou Long's eyes were extremely cold. Jiang Qin's means made him feel that he had met a real opponent. Although both of them were evenly matched, under the bright starlight, everyone felt that Jiang Qin had the upper hand. Compared to the blood-red canopy, they were more willing to stay under the starlight. Jiang Qin, you have really made me angry. I must kill you today. Zhou Long once again stepped into the air and waved his heavy sword, cutting through the sky. Jiang Qin's sword was also becoming more and more skillful. He could now display the fifth sword of the Sword of Solitude. As for the sixth sword, he had also touched the threshold. However, he needed to at least enter the hierarch realm to be able to use it. Obviously, it was almost impossible to defeat Zhou Long with the sixth sword. Blood essence as a guide, sword of destruction technique. Zhou Long's blood shadow sword once again underwent a huge change. His blood essence stone treasure sword actually became extremely enchanting at this moment. Zhou Long bit his finger and put a drop of blood on the blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword once again became extremely tyrannical. The enchanting and terrifying feeling made people's hearts tremble. Countless people stared at this scene and felt their throats go dry from Zhou Long's horror. The sky was once again filled with the color of blood. Zhou Long's eyes also became colder. He raised his sword, and the blood shadow sword carried the intent of destruction as it swept through the void. The overbearing blood shadow sword also made Jiang Qin feel the burning pressure once again. Zhou Long's blood seemed to be burning. What was burning was not only his blood but also his fighting spirit, an inextinguishable fighting spirit. You should be proud to be able to force me to use the sword of destruction technique. Zhou Long's figure moved to the side as his body and sword moved together. The blood shadow descended and the sword momentum was wild like a dragon or a mountain. Jiang Qin's expression was stern. Although Zhou Long's strength was strong, it was not enough to defeat him. Sixth sword. Seventh sword. Eighth sword. The heavenly dragon sword changed again and again. At this moment, even Zhou Long's figure was greatly restricted and the blood shadow could not move forward. It's that sword again. Qianrenji said in a deep voice, squinting her eyes. However, Qianlong was still able to resist the terror of the eighth sword. Furthermore, Qianlong's extinguishing sword art was rather terrifying as well. The blood shadow sword and the heavenly dragon sword clashed continuously, emitting a horrifying sword intent. Explosions rang out incessantly in the nine heavens. What a terrifying aura. These two people are indeed the biggest competitors for the Outer Palace's #1. To be able to reach Jiang Qin's level of strength among the freshmen, it's 1 in a million years. Sigh, we're truly left in the dust. It's impossible for us to catch up to him. The blow that such a monster brings to us geniuses is unimaginable. After this battle, it is still a glorious defeat. Looks like the title of #1 in the Outer Palace is not so easy to obtain. There was almost no change in Jiang Qin and Qianlong's battle. The battle between the two of them was quite exciting. Sword shadows filled the air everywhere. If it wasn't for the support of the formation, the void would have already collapsed under their battle. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, Extinguishing Sword Art, Crisscrossing Sword Intent. The blood-red sword in Qianlong's hand broke through the ages and extinguished the mortal world. This sword made Jiang Qin extremely solemn. It seemed that this guy's technique was really powerful. Limitless sword. Jiang Qin displayed the Great Void technique and combined it with the sword intent of the limitless sword. Once again he was on par with Qianlong. At this moment the sword intent in Jiang Qin's heart rose again. His sword intent once again rose to a higher level. The void was shadowless and formless. The limitless sword, with the soundless sword intent that came from all directions, once again broke through the blood curtain in the sky. The extinguishing sword technique broke through the void, but it could not break through Jiang Qin's limitless sword. The storm-like sword intent constantly intertwined and collided. The aura of the two had also risen to the peak, but in the end, Jiang Qin still managed to break through Qianlong's extinguishing sword technique. At the moment when the two extremely terrifying sword intents collided, the void seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention as the two of them stared at each other with sharp gazes. "You're very strong, but that's all. I originally thought that the extinguishing sword technique was enough to kill you, but I didn't expect you to give me such a huge surprise. Your sword intent is indeed terrifying, but your strength is only so. Qianlong lightly smiled. He had to admit that the importance of Jiang Qin had risen by 120%. He had once defeated Xiao Qinglong and Yu Chenglong because of the extinguishing sword technique, which was his strongest technique. Really? In my opinion, you're weaker than I thought. It said that your strength is enough to fight against a hierarch realm expert, but now it seems that it's not true. Jiang Qin smiled as he shook his head. Little brat, since you insist on seeking death, then I'll give you a chance. Originally, this move was reserved for the geniuses in the inner mansion, but since you're so eager, I'm afraid it won't be easy to defeat you if I don't let you have a taste of my true strength. Bring it on, I'll accompany you to the end. Jiang Qin stood with his head held high and pointed his sword at Qianlong. Jiang Qin had already unleashed his killing intent with this sword. Qianlong held the blood shadow sword with both of his hands. His hands, his body, and his eyes were constantly trembling at this moment. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Jiang Qin's pupils shrank. This guy actually made the blood shadow sword, which was made of blood essence stone, continuously suck his blood. He wanted to become one with the sword. However, it didn't seem like it because his sword had yet to produce a soul. Without reaching the level of a primal origin treasure, it was impossible for a soul to exist. At the same time, Qianlong's eyes were filled with a bloody light. His sword became more and more demonic, filled with a bloody intent. It was like a violent, bloodthirsty dragon that was hibernating. The moment the blood shadow sword was raised, it was like a dragon raising its head. Sword extermination technique, sword sacrifice. Qian Renji glanced at Lord Lin and her face changed again. This guy is crazy. He doesn't have a soul, so he wants to forcefully merge with the sword. Using this sword sacrifice method is no different from a demon technique. It's very likely that he'll be possessed by the devil. Experts are all madmen. The corner of Lin Yokong's mouth curved into a slight smile. It was a little bitter, but it was also full of understanding. The posture of an expert was nothing more than a king descending to the world. When he stood at the peak, he would write history. What was a god? What was a demon? What was an immortal? What was a demon? It was no longer important. Jiang Qin's sword stood in the void and did not retreat. Even under the terrifying pressure of the blood curtain in the sky, it was still the same. This time, Qianlong was more than 100 times stronger than before. This was the power of the sword sacrifice. This is not a sword sacrifice but a sword sacrifice. Jiang Qin's face was solemn. This kind of sword sacrifice was, after all, unorthodox and unrefined. However, at this moment, his sword sacrifice had indeed reached the domineering level of the hierarch realm. Even Jiang Qin himself felt a great deterrence and oppression. It was completely different from before. The eighth blade was also unbeatable. Whether it's sword sacrifice or sword sacrifice, haha, what can you do to me? I'll definitely kill you with this sword. Qianlong laughed crazily. His aura was like a bull's. The galaxy changed color and the sky was full of blood curtains. The blood shadow sword had merged with him. His face became extremely pale, but the power of the sword curtain in the sky was weakening. Jiang Qin is defeated. Chapter 2977. Even a venerable might not be able to withstand this attack. Bai Ying sucked in a breath of cold air. Even 100 of him might not be able to withstand this peerless blood sword, let alone 10 of him. The sword veil rippled, encompassing everything in its path. Jiang Chen's situation was extremely dangerous, and he had nowhere to retreat to. Jiang Chen, surrender. Gu Malu's body trembled, his expression was extremely solemn. Qianlong was unbeatable, Jiang Chen had lost the initiative, he couldn't contend against Qianlong at all, he would only die if he continued to fight. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. Dong Huang Taie and the others held their breath, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could see that Qianlong's final sword sacrifice had sealed all of Jiang Chen's life force. The target of this attack was Jiang Chen. The people of Lone Dragon County were trembling in fear, they were worried for Jiang Chen. Only Yan Qingqing's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking, she silently looked at Jiang Chen in the sky. Miss Yan, quickly persuade Brother Jiang. Gu Malu looked at Yan Qingqing. Everyone knew about the relationship between Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing shook her head, her eyes were filled with determination and confidence. He won't risk his life if he doesn't have the confidence. I'll come after him if he dies. Yipsai. Gu Malu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's such a silly girl in this world, she didn't even try to persuade him at this moment, he didn't know if she was naive or infatuated. Lord Lin, if you don't act now, Jiang Chen will die for sure. Qian Renji said anxiously. You should still have a trump card, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be unwilling to surrender in such a terrifying situation. Lin Yukong said after pondering for a while. But, Qian Renji's heart moved slightly. At this moment, the horrifying blood curtain had begun to cover the blood shadow sword. The blood shadow sword was bright and blazing. It was so red that it could make people's hair stand on end. The sword seemed to be able to suppress the universe and all living beings. The airwaves were rolling and unstoppable. Under the sword sacrifice, the mountains and rivers would collapse. You no longer have the chance to admit defeat. Qianlong sneered as he stared at Jiang Chen. In the end, he was going to win this battle. It's too early for you to be happy. Jiang Chen smiled and did not move at all. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword flew up to the sky. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, and his spirit left his body. He held the heavenly dragon sword and faced the terrifying pressure from all directions. The power of the sacrificial sword art was displayed to the extreme at this moment. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the heavenly dragon sword turned into a colorful rainbow, cutting through the void. The sword radiance changed dramatically and golden light shot out in all directions. Limitless sword, ninth blade. Jiang Chen moved his mind, and the heavenly dragon sword turned into a golden dragon. It rushed up to the sky and collided with the blood shadow sword. In an instant, 108,000 swords burst out and gushed towards Qianlong. What a terrifying sword essence. He is only in the divine king realm, but he can comprehend such a sword essence. Lin Yokong's expression changed greatly. Jiang Chen's sword essence was too terrifying. The ninth blade had reached a level that even he could not reach. Lin Yukong never expected that Jiang Chen could display this level that even Venerable Realm or Emperor Realm experts could not reach. The eighth blade from before had such a trend, but the sword essence was not strong enough. However, this sword had already made Lin Yokong's expression change. The golden dragon exploded, and tens of thousands of swords pierced through the body. Even the blood shadow sword turned into powder under the impact of the 108,000 swords. Qianlong's facial expression changed drastically. Lin Yukong took action in time to save Qianlong from death, but even he could feel the pressure from Jiang Chen's sword intent. Qianlong's expression changed drastically. Fortunately, when Jiang Chen was in trouble, he was already prepared and could take action at any time. With Xiao Qinglong as a precedent, even Lin Yukong did not dare to be negligent. After all, the battle of life and death between them was interesting, but for Tongxin Mansion, it would be a real pity if they lost such a peerless genius. Therefore, although Lin Yukong broke the rules, he still took action without hesitation. After all, he was the highest leader of this Outer Mansion ranking tournament. The blood curtain broke and Qianlong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as gold paper and he knelt on one knee. His eyes had long lost their initial luster, as if life and death were only a matter of a thought. What a pity, what a pity! Jiang Chen shook his head. Although he had comprehended the ninth saber, the realm of the heart and sword as one was still a level lower. Back then, Sword Saint Fangbai had reached the realm of the heart and sword as one. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could not continue to deduce the ninth saber. Brother Fong, the ninth saber has been completed. You can rest assured. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked up. At the top of the void, there seemed to be a figure in white who was smiling at him. Everyone in the outer mansion was shocked to the extreme as they silently watched this scene. They had even forgotten to cheer for Lin Dong. He indeed deserves the title of number one in the outer mansion, Qian Renji said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Previously she was worried about Jiang Qin, but now it seemed like it was unnecessary. Jiang Qin naturally had his own plan. Lin Yukong also smiled and nodded silently. There was no doubt that Jiang Qin deserved the title. It's too early to talk about being number one. A thunderous roar reverberated in everyone's ears from the peak of the void. Second Mansion Master, Lin Yukong said with his hands cupped together. Jiang Qin frowned. Wasn't the Second Mansion Master supposed to be high and mighty? Why did he appear in the outer mansion ranking battle? Greetings, Mansion Master. Countless students silently bowed their heads and greeted the Second Mansion Master. Even after defeating Qianlong, may I ask the Second Mansion Master if there are any other changes? Jiang Qin looked straight at the Second Mansion Master fearlessly. His face was solemn. Someone like you dares to question me? With one look from the Second Mansion Master, Jiang Qin felt extremely oppressed. This shameless Second Mansion Master was actually exerting his power on him. Jiang Qin's face was extremely solemn, but he still looked at the Second Mansion Master fearlessly. He was least afraid of this kind of pressure. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to make him take a step back. It's not a question, it's just a fact. The Second Mansion Master's strength has reached the pinnacle. Naturally, you don't need to care about what we students think. However, are you going to distort the truth in front of everyone? Jiang Qin's words slightly shocked Lin Yukong and Qian Renji. This guy really doesn't care about his life. How dare he talk to the Second Mansion Master like that? Ha! I like your courage. However, how can you decide what I've decided? Qianlong is an outer mansion student and so are you. How can you be sure that Qianlong has lost? As soon as the Second Mansion Master's voice fell, everyone noticed that Qianlong seemed to have entered a meditative state to cultivate. He broke through? Qian Renji was shocked. That's right. Qianlong broke through during the battle. He's a true monstrous genius. After breaking through to the hierarch realm, he can still fight. How can he admit defeat? The Second Mansion Master said faintly. If it was a life-and-death battle, he would be dead by now. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. However, this is not a life-and-death battle. It's just a battle between outer mansion students. The Second Mansion Master said with a gentle smile. Therefore, you have to wait until he breaks through to the hierarch realm before you fight. Was it really worth risking his life for the first place? Everyone was optimistic about Jiang Qin's chances, but there was a setback along the way. The Second Manor Lord had interfered and helped Qianlong regain some lost ground. He had even turned the tables on Jiang Qin, putting him in a difficult situation. Jiang Qin's agreement was basically a death sentence for him. How could he resist Qianlong, a peerless genius who had broken through to the hierarch realm? Although many people knew that Jiang Qin's heart was full of unwillingness at that moment, he would have to bow down to the Grim Reaper if he did not bow down to fate. Good. You're indeed a disciple of my Tongxian mansion. You're very magnanimous. The Second Mansion Master smiled faintly. Since Jiang Qin had fallen into his trap, Qianlong would not let Jiang Qin continue to be arrogant when he broke through to the hierarch realm. He would definitely make Jiang Qin pay for what he did. So, it's reasonable for me to prepare for the battle, right? Jiang Qin said. That's only natural. I hope that your exciting battle will not disappoint us. The Second Mansion Master said faintly. All right. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and cast beans into soldiers. 72 peak heavenly divine tools surrounded Qianlong. You want to win with a formation? These little tricks are just small tricks in front of a real hierarch realm expert. A deathbed struggle. The Second Mansion Master shook his head and sighed. He stood on the peak of the void and had already made up his mind. This is too unfair to Jiang Qin. Qian Renji looked at Lin Yukong, but Lin Yukong shook his head, gesturing her not to say anything. In front of absolute power, rules were meant to be broken. Now, the Second Master had a reason that wasn't really a reason to make Jiang Qin lower his head. Who could stop him? Jiang Qin had agreed to it. If he had bowed down to the Second Mansion Master, perhaps there wouldn't be so many problems. However, Jiang Qin was stubborn. The 72 peak heavenly divine tools were in place. Jiang Qin activated the supreme grade divine origin stones. The little Ashura sword formation could explode at any time. He did not take out the 32 primordial divine tools at the same time because it would be too flashy. The second mansion master would definitely catch them and study them. This guy is not ordinary. 72 peak heavenly divine tools. However, does he think he can stop a hierarch realm expert? He's too naive. The second mansion master sneered. Time passed. Half a month had passed. At this moment, Qinlong's aura suddenly rose. He was about to break through to the hierarch realm. Jiang Qin is in danger. He's just too headstrong. He clearly knows that he's no match for Qinlong, and now even the second palace master has come out. He clearly wants to support Qinlong, but he doesn't give the second palace master face. He still wants to have a showdown with Qinlong. The result might be unbearable for him. Yu Qinglong said in a deep voice. The second mansion master had joined in and Jiang Qin had agreed. No one could change the final result. Now they could almost imagine Jiang Qin's defeat when Qinlong breaks through to the hierarch realm. You didn't disappoint me after all. The second palace master smiled. An incomparably terrifying thundercloud appeared in the sky, enveloping Qinlong. The terrifying thundercloud was so mighty that even divine kings could only look at it in the dust. Their expressions instantly changed. Chapter 2979. Is this the strength of a hierarch realm expert? Qinlong murmured and clenched his fist. At that moment, he had a domineering aura that could split mountains and split the earth as if everything was in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin was standing not far away from him. Qinlong firmly believed that Jiang Qin might not be able to withstand his punch. Unfortunately, he had already lost. Qinlong, the second mansion master, should not remain silent because of your meritorious cultivation. He will allow you and Jiang Qin to have a truce and break through before deciding the winner. When Qian Renji said those words, she gritted her teeth. However, who would dare to disobey the second mansion master's order? Qinlong's eyes lit up with joy. How could there be such a good thing? Since he had broken through to the hierarch realm, Jiang Qin would be a piece of cake for him. Jiang Qin, do you dare to fight me in the lightning tribulation? When Qinlong said those words, many people despised him. Even if he won the battle, he would lose the hearts of the people. Jiang Qin was only a late divine king while Qinlong was about to break through to the hierarch realm. Currently, he already had a part of the hierarch realm's strength. After the heavenly lightning, he would be able to shake the world. Moreover, how could a divine king like Jiang Qin withstand the terror of the heavenly lightning? Why wouldn't I dare? Jiang Qin let out a loud roar and went straight into the heavenly lightning. His eyes met Qinlong's. Their life and death battle had just begun. Jiang Qin is digging his own grave. Yeah, let's not talk about whether he can defeat Qinlong. How could he withstand the hierarch realm's heavenly lightning tribulation? Jiang Qin is talented, but he's too arrogant. He doesn't know when to stop. At this moment, there's nothing he can do. The moment Jiang Qin rushed into the heavenly lightning tribulation, everyone sighed. A hero of a generation had fallen just like that. It was fixed. Rumble. Bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Jiang Qin's expression was calm, allowing the heavenly lightning to strike his body. He was actually unscathed, shocking countless people. Even Lin Yukong and the second palace master's expressions changed. This guy actually ignored the existence of the heavenly lightning? Even Qinlong didn't dare to be negligent. The terrifying chi of the heavenly lightning made him feel a lot of pressure, but Jiang Qin didn't care about it at all. What can mere heavenly lightning do to me? Jiang Qin sneered. Then have a taste of my power. The hierarch realm is not something you can touch. Qinlong roared and threw a punch. The air waves were deafening. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed. The little Ashura sword formation instantly rose from the ground and wrapped around Qinlong. Although the little Ashura sword formation only had 72 peak heavenly divine tools, it was still not to be underestimated. Its power was also shocking. At least, it was more than enough to trap Qinlong's sword shadows broke through the void. It was quite shocking. Interesting. I want to see if you can trap me. Qinlong sneered. He used the domineering aura of a hierarch realm to attack. 3 attacks ended in failure. However, a crack appeared in Jiang Qin's little Ashura sword formation. Qinlong's eyes lit up. Although this guy's sword formation was strong, it was impossible to trap him. This is the moment. Qinlong's roar shook the sky. He wanted to break through Jiang Qin's sword formation. It's too early to be happy. This is just the first line of defense. Do formation technique activate. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and he shouted in a deep voice. The Do formation technique instantly stabilized the little Ashura sword formation and its power doubled. Chen Long fell into a passive position in the little Ashura sword formation. Do formation technique? How can this guy know the Do formation technique of the Battle God clan? Is he related to the Battle God clan? The second mansion master squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Even he became serious when Jiang Chen used the Do formation technique. However, his Tongshan mansion was not afraid of the Battle God clan. However, this guy's power was very shocking. Under the Do formation technique, Chen Long completely lost his initial strength. However, he was still able to handle the little Ashura sword formation with ease. After all, the little Ashura sword formation formed by 72 peak heavenly divine tools was extremely difficult to kill an hierarch realm expert even with the help of the Do formation technique. It's not that easy to kill me. Chen Long used his body as a sword and performed the extinguishing sword technique again. The violent power of the extinguishing sword technique continuously attacked Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. The power of an hierarch realm expert was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the heavenly lightning in the void. His real target was not the little Ashura sword formation, but the heavenly lightning that Chen Long used to break through to the hierarch realm. With his current strength, killing Chen Long would be a piece of cake. The little Ashura sword formation gradually loosened. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen wanted to escape, but Jiang Chen rushed into the thunderclouds. Where are you going? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. The sky lightning seemed to want to escape, but Jiang Chen grabbed it tightly. Jiang Chen's sky lightning changed in the thunderclouds. Even the second mansion master could not figure out what Jiang Chen wanted to do. Bang bang bang! Chen Long broke the little Ashura sword formation with the power of an hierarch realm expert. At this moment he looked up and wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Even if you hide in the thunderclouds you can't escape death. I will kill you no matter where I go. Chen Long was like a mad bull. Previously he was defeated by Jiang Chen. That psychological shadow was still lingering in the bottom of his heart. If he did not kill Jiang Chen, he would never be able to escape from the shadow in his heart. The feeling of wanting to escape but not being able to do so must be terrible. The second mansion master stared at Jiang Chen in the thunderclouds and sneered. Chen Long's domineering aura even made Xianrenji's heart palpitate. Even if this guy's current strength was not as strong as her, he was probably one of the best early hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen had no chance of winning against him. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was hiding in the thunderclouds and did not dare to show himself, a red, green and gray lightning suddenly flashed out from the thunderclouds. Thunder roared and lightning shot out in all directions. The tricolored heavenly lightning converged and exploded the moment Chen Long rushed into Yunlei. Even if you are a hierarch, it's all in vain. Jiang Chen's loud roar shook the sky and the thunder roared continuously. The dazzling sky lightning exploded, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Only the second mansion master and Lin Yokong's eyes were still shining. However, both of them had never thought that the terrifying three-colored sky lightning would explode at this moment. An early hierarch realm expert would never be able to withstand such a terrifying explosive force. Even Xianrenji would be severely injured by the sky lightning's terrifying aura. No. Chapter 2980. Chen Long's body was engulfed by the heavenly lightning's mushroom cloud in an instant. Even the second palace master could not react in time, let alone a guy who had just broken through to the hierarch realm. The thunderclouds dispersed, and the sky returned to its tranquil state. Chen Long's body and soul were completely annihilated in the heavenly lightning's explosion, turning into ashes. Jiang Chen? No one dared to believe that Jiang Chen had borrowed the might of the heavenly lightning to counterattack at the last moment, putting himself on the brink of death and killing Chen Long. This turn of events was really hard for them to accept. After a few life and death twists and turns, Chen Long was finally defeated by Jiang Chen's attack. Not a single piece of him was left. Thousands of Divine King Realm experts cheered and applauded for Jiang Chen. It was too shocking, too exciting. This outer palace ranking battle was even more exciting than the inner palace competition. Jiang Chen. Invincible. 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 Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void, his complexion was rosy and his expression was calm. The moment he turned around, his eyes met Yan Qingqing's and he smiled. That was the simplest way he could give her peace of mind. Yan Qingqing cried tears of joy. It was a lie to say that she wasn't worried, but she believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't disappoint her. No matter when, her man would always give her a warm smile. What's the matter? Gu Maolu, Dong Huang Taiye and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen's victory was full of danger. It was quite difficult for him to kill Qianlong and become the Outer Palace's champion. From now on, the era of the Outer Palace's 3 dragon heads was over. Except for Yu Chenglong, Qianlong and Xiao Qinglong had fallen in this battle. Jiang Chen looked at the second palace master. At this moment his expression was extremely ugly. Even though Qianlong had broken through to the hierarch realm, he still failed to defeat Jiang Chen. Instead he was killed by Jiang Chen. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. How could his expression be good? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Second palace master, Jiang Chen finally deserves to be the champion. Jiang Chen's every word seemed to stab into his heart. Good. He's indeed a rising star, a peerless genius. As soon as he finished speaking, the second master turned and left, disappearing into the void. Lin Yukong smiled bitterly. This fellow was really reckless. He even dared to provoke the second master at this moment. He was too monstrous. No one had expected him to kill Qianlong in the end. Jiang Chen's outstanding talent made Lin Yukong sigh in admiration. Jiang Chen's outstanding talent was unparalleled throughout the ages. Jiang Chen stared at the back of the second master and couldn't help but become solemn. This guy had lost all his face because of him. Although he was the master, he couldn't go against him. This time, Jiang Chen had won by a narrow margin. Next time he must not have any conflict with him. Otherwise, the second master would surely make things difficult for him. Master Lin, this purple fragrant konjac should be mine. Jiang Chen said. You're right. This purple fragrant konjac is yours. The title of the Outer Palace's champion is also yours. Lin Yukong turned his hand and a purple konjac flower appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The purple fragrant konjac was really refreshing. It was indeed a peerless divine medicine. Lin Yukong stretched his hand and the purple fragrant konjac appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Finally, you're here. Jiang Chen looked at the purple fragrant konjac and smiled. He kept it and turned his head to look at the Outer Palace disciples. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Only Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with deep affection. Jiang Chen's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. He had set up a peerless monument for the entire outer sect. With the strength of a late divine king, he killed a hierarch expert. Such a glory had never happened in the history of Tongshan Mansion. Now the Outer Palace ranking battle had ended. It was also a perfect ending for Jiang Chen. With the purple fragrant konjac in his hand, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pills concoction was just around the corner. Thousands of Outer Palace disciples retreated. Qian Renji transmitted a message to Jiang Chen. Before long, there will be a trip to the hidden treasure trove in the inner mansion that you can participate in. At that time, there will be 20 inner mansion disciples and 5 instructors going together. Lord Lin has given you special permission to participate in this trip. What hidden treasure expedition? Jiang Chen looked at Qian Renji in doubt. It's a relic of an Emperor Realm expert. You'll know when the time comes. This time, the second palace master was supposed to lead the team. However, he had something to attend to and couldn't go. Therefore, the elders of the Divine Palace will be leading the team. Is it because of the demonic beasts in the Heaven Dragon prison? Jiang Chen asked. He was eager to explore the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Unfortunately, his curiosity was too strong. His strength was not enough to support him to explore the 17th floor. The relic of an Emperor Realm expert? Alright, I'll definitely go. Jiang Chen turned around and left. However, he bumped into Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong stood in front of Jiang Chen with a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. What's the matter, brother Yu? Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, I have a request, but I don't know how to say it. Yu Chenglong sighed and said with a bitter smile. Just say it. Since brother Jiang is so frank, then I'll be frank. I want your purple fragrant konjac. Is brother Jiang willing to part with it? I'm willing to exchange anything for it. Yu Chenglong's voice was incomparably solemn. He seemed to have made up his mind. Not exchanging. Jiang Chen said in a resolute manner. I risked my life for the purple fragrant konjac. It's very useful to me. Is brother Yu really going to force me? Jiang Chen said lightly. Yu Chenglong knew how much effort he had put in to obtain the purple fragrant konjac. He had even almost lost his Xing Ming. How could he give it to someone else? Yu Chenglong nodded silently. If brother you has any difficulties you can tell me. I'll definitely help you. However, I can't part with the purple fragrant konjac. Jiang Qin said. I forget it. Although brother Jiang is strong you might not be able to help me. Yu Chenglong shook his head and turned to leave. Although he was a little angry at Jiang Qin risked his life for it. It was reasonable for Jiang Qin not to exchange with him. Even elder Dan Qin was helpless. How could he have a way? It was a pity that Yu Chenglong had refused Jiang Qin's kind advice and offered to help out twice. Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan. It wasn't easy for him to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan. Therefore it was better for Jiang Qin not to try. Jiang Qin once again entered the 16th level of the Heaven Dragon prison to cultivate. This time, as expected, Jiang Qin dreamt of the person who was chained. Chapter 2981. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second and third time, he would dream of that person every time he entered the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Qin's curiosity was piqued. No matter what, I want to see who you are today. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. He could not enter the 17th floor, so he could only rely on his soul power to explore. Jiang Qin focused his mind. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any obstruction to a sovereign realm soul. However, when his soul tried to explore the 17th and 18th floor, it was met with an extremely strong repulsive force. The repulsive force wasn't as strong as the sovereign realm soul, but it was still at the divine emperor realm. Jiang Qin tried to enter the 17th floor twice, but he didn't succeed. That invisible barrier completely blocked his thoughts of entering the 17th floor. Damn it. The person who left this barrier must be at least a divine emperor realm. Jiang Qin was incomparably furious. However, this barrier was something that even his emperor realm soul couldn't penetrate. In order to break through the barrier, one must at least reach the hierarch realm. However, at that moment, Jiang Qin felt 2 extremely strong forces entering the Heaven Dragon prison at a rapid speed. The 10th floor, the 11th floor, the 12th floor. With a thought, Jiang Qin instantly entered the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda and turned into a speck of dust, floating at the border between the 16th and 17th floor. Third brother, how's the thundercloud space? The second mansion master said in a low voice. It's still not enough. The heavenly lightning crystal is still lacking compared to the heavenly fire crystal. The heavenly fire crystal should be complete within 1,000 years, but the heavenly lightning crystal needs at least 3,000 to 5,000 years. The person called third brother said in a deep voice. If Lin Yukong was here he would definitely recognize him. He was the third mansion master of Tongshan Mansion. That long? Can't you speed it up? Big brother doesn't have much time left. Big brother will return in at most 500 years. The second mansion master frowned and said in a deep voice. The third manor master smiled bitterly, shook his head and sighed. It's not like you don't know, second brother. I've never been lazy. For so many years, we've been locked in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda and the Lightning Gathering Peak. It's impossible for us to cultivate. Otherwise we would have entered the Divine Emperor realm like Big Brother. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Big Brother's goal is the Heaven Dragon Prison, mine is the Lightning Gathering Peak, and yours is the Ghost Valley. As long as the 3 of us come to an agreement and replace each other, becoming a martial emperor is a sure thing. Otherwise, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a martial emperor. It's been millions of years and there hasn't been a single emperor realm expert. Maybe other places don't know about it, but our northern cold divine region is the same. Third Manor Lord gritted his teeth and nodded silently. Only those who experience hardship can rise to the top. I understand, second brother. Right now, our decisions are all to pave the way for the future. It's good that you understand. Haha, how can a mere Tongshan mansion cover our eyes? The second mansion lord said with a smile. Right, second brother, is this grand monster still not willing to submit? Speaking of this, I'm furious. This fellow has been tortured by me for 100 years, yet he still refuses to submit. If it weren't for the fact that his bloodline is strong enough, I would have killed him long ago. To think that it would be so difficult to make him submit to me. The second mansion master's expression gradually turned cold, and his face was covered with frost. Even the hell heavenly fire of the 18th level of purgatory can't do anything to him? The third mansion lord frowned. It still can't. Do you know what kind of beast this guy is? The second mansion lord smiled mysteriously and said quietly. The ancient divine beasts are the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the qilin and the kuan peng. This guy is just a monkey, how powerful can he be? The third mansion lord looked at him suspiciously, but he didn't agree with him. Third brother, you're wrong. These divine beasts were born after Pangu created the world. However, there are 4 types of divine beasts that are outside of the 3 realms. They don't belong to the 5 elements. They don't need to be punished by heaven or punished by lightning. There are such divine beasts in this world? The third mansion lord's face was full of shock. I found them in an ancient relic and learned about them by chance. One of them is the 6-eared macaque. It's good at listening, observant, knowing the cause and effect of everything. The second is the heavenly ape. It can control the sun and moon, shrink 1,000 mountains, argue and manipulate the universe. The third is the red-bottomed horse monkey. It knows yin and yang and the 5 elements. It knows how to enter and leave, avoiding death and living a happy life. The fourth is the spiritual stone monkey. It knows changes, knows the weather, knows the geography, can move the stars and can steal the sun. These 4 monkeys are called the chaotic 4 monkeys. They are outside of the 3 realms and are not part of the 5 elements. Compared to divine beasts, they are even rarer. Calling them phoenix feathers or unicorn horns would be an understatement. Since ancient times, there have only been 1 or 2 of them. It's really hard to find them. The second mansion lord said sternly. The third mansion lord's eyes brightened. He said excitedly, could this beast be one of the chaotic 4 monkeys? That's right. This beast is the spiritual stone monkey. The second mansion lord's eyes brightened and his lips curled into a smile. If he could get his hands on this spiritual stone monkey, he would be able to rule the heavens in the future. Breaking through the emperor realm wouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, if he could use this spiritual stone monkey and make it serve him, he would definitely be able to reach the next level. Second brother, you're really lucky. The third mansion lord said enviously. It's not that easy. It's still too early to talk about this. After all, this spiritual stone monkey isn't easy to deal with. Even at this moment, he is still extremely persistent. Even after 100 years of torture, he didn't even frown. This guy is definitely harder to deal with than you can imagine. The second mansion lord shook his head. Second brother, you're invincible. Haha, why would you care about a mere spiritual stone monkey? When you take down this spiritual stone monkey and enter the divine emperor realm, you'll be invincible. The third mansion lord said with a smile. It's hard to say. Sai, let's see if this guy has given in first. How can ordinary divine beasts compare to the chaotic 4 monkeys? But now that he's in my hands, I'll definitely make him submit. The second mansion lord stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. His expression was cold. Not only was his face as gloomy as water, but his killing intent was also rising. The spiritual stone monkey? Jiang Qin frowned. He felt that he had heard these words somewhere before, or perhaps he had seen them before, but he had long forgotten about them. As they spoke, the second mansion lord and the third mansion lord opened the door to the 17th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. At that moment, Jiang Qin finally saw the back of the bloody figure in the dust. His eyes froze in that instant and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Chapter 2982. It was just a side view, but that figure had been deeply imprinted in Jiang Qin's mind. He would never have imagined that the spiritual stone monkey that the second prefecture master mentioned, the demonic beast that he wanted to subdue, was actually Long San, who was also his dearest brother. At that moment, the rage in Jiang Qin's body gushed out in an instant, and his face was extremely gloomy. No wonder every time he entered the Heaven Dragon prison to cultivate, a person in his dream would always appear. It turned out that the person in his dream, whose shoulder blades were locked, was actually Long San. Jiang Qin kept suppressing the rage in his heart, but at this moment, the doors of the 16th and 17th levels of the Heaven Dragon prison had already closed quietly. Due to the existence of the barrier, even Jiang Qin, who was in the Zulong Tower, could not float into the 17th level of the Inferno of Earth Fire with the help of the dust. That tragic background was actually Long San. The painful wail in the dream was clearly a true portrayal of him. Jiang Qin finally understood why he was so heartbroken. It turned out that the person who was suffering the greatest pain in the 17th level of the Inferno of Earth Fire was actually Long San. Jiang Qin had imagined countless scenes of him and his brother charging forward, but he had never expected that he would actually discover the existence of Long San at this moment. One could imagine the rage in Jiang Qin's heart. It turned out that everything was caused by the second prefecture master. He had caught Long San, but he actually wanted Long San to submit to him. It was really too hateful. Jiang Qin's face turned ashen. He had never been so irritable before. Everything had started because of Long San. How could Jiang Qin feel at ease when his brother was suffering inhumane pain there? They had agreed to share weal and woe together, hand in life and death. However, Jiang Qin realized that he actually could not do anything. It was not that he was indifferent, but it was really too difficult for him to do anything now. How could he go against the natural order when he was living under the eaves? Jiang Qin took a deep breath. For a moment he even wanted to rush out and rush into the 17th level, but Jiang Qin eventually restrained himself. His rationality won over his impulsiveness. Although a moment of happiness was nothing, when he really broke into the 17th level he might face death. He was not afraid of death, but if he died in vain and could not save Long San, then what was the point of his death? Jiang Qin hated the second mansion master to the core. Naturally, he did not have any sense of belonging to the Tongshan mansion. At this moment, the only thought in his heart was to rescue Long San as soon as possible. Even so, Jiang Qin knew that his current strength was not enough to complete the redemption. Therefore he could only use his wits and not his strength. Otherwise he might end up like Long San and be consigned to eternal damnation. Jiang Qin's heart was as cold as frost. Long San was suffering from the second mansion master's oppression. At this moment, his heart gradually turned cold. Long San was like a brother to him. He could not ignore him. Even if he had to put his life on the line, he would fight the second mansion master and the Tongshan mansion to the end. Second mansion master, what a great second mansion master. I Jiang Qin swear that I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Jiang Qin kept roaring in his heart. What he could do now was to wait and see. However, he was also burning with anxiety. Long San was suffering great pain in the Heaven Dragon prison. How could Jiang Qin cultivate in peace? However, he knew that impulsiveness would not solve any problem. He had to plan slowly. Now that the second mansion master wanted Long San to surrender, based on Jiang Qin's understanding of Long San, he would never lower his head. His arrogance was incomparable to anyone else. Jiang Qin could empathize with Long San's suffering for 100 years. His heart turned cold and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He would definitely repay this despicable second mansion master in the future. Jiang Qin had been thinking about how to break through the barrier and enter the 17th floor. Although he could break through the barrier by force, his strength was far from enough. At least, he might not be able to break through the two Hierarch realm experts. Moreover, once he broke through the barrier of the Heaven Dragon prison, the experts of the Tongshan mansion would definitely swarm in. Not to mention too, there would definitely be 20 Hierarch realm experts. With Jiang Qin's current strength, he would not be able to escape from the Tongshan mansion even if he fled to the ends of the world. Jiang Qin's mind was racing. His current strength was far from enough. However, if he could refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill and refine all 108 Heavenly Divine Tools into Origin Divine Tools, then Jiang Qin might have a chance to fight. Even then he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, Jiang Qin knew that it was his only chance. Monkey, remember, you must hold on and wait for me to come back. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. The moment he turned around, his footsteps became incomparably heavy. Jiang Qin wanted to change Long San's situation, but he could not do it. He could not go to his death. Knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, it was the act of a fool. Jiang Qin must ensure that they could escape unscathed before he could take action. Beside the butterfly spring, Jiang Qin silently sat there, staring at the void for a long time without saying a word. You have not spoken for a day and a night, what happened? Little Qinzi. Yan Qingqing slightly opened her red lips, her complexion was slightly pale. She knew that Jiang Qin would not become like this for no reason. He must have a very big worry in his heart. I saw Monkey. Jiang Qin said. Long San, huh? Where is he? Yan Qingqing said in surprise. I saw him being tortured, he was in unbearable pain in the Tongshan mansion, but I could not do anything. Jiang Qin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Yan Qingqing hugged Jiang Qin tightly from behind. She finally understood why Jiang Qin would be so silent. The relationship between Jiang Qin and Long San was a friendship of life and death. It was not any worse than hers. She would never judge who was more important between her and his brother, because she knew that it was not easy for her man. Jiang Qin was silent at this moment. Although he did not say a word, Yan Qingqing could feel the pressure and condemnation he was feeling. The loneliness and helplessness in his eyes was something that Yan Qingqing had never seen before. That kind of pain seemed to be imposed on him, even his breath seemed to be restricted, making it hard for him to move. Yan Qingqing leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said softly, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There are some things that even you can't do anything about, but I believe that my man is the best. Even if it's the stars and the moon in the sky, he won't take them seriously. If Long Shisan knew about this, he would not blame you. Because of this, you have to pull yourself together. I can't live without you. Long Shisan, I can't live without you." Yan Qingqing comforted Jiang Chen in a low voice, making him feel better. However, the self-blame in his heart was not reduced. "From today onwards, I will enter the 16th level of Inferno Hell for closed-door training. Unless teacher Qian Renji invites me to the hidden treasure, don't disturb me." Jiang Chen stood up slowly, squinting his eyes. The setting sun was like blood. Jiang Chen felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He must forge the 108 primordial divine tools as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against a powerful hierarch expert, let alone a half-step divine emperor second mansion master. After a while, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank as an abnormally terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The two types of origin energy crystals might seem pitifully small, but they are true origin energy crystals. Many a little makes an ocean. If all the origin energy crystals are gathered together, the origin energy contained within would be quite great. Without accumulating small streams, there would be no rivers. Jiang Chen murmured. When he raised his head again, he seemed to sense a locked, violent heavenly lightning above the canyon at the top of the lightning-gathering peak. It was buzzing and roaring. Thinking back to the second mansion master's words, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. Could there be an extremely terrifying heavenly lightning in this thundercloud space? If that was the case, the heavenly lightning origin crystals would explain why the second mansion master could not control the heavenly lightning and refine it for his own use. Therefore, he wanted to borrow the strength of countless students to refine the heavenly lightning origin crystals and finally gather it into true origin energy. Once a large amount of origin energy was extracted, the heavenly lightning would be extremely weak. Refining it with origin energy would yield twice the result with half the effort. So the heavenly fire crystals are refining the heavenly fire origin energy? At this thought, Jiang Chen seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. After listening to the conversation between the second mansion master and the third mansion master, Jiang Chen was even more certain that there was an extremely powerful heavenly fire and heavenly lightning hidden in the Heaven Dragon prison and the thundercloud space. There was no doubt about this. However, if even their Emperor realm strength was insufficient to refine them, then it could only be said that the heavenly lightning in the thundercloud space and the heavenly fire in the Heaven Dragon prison were too terrifying. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. All of this was just his speculation, but it was not far from the truth. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. Otherwise, how powerful would the heavenly lightning origin crystals be to support the thundercloud space? How terrifying would the heavenly fire origin crystals be to support the 18 levels of the Heaven Dragon prison? Heavenly lightning. Heavenly fire. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen a huge conspiracy. He had painstakingly searched for the heavenly lightning, but he did not expect to see it here. However, Jiang Chen did not let his excitement get to his head. Even the second mansion master, who was a half-step divine emperor realm, could not refine the heavenly lightning, not to mention his strength. Millions of years of plotting and planning, constantly making genius students refine the origin energy crystals for them. It turned out that this was the truth. Although the rushing thunder diagram had been gathered, there was an extremely strong seal on it. If Jiang Chen did not break through to the hierarch realm, he would not be able to break it. If he could obtain the nameless heavenly lightning in the Tongshan mansion, it would be a great fortune. Most importantly, the second mansion master was willing to guard this place for millions of years just for this heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's heart was already beating fast. Jiang Chen looked at the thundercloud space and secretly made up his mind. He must obtain this nameless heavenly lightning. However, according to the second mansion master, even their current strength could not gain any advantage in the Heaven Dragon prison and the thundercloud space. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only wait and see. Moreover, he needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only by entering the hierarch realm could he compete with those big shots. However, if he were to face a half-step divine emperor or a true emperor realm expert, he would be the most terrifying one. Time flew. 10 years had passed. Jiang Chen's cultivation had also reached the peak of the divine king realm. Everything was ready. Jiang Chen only hoped that this trip to the secret treasure could help him make a breakthrough in his strength. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the experts. Chapter 2984. Where's Jiang Chen? Chen Renji's voice reverberated outside the thundercloud space. Jiang Chen came out as he knew that the journey to the hidden treasure was just around the corner. Greetings, Master Ji. Jiang Chen is here. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and said, You don't have to be so courteous with me. Most of the people have gathered outside Tongshan Mansion. Once everyone is here, we can depart. Chen Renji said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and said, But you have to be careful this time. The inner mansion disciples are all hierarch realm and half-step hierarch realm, as our journey to the hidden treasure is quite secretive. However, you know Mentor Liang Wei. He's Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan, whom you've saved before. Moreover, Xing Kuan and Xing Bing, the two inner mansion disciples, are also indebted to you. This time the two brothers can be considered as the main force. Chen Renji repeatedly reminded Jiang Chen that the journey to the hidden treasure was not going to be easy. More than 10 people had gathered in the inner mansion. However, Jiang Chen did not see anyone he knew. Among the 13 people, 5 of them had reached the hierarch realm while the rest were half-step hierarch realm. It was an extremely powerful force. Master Ji, since when did we have a divine king realm expert in our team? An inner mansion youth sneered and said sarcastically. The weakest among them was a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, Jiang Chen was only a divine king realm expert. Wasn't that lowering their overall strength? Strength doesn't mean everything. Chen Renji said faintly. But a strong fist is the only thing that matters. The youth said coldly. With his hierarch realm strength, he was unrivaled in the inner mansion. Now that he had met Jiang Chen, he naturally wanted to take a break. He's the number 1 in the outer mansion. His name is very famous. Ah. Really? Number 1 in the outer mansion? I'm quite curious. How did he do it? Is the number 1 in the outer palace very strong? So be it. In any case, the people in the inner mansion should be able to easily beat him up. Then what's there to be angry about? Number 1 in the outer palace is only SOSO. The few hierarch realm experts in the inner mansion sneered at Jiang Chen with disdain. However, the half-step hierarch realm experts did not say much because Chen Long, whom Jiang Chen defeated, used to be the best among the half-step hierarch realm experts in the inner mansion. Jiang Chen naturally had his own capabilities as he was able to obtain first place in the outer mansion. Chen Long was killed by Jiang Chen when he was about to break through to the hierarch realm. One could imagine that Jiang Chen's strength was not just for show. However, in front of a real hierarch realm expert, Jiang Chen was not that capable. He was only a divine king. How could he be so capable? Jiang Chen was calm and unmoved in the face of those people's mockery. Chen Renji was a little angry, but Jiang Chen was still calm. He did not want to have a conflict with those people as it was meaningless. Jiang Chen had no other thoughts. He just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible and reach the hierarch realm. Only then would he have the confidence to save Longsher-san. What? You don't dare to speak? Haha, Master Ji, can such a person join our trip to the hidden treasure? I'm really disappointed. Yu Zhangji sneered and said. Since when could a divine king realm expert fight with them? The strong and the weak have their own opinions. It's not up to you to comment. This time's trip to the hidden treasure is not a small matter. Don't cause trouble for me. Chen Renji knitted her brows tightly. She really couldn't suppress this group of people any longer. After all, each and every one of them was a peerless genius. There was only one way to make them submit, and that was to surpass them. Only by surpassing them could one obtain their respect. I don't need you to say anything about joining the trip to the hidden treasure. Who do you think you are? What? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. No one expected Jiang Chen to fight back at Yu Zhangji at this moment. At this moment their eyes met. Yu Zhangji's eyes were filled with battle intent. An outer palace disciple dared to challenge his existence? How could he allow others to trample on his dignity as the 9th on the Sky Ascension list? Even Chen Renji sighed slightly. It would be fine if Jiang Chen chose to remain silent, but now he was opposing Yu Zhangji as an equal. That was a grave mistake because there was no way for them to communicate with each other. They could only fight. Yu Zhangji, the 9th on the Sky Ascension list, had broken through the hierarch realm more than 10,000 years ago. Who dared to challenge him? Chen Renji wanted to stop him, but it became difficult for her. No one could challenge the dignity of an expert. Yu Zhangji did not get angry. He looked at Chen Renji and said in a deep voice, Master Ji, it's not that I want to fight with him. However, he looked down on the inner palace disciples and me. I have no choice but to teach him a lesson. A weakling should act like a weakling. Do you think you can fight against an inner palace expert just because you're the first in the outer palace? You're too naive. Who do I think I am? Haha, let me tell you now, who do I think I am? I'm Yu Zhangji of the Inner Palace, the 9th on the Sky Ascension list. I'm here to challenge you. Qian Renji's expression changed. She could not control Yu Zhangji. After all, she was an Outer Palace mentor. Moreover, the glory of a genius was inviolable. Jiang Qin did say something that he shouldn't have, which made Yu Zhangji angry. Jiang Qin, you can't fight him. Qian Renji transmitted her voice. If I don't fight him, I'm afraid his arrogance will follow me all the way. In order to reduce the number of annoying flies, I can only fight him reluctantly. Jiang Qin stood tall and stared at Yu Zhangji. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Qian Renji was also helpless. Jiang Qin was really reckless. Although he was the first in the Outer Palace, he could not be compared to an Inner Palace disciple. There were only over 100 Inner Palace disciples, but each of them was strong. Hierarch realm experts were not something that Jiang Qin could imagine. At that time, Qinlong had yet to break through to the Hierarch realm and he was injured. That's why he was defeated by Jiang Qin. However, from Qian Renji's point of view, the current Jiang Qin had become more arrogant after the Outer Prefecture ranking battle. If you can take a palm strike from me, I will spare your life, Yu Zhangji said Lung Lung. His palm strike was enough to kill a Divine King realm expert. However, Yu Zhangji was stubborn and wanted to fight him. What a fool's dream. If you can take a palm strike from me, I will also spare your life, Jiang Qin said indifferently. If he did not show his power now, when would he? Otherwise, as the only Outer Palace disciple, wouldn't he be bullied by others because of his connections? Powerhouses had their own dignity and that was understandable. However, if these fellows wanted to take a dump on him, then their calculations were wrong. A half-step hierarch realm was not to be underestimated. Chapter 2986. He's acquainted with Xuanhuan. Yu Zhangji squinted his eyes. It seemed like he had to think carefully if he wanted to deal with Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan and Xingbing were not fond of interacting with outsiders, but they approved of Jiang Qin. No one dared to go against him after hearing him call him Brother Jiang. This Huangbai is not simple. He looks kind but he's actually a venomous snake. Many people in the Inner Palace stay away from him. You must be careful. He's ranked 4th on the Heaven Ascension list, stronger than my brother. We haven't fought for 1,000 years, but his strength has already reached the Hierarch realm. Xingbing said to Jiang Qin through telepathy. I know. Jiang Qin replied. Brother Xinhuan, we haven't seen each other for many years. Hehe, I'll have to rely on you for this trip, Huang Bai said with a smile. Brother Huang's strength is tyrannical. There are so many experts in the Inner Palace, it's not my turn to shine. Xinhuan shook his head faintly. Everyone's here. A deep voice resounded in everyone's ears. 4 middle-aged men slowly walked towards them. Jiang Qin knew 3 of them, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei. The other one was the divine messenger of profound communication, Lianqing Yenyun, who had once entered the Qilian boundary in the Lone Dragon County. The last one was a bald and slightly chubby man. On his shoulder, there was a 3-colored mouse sleeping soundly. It looked furry and very cute. It's the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder is leading the team. It seems like the Tongxian mansion values the trip to the secret treasure highly. Yeah, Lianqing Yenyun, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, they're all the strongest instructors in the Inner Palace. Lianqing Yenyun was slightly surprised when he saw Jiang Qin. Wasn't this guy a new disciple 100 years ago? How could he be qualified to participate in this trip to the secret treasure? On the other hand, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei both smiled at Jiang Qin. Many people noticed this. Was the number 1 Outer Mansion disciple really so popular? Even the 2 great teachers, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei, gave Jiang Qin a friendly smile. It seemed that this guy's relationship was not small. Only Xingbing and Xinhuan knew that Jiang Qin was their savior. Greetings, 3rd elder. Greetings, teacher. More than 20 Inner Palace disciples said respectfully. However, there was no need to be overly courteous as some of the Inner Palace disciples had already reached the Hierarch realm. In the future they might not be weaker than these powerful teachers. There was no seniority in learning, only those who had reached the peak would be able to talk to them as equals. Even Jiang Qin was speechless. There were so many experts in the Inner Palace. 6 Hierarch realm experts and 14 half-step Hierarch realm experts. Such a force could easily wipe out half of the Lone Dragon County. Now that everyone has gathered, let's depart. The third elder said with a smile. He looked like the Maitreya Buddha. He was the only one who did not pay attention to Jiang Qin. It seemed like these disciples were no different from him. Elder Qi, may I know where we are going on this trip to the hidden treasure? Jiang Qin looked at Qi Haifei and asked. The northern cold extreme region, also known as the North Pole. The North Pole is covered with ice and snow for thousands of years. It is extremely cold and the temperature is below a few hundred degrees all year round. Those below the Divine King realm will only die if they enter that place. There are some natural disasters that even Hierarch realm experts have to be extra careful. This time we are going to find the tomb of a great emperor. It can be said to be extremely dangerous, so you must be careful. Qi Haifei said in a deep voice. Obviously he was extremely cautious about the North Pole. North Pole? The legendary northernmost part of the northern cold divine region? The peak of the North Pole? That's a place where no one goes. Xing Bing's eyes lit up. The journey will take about 300 years. However, the third chief has already set up a teleportation formation. We will arrive there in 10 days. Yang Shiquan said in a serious tone. I've been studying this great emperor's incomplete diagram for thousands of years. Now I've finally found a clue. I know that it's at the top of the North Pole. This time there's no need to worry about life or death. After this trip there will be rewards. The third elder said in a deep voice. A group of 26 people entered the teleportation formation and started their journey to the North Pole. Northern cold divine region, the peak of the North Pole, North Pole, North Pole, North Pole Mountain. Thousands of miles were covered in ice and snow. It was a vast expanse of white without any signs of life. There were only 3,000 mountains that were connected to each other. When Jiang Qin and the others arrived at the North Pole Mountain, everything was white. The snowstorm did not stop. They could only see a limited amount of things. What is this place? North Pole Mountain? Is this the place? Yeah, there is nothing here except for the vast snowy mountains. Did we come to the wrong place? Many of the inner house disciples were shocked and disappointed at the same time. They could not see anything in this vast snowy mountain. The great sovereign's tomb that they were looking for, could it be buried in this place? How were they going to find it? Not only the inner house disciples, even Chen Renji and the others were at a loss. How were they going to find the so-called great sovereign's tomb? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Looking for the dragon cave is like looking for 1,000 mountains. If there is a mountain gate with 9 peaks, it must be in front of the 5 elements flying dragon. This place is filled with dragon chi and snow, but it is unable to cover the majestic dragon vein chi. If I am not wrong, this should be the place where the dragon vein is located. The third elder said with a dignified face. Jiang Qin also noticed this, but he didn't say it out loud. Even if he did, others would think that he was just trying to mystify things. Thousands of snowy mountains seemed to be messy and stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. However, it was quite strange in this hell. Moreover, the dragon chi was everywhere, making this place a perfect place for gathering dragons. However, the third elder was only able to see one part of the reason. Although this was a place where dragons gathered, it was also a place of great danger. There were mountains everywhere covered by snow and ice. The gathering of dragons was a prophecy, a cage formed by the mountains. This was a dead end, but there was still a chance for survival within the dead end. However, life and death could be decided by a single thought. At least with Jiang Chen's current attainment and formation, he still couldn't see where the omen was. From the outside, this was an excellent place to gather dragon chi, but the danger in it was not enough to let outsiders know. Although Jiang Chen was nervous, he was not sure. However, these people were extremely excited after hearing the third elder's words. A place where dragon chi gathered, that meant that the great emperor's tomb was probably here, but the specific location was still up for discussion. Jiang Chen looked dignified, looking at the rolling mountains around him. He always felt that this was a pit, a huge pit. If this place where dragon chi gathered suddenly changed, it was very likely to be a nightmare that devoured everything. However, this was just Jiang Chen's idea, it could not be used as a reference. He did not want to be trapped in a trap. It was best that this was a place where dragon chi gathered, otherwise he would not be able to find it in a while if he searched blindly. The dome of the White Mountain, the North Sea, the magnificence of the southern mountains, the divine power of the polar regions, this is an excellent place to gather dragon chi. The great emperor's tomb must be here. Chapter 2987. Look, what's that? Just a flash? It's too fast, I can't see it clearly. The snowstorm is too strong. Could it be a great demon? Quite a few people said with lingering fear in their hearts. After all, they were in the depths of the extreme north peak. No one knew what would happen next. Furthermore, those elusive fellows were truly shocking. Their speed was as fast as a gust of wind, and they couldn't be caught. Although their formation was huge, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's the Snow Domain demonic spirit. I've read about it in the history books. The Snow Domain demonic spirit is very strange. It lives in the South Peak and the North Peak. It's a demonic beast from the polar region. It looks like a tiger, a leopard, a snake's head, and a jade-like face. It's a terrifying demonic beast from the Snow Domain. It has strong attack power and is good at charming people. The strongest Snow Domain demonic spirit can reach the Emperor realm and is not weaker than a great emperor. We must be careful and not underestimate it. The third elder said in a deep voice. Even though they had a lot of hierarch experts, he dared not let his guard down. After all, they were not in the profound connection divine palace, they had to be cautious. Since they had found the great sovereign's tomb, they should try their best not to cause any trouble. The scariest thing was that the Snow Domain demonic spirit lived in groups. It was not just one or two of them that could move at any time. I've heard about the Snow Domain demonic spirit. It's a terrifying demonic beast. Try not to provoke them. Even we are afraid of their speed. Their strength should not be underestimated. As long as we don't provoke them, they should not go against us. Xuanhuan said. I hope so. Qianrenji said quietly. At that moment, everyone was following behind the third elder and Xuanhuan. The entrance to the tomb of the great sovereign could be anywhere within 30,000 miles. I can't differentiate it completely. Remember, the 3 mountains are the symbol, the 5 elements are the supreme, the 7 stars chase after the moon, and the 9 dragons emerge from the water. This is the entrance to the tomb of the great sovereign. Let's split into 4 groups and search for it. Don't be impatient and go astray. Master Ji, you lead Huang Bai, Yu Zhangji and the other 4. Master Qi, you and Master Yang lead the Sheng brothers and the others. Xuanhuan, you lead 5 and I will lead 5. We will spread out and search for the entrance of the tomb. After the third elder made the arrangements, everyone began to prepare and await the battle. Jiang Qin, you should follow Yang Shi and Qi Shi. Yu Zhangji and Huang Bai will definitely not let this matter rest. If you follow me, they will definitely make things difficult for you. Qianrenji said. Jiang Qin nodded silently and chose to follow Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, Sheng Kuan and Xing Bing. The last person was a half-step hierarch expert. He was very friendly towards Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin's skills were enough to win his respect. He had the upper hand against Yu Zhangji. How could an ordinary half-step hierarch compete with him? Remember, be careful in everything you do. The Jade token is the signal. If the Jade token breaks, it means that you've found the entrance. If you're alive, the Jade will live. If it breaks, you'll die. The third elder gave each leader a Jade token. As long as they crushed the Jade token, they would be able to know the location of the leader. Yes, third elder. Qianrenji and the others said in a deep voice. At this moment, no one dared to be careless. Although the third elder's strength was not as strong as the second mansion master, Jiang Qin guessed that he should be at least a late hierarch realm expert. His strength was definitely not weaker than Lin Yukong, maybe even higher. Among these people he was the strongest, followed by Shangguan Yenyun. Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei and even Qianrenji's strength were almost the same. The 4 teams split up. 4 paths led to the east, south, west and north. With a radius of 30,000 li as the boundary, they were looking for the entrance to the great emperor's tomb. Jiang Qin and the others were in charge of the west. Unfortunately, their speed was greatly restricted by the violent snowstorm. According to the third elder's words, it was not easy to find the location of the great sovereign's tomb with the 3 mountains as the symbol, the 5 elements as the supreme, the 7 stars chasing after the moon, and the 9 dragons emerging from the water. It was not difficult, but it was not easy either. The great emperor's tomb should be under this land, but it's hard to say where the entrance is. Jiang Qin frowned. Jiang Qin had nothing to hide from Yang Shiquan, Xing Bing and the others. Oh, what do you mean? Did you see something? Qi Haifei looked at Jiang Qin in surprise. The last half-step hierarch realm disciple did not dare to offend Jiang Qin. After all, Xing Bing, Xing Kuan, and the 2 mentors were very concerned about Jiang Qin. He naturally chose to listen. This area is not simple. It looks like a place where dragons gather, but it's also very dangerous. Jiang Qin said solemnly. This is naturally within common sense. Didn't the third elder say this before? How can the great emperor's tomb be found so easily? Even if we do find him, we have to be extra careful. After all, he's a great emperor expert. How could he be discovered so easily? Ah. Yang Shiquan said with a smile. Otherwise, in a place where dragons gather, one can live and one can die. The living will be rich while the dead will have their souls scattered. It's better to be careful. As for more, I can't say. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Jiang Qin is right. No matter what, we must prioritize safety. A place where dragons gather is a place of great fortune, but it might be a place of great danger. Xing Bing nodded and said, All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Yang Shiquan smiled. However, Jiang Chen could see that Yang Shiquan did not take Yang Shiquan's words to heart. Although Yang Shiquan respected Yang Shiquan for saving his life, Jiang Chen's strength was still lacking compared to them. Teachers above the mid-divine king realm were not to be trifled with. Was Jiang Chen's words that reliable? Yang Shiquan did not think so. Since Jiang Chen had said so much, there was nothing else he could say. The group of 6 headed towards the west. There was no day or night in this extreme north peak. The weather was always gloomy and no sunlight could be seen. There was only wind and snow in the surroundings. The hurricanes had already reached a terrifying level that could sweep up hundreds of kilograms of boulders. Flying snow and boulders swept up in the sky, causing people to feel fear. It took Jiang Chen and the others half a month to travel 3,000 miles. It was clear that the speed of their journey couldn't be measured with common sense. Look, it's another snow domain demon spirit? Chi Haifei frowned. That fellow seemed to be coming for them. It's better to stay away from it. That thing has great destructive power. Try not to provoke it. Yang Shiquan said in a deep voice. The few of them quickly rushed forward, but the snow domain demon beasts kept appearing and disappearing around them at an incredible speed. In their territory, the speed of Jiang Chen and the others seemed to be limited. Get out of here. Or die. An ear-deafening voice resounded in the snowstorm. However, it was quickly drowned out. 4 snow-white demonic beasts appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the rest. Yang Shiquan and Chi Haifei exchanged a glance. These snow domain demon spirits are here to block their way. Chapter 2988. We don't mean to offend our friends from the snow domain demonic spirit clan. We're just here to look for something. Chi Haifei shouted in a deep voice. Leave this place or die. The 4 Shuiyu demon spirits were still standing there, unmoving like mountains. In the snowstorm they looked extremely tall and straight. Do these guys have any misunderstandings about us? Xing Bing said. You're already at their doorstep and you still want to barge in. Do you think they'll be willing? Shen Kuan said indifferently. That should be the case. We might have entered the territory of the snow domain demonic spirits. Jiang Chen nodded and said. These guys don't look simple. The 4 snow domain demonic spirits were all late divine king realm experts. Although they're not as strong as them, the snow domain demonic spirits live in groups. It's like poking a hornet's nest if there are hundreds or thousands of snow domain demonic spirits. A few half-step hierarch realm monsters, why would we hesitate? Just kill them. A sneer was heard and a cold light flashed by. A silhouette appeared and his killing intent soared up to the sky. Jiang Chen and the others' countenance changed. Before they could see the silhouette clearly, the 4 late divine king demonic beasts were killed by the silhouette that appeared out of nowhere. Their blood splattered all over the snowy ground. Everyone was extremely shocked by this scene. The fresh blood was instantly devoured by the snowstorm and disappeared within the snow. The corpses of the 4 snow domain demon spirits were also engulfed by the snowstorm in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Chi Haifei said with a gloomy expression. He looked at the green-robed man and his heart was filled with anger. Battle God Clan Do Tianhuan. Your second mansion lord has asked me to help. Here's the token. This is the token of your second mansion lord. You guys should recognize it, right? Do you have any more questions? Do Tianhuang said coldly. With a flip of his hand he took out a token. Since you're a helper invited by the second mansion lord, there's no problem. However, the snow domain demonic spirits live in groups. We don't want to offend them. We don't want to attract more snow domain demonic spirits. It'll be more difficult for us. Yang Shiquan said. If he's killed, then so be it. Why are there so many problems? Now that I'm here to help you, you can rest easy. Heaven Do Huang spoke in a low voice while his brows knit together tightly, and he was completely indifferent. Battle God Clan, Battle Heaven Desolation. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Those fellows from the Battle God clan hated him to the core. He could be considered to have formed a deep grudge with the Battle God clan. It seemed like he had to be even more careful this time around. Moreover, his strength seemed to be on par with Chi Haifei. Chi Haifei narrowed his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Since Brother Do is so powerful, we can save a lot of trouble with Brother Do joining us. Yang Shiquan said. It's been so long, and you still haven't found the entrance to the great emperor's tomb? Do Tianhuang said with a cold face. Sheng Bing was so angry that her face turned ashen. It was easy for her to say such things. When you didn't come, were we idle? How can it be so easy to find the tomb of a great emperor? I've disappointed Brother Do on this point. Yang Shiquan shook his head. Then why aren't we continuing to search? Do Tianhuang coldly snorted and walked forward. What's there to be arrogant about? Does he really think that he's the king? This guy might attract a group of snow domain demon spirits. Sheng Bing's face was extremely ugly as she cursed in her heart. Can you shut your mouth? Sheng Kuan's expression turned cold as he stared at Sheng Bing. Sheng Bing was also stunned for a moment. She raised her head and saw dozens of snow domain demon spirits appearing in front of them. Just some snow domain demon spirits, what's there to be afraid of? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two comes, I'll kill a pair. Do Tianhuang said in disdain. However, as soon as he finished his words, Do Tianhuang immediately charged towards the snow domain demon spirits. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Sheng Bing's words came true in the end. However, he couldn't be blamed. These snow domain demon spirits must have sensed the death of their companions. That's why they came out in full force. Go all out. We can still deal with dozens of snow domain demon spirits. Chi Haifei said. However, when they were waiting for Battle Heaven Desolation to make his move, Battle Heaven Desolation had already rushed out of a gap and escaped, leaving Jiang Chen and the others behind. When they turned back, the dozens of snow domain demon spirits had become hundreds of them, which made their scalp tingle. That expert from the Battle God clan actually ran away? Sheng Bing said in disbelief. Only now did she understand that they were tricked by that guy. Hundreds of late Divine King Realm snow domain demon spirits. Looks like we have to go all out. Yang Shiquan and the rest did not say much. They knew in their hearts that that bastard had already run away and left this mess to them. A typical example of running away after getting into trouble. Initially they thought that Do Tianhuang would show his prowess. However, who would have thought that Do Tianhuang would never return? Right now they could only admit that they were unlucky. The second mansion master actually invited such a scammer. They cursed Do Tianhuang hundreds of times in their hearts. Intruding into my clan and killing my clansmen. You despicable humans deserve to die. A guy whose body was much bigger than the rest of the snow domain demon spirits stood at the front and shouted while glaring at Jiang Chen and the rest. What should we do now? The half-step hierarch realm inner palace disciples' face darkened. Hundreds of late divine king realm experts might not be scary, but the leader was obviously an hierarch realm expert. Moreover, there were more than 30 half-step hierarch realm snow domain demonic spirits behind him. Such a force would make anyone's heart skip a beat. We did not kill your clansman. It was the one who ran away just now. Chi Haifei said in a deep voice. Shameless bastard trying to shift the blame to others. Today all of you will die. The snow domain demon spirit leader had already given the order to kill Jiang Chen and the rest. Hundreds of snow domain demon spirits were waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Now we can only fight. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. No matter how despicable Do Tianhuang was, they could not do anything about it. After all, he had already run away. If they wanted to run away, they would have to ask the snow domain demon spirits first. They had already determined that they were the murderers of their clansmen. How could they escape? Let's fight to the death. Crush the jade token. Now we can only pray for the third elder and the rest to come as soon as possible. Yang Shiquan and Chi Haifei looked at each other and said. Two of them were middle hierarch realm experts, one early hierarch realm expert, two half-step hierarch realm experts, and one peak divine king realm expert. Such a lineup was not weak. However, even a tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. The group of snow domain demonic spirits had hundreds of late divine king realm experts, 30 half-step hierarch realm experts, and one hierarch realm expert. Hurry up and rush out. We don't have much time left. Find their weak point and attack. Otherwise we will not be able to hold them off. Chapter 2989. In the southernmost direction, Qianrenji and the others were heavily injured. Apart from Huang Bai, Yu Zhangji and Qianrenji, the other 4 half-step hierarch inner mansion disciples were all killed. Qianrenji's face was extremely gloomy. There were hundreds of snow domain demon spirits around her. She was alone. Even with Yu Zhangji and Huang Bai's support, it was still quite difficult for her. Among the 3 of them, Qianrenji had fought off many snow domain demon spirits. She was also badly injured. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger. Huang Bai said. Yeah, Master Ji, what should we do? Yu Zhangji's face was pale. If Qianrenji did not save him several times, he would have been devoured by the snow domain demon spirits. The jade tokens have been crushed. Let's hope the 3rd elder can get here soon. Qianrenji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was like a rose crying blood, standing proudly. They had killed dozens of snow domain demon spirits, but the snow domain demon spirits' attacks were getting stronger. At the same time, the 3rd elder looked at the hundreds of snow domain demon spirits behind him. His face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he felt that 3 jade tokens had been crushed. However, the 3rd elder had been fighting against hundreds of snow domain demon spirits for a long time. He did not want to fight any longer. Coincidentally, he found the entrance to the great emperor's tomb behind him. 3rd elder, what should we do? That's right, 3rd elder. All the jade tokens have been crushed. What should we do now? Why don't we go in first? I see that the snow domain demon spirits are slowing down. Are they doing something for you? The 5 inner palace students said. They didn't want to save anyone because if they rushed out now, their lives would be in danger. Hundreds of peak divine king realm snow domain demonic spirits, they weren't a match for them. Even the 3rd elder couldn't help them. With such a huge difference in strength, they couldn't even protect themselves. Now that they found a chance to enter the great sovereign's tomb, they naturally wouldn't give up so easily. 3rd elder's face turned pale. The 3 jade plates were crushed at the same time. It was very likely that they had found the entrance to the great sovereign's tomb. But now that the entrance to the tomb was here, it meant that they had encountered a disaster at the same time. This possibility was quite high. That's the only way. I can only hope that they're lucky, said the 3rd elder as he clenched his teeth. If he could save them, he naturally wouldn't want to just stand by and watch. However, with hundreds of snow domain demon spirits surrounding them, there's no chance for them to escape. If he were to escape by himself, he'd undoubtedly be pushing the 5 inner palace students into the fire pit. Being in a dilemma, the 3rd elder could only give up some things. If they could survive, then they'd be the last. If they died, then it could only be fate. Even he didn't expect that such a tragic situation would occur when they just entered the northern return mountain. The snow domain demon spirits were too hateful and terrifying. The current situation was already difficult for each of them, and it was difficult for them to be the master. Seeing this, the 5 of them were delighted. It seemed like the 3rd elder didn't choose to risk his life to look for his companions who had crushed the jade plates. After all, they couldn't even protect themselves at this moment. This wasn't being selfish, but it was the best solution after weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Qin, Xing Bing, Xing Kuan, and the half-step hierarch realm inner palace student were up against more than 300 snow domain demon spirits. Even though the 4 of them were strong, the number of snow domain demon spirits was too much. They were forced to retreat, losing the initiative. On the other side, Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei weren't having a good time either. The 2 of them were up against an hierarch realm snow domain demon spirit, more than 30 half-step hierarch realm snow domain demon spirits, and more than 100 late divine king realm fellows. Their situation was extremely dangerous. No one would have thought that Do Tianhuang was a jinx. After killing 4 snow domain demon spirits, he attracted an endless amount of snow domain demon spirits to fight back. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. His attacks were extremely fierce. Even Xing Bing and the inner palace disciple were shocked. With every punch from Jiang Qin, a snow domain demon spirit would be heavily injured. Even Xing Bing could only fight 40 to 50 snow domain demon spirits at the same time. Jiang Qin was fighting against 100 snow domain demon spirits alone, just like Xing Kuan. The other person was also fighting against more than 300 snow domain demon spirits. Their battle strength was not as simple as 10 late divine king realm experts. Gradually, the inner palace disciple couldn't take it anymore. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Xing Bing clenched his teeth. Compared to that guy, he was much luckier. After all, his big brother could help him share some of the burden. However, it couldn't go on like this. Save me? Li Chuang's expression changed. Being attacked from both front and back, he was already somewhat exhausted. After all, there were so many demonic beasts coming one after another, and he didn't have a moment to rest. Stopping would mean death. Get lost. Jiang Qin roared furiously. He pushed back dozens of snow domain demon spirits and pulled Li Chuang to his side. After all, there were 6 of them. It was something that Jiang Qin could do. He couldn't just watch them die. Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Qin with a solemn expression. He was shocked in his heart. At that time, he was surrounded by hundreds of snow domain demon spirits. Even if he wanted to save Li Chuang, it would be extremely difficult. However, Jiang Qin did it. Thank you. Li Chuang's face was pale. He had just survived a disaster. However, the danger was not over yet. Jiang Qin gave him 10 energy recovery pills. Li Chuang was able to stabilize the situation. On the other side, the pressure on Xing Bing and Sheng Kuan was increasing. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Xing Bing's face turned even uglier. Facing the attacks of the snow domain demon spirits, he also showed signs of exhaustion. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, Sheng Kuan was the same. Facing over 100 snow domain demon spirits, he had already pushed himself to his limits. If he wanted to erupt, it would be impossible. No matter how powerful a tiger is, it would be completely defeated under the attacks of 100 hungry wolves. And Sheng Kuan was like that tiger. Hold on. Xing Bing clenched his teeth. Jiang Qin frowned. It seemed that he had to exert himself. 5 elemental trigram fire array. Come here. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.